Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Avriel. The morning light streaming through my Crown Heights apartment catches the dust motes dancing above my inspiration board, and I can't help but smile. Fabric swatches in rich jewel tones cascade across the cork surface like a waterfall of possibility. Deep emerald velvet, burnished copper silk, midnight blue linen that feels like butter between my fingers. This is what dreams look like before they take shape. Avi, you're doing that thing again. Marcus's voice carries from the kitchen, tinged with that familiar affection that still makes my chest warm after 3 years together. What thing? I call back, though I already know. I'm touching my earrings, the vintage gold hoops my mother gave me for my 21st birthday, twisting them between my fingers as I study the board. The thing where you disappear into your head and forget the rest of the world exists. He appears by the door to my home office, coffee mug in hand, looking effortlessly handsome in his pressed white shirt and navy slacks. Marcus has this way of making everything look easy, even Monday mornings. We're supposed to meet the architect in an hour. My stomach doesn't care about the 2 cups of Earl Grey I've already consumed. Today's the day. After months of planning and saving and dreaming, we're finally going to see our house. Well, the plot of land that will become our house. Our forever home in the Catskills, where Marcus can write his novels in peace and I can create spaces that make people fall in love with living. I'm ready, I tell him, though I'm still in my silk pajama set, my natural curls wrapped in a satin scarf. Just let me grab a quick shower. Marcus crosses the room and wraps his arms around me from behind, pressing a kiss to my temple. He smells like his expensive cologne and morning coffee, familiar and comforting. You know this is really happening, right? Our dream house, our future. I lean back into his chest, letting myself sink into this moment. This is what I've wanted since I was 7 years old, sketching floor plans in the margins of my school notebooks. A home that's entirely mine, ours, built from the ground up with love and intention. I know, I whisper, and I do. I really do. An hour later, I'm standing in what will someday be our living room, but right now it's just a cleared patch of earth surrounded by towering pines. The October air is crisp against my skin, and I've wrapped myself in my favorite oversized cardigan, the one in burnt orange that Marcus says makes my eyes look like liquid gold. So the main structure will face southeast, Marcus is saying to our architect, gesturing toward the slope that leads down to the small lake. We want to maximize the natural light in the morning. I'm only half listening because I'm busy imagining. Kitchen island here, with pendant lights that cast warm pools of light. Built-in bookshelves there, filled with Marcus's first editions and my collection of design books. A reading nook by the window where I can drink my morning tea and watch the seasons change. Miss Moore? The voice cuts through my reverie, and I turn to find a man watching me with pale blue eyes that seem to see straight through me. This must be Luke Halverson, the architect Marcus found through some connection at the magazine where he works. I've seen his portfolio. All clean lines and modern angles, glass and steel and spaces that feel more like art installations than homes. He's taller than I expected, probably 6'2", with sandy blonde hair that looks like he's run his fingers through it and forgot to fix it. His skin is pale in that way that suggests he spends more time indoors than out, and he's wearing all black. black jeans, black sweater, black boots. Even his notebook is black. I asked what your vision is for the interior flow, he says, and there's something in his tone that makes my spine straighten. Not rude, exactly, but dismissive, like he's already decided I'm going to be difficult. Well, I start, smoothing my hands down my dark jeans. I'm thinking we open up the main living areas, no walls between the kitchen and living room. I want it to feel like one big welcoming space where people naturally gather. Luke's pen hovers over his notebook. That's not structurally sound, given the load-bearing requirements of the second floor. I'm not asking you to remove load-bearing walls, I say, my voice getting that edge it gets when someone assumes I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about creating sight lines and flow. There are ways to support the structure without boxing people into separate rooms. His eyebrows lift slightly, and I catch Marcus shooting me a look that says, "Play nice." But I'm not being difficult. I'm being thorough. This is my house, my sanctuary, and I'll be damned if I let some brooding architect turn it into a sterile museum. The preliminary plans call for a more traditional layout, Luke says, flipping through his notebook. Separate dining room, closed-off kitchen, defined living spaces. Those are your preliminary plans, I point out, not mine. Something flickers in those pale eyes. Surprise, maybe? Or irritation. It's hard to tell with him. I was hired to design a functional family home, not a warehouse. And I was hired to make it beautiful, I shoot back. Open concept doesn't mean warehouse. It means family meals that don't isolate the cook. It means being able to watch kids play while you're prepping dinner. It means... We don't have kids, Marcus interrupts gently, stepping closer to me. Maybe we should focus on what we actually need right now. The words sting more than they should. We've talked about kids, of course. Someday. When his career is more established. When I've built my client base. When we're settled, always someday. Right, I say, forcing a smile. Of course. But Luke is still watching me, and I have the unsettling feeling that he heard everything I didn't say. That he knows the someday conversation is more complicated than Marcus makes it sound. What about the kitchen? Luke asks, and I'm grateful for the subject change. I assume you have strong opinions about that too. I do. I pull out my phone and show him the inspiration photos I've been collecting for months. I want a large island for prep work and casual dining quartz countertops, but not the stark white kind, something with movement and warmth. And I want open shelving mixed with upper cabinets. Luke glances at the photos, then back at me. Open shelving requires constant maintenance. Everything on display has to be perfectly organized at all times. That's not a problem for me. It's a problem for resale value. I blink. We're not planning to sell. This is our forever home. Everyone says that, Luke replies, making notes in his little black book. But circumstances change. Divorce, job loss, death. Jesus, Luke, Marcus laughs, but it sounds forced. Way to kill the mood. Luke doesn't apologize. He just continues scribbling, his pen moving in quick, efficient strokes. I watch his hands. They're long and elegant, with calluses on the fingertips that suggest he does more than just draw pretty pictures. There's a thin scar running along his left forearm, disappearing under his sleeve. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, he says without looking up. I'm being practical. Good design accounts for multiple scenarios. Good design also accounts for how people actually want to live, I counter. Not just how they might want to sell. This time he does look up, and I catch something in his expression before he shudders it away. And how do you want to live, Ms. Moore? The question is simple, but the way he asks it, quiet, direct, like he actually wants to know, makes my breath catch. I'm suddenly aware of how close we're standing, how the afternoon light catches the silver threads in his pale eyes. I want to live joyfully, I say, and I mean it. I want a home that feels alive, where people laugh and cook and make messes and clean them up together, where there's always music playing and plants growing and room for spontaneous dinner parties. Luke's pen has stopped moving. He's just looking at me now, and I feel heat creep up my neck under his scrutiny. That's a lot of pressure for 4 walls and a roof, he says finally. Maybe for someone who doesn't believe in magic. I believe in engineering. Of course you do. I can't keep the exasperation out of my voice. Let me guess. You probably think throw pillows are frivolous and candles are fire hazards. Throw pillows are uncomfortable and candles are fire hazards. Marcus clears his throat. Okay, maybe we should table the philosophical differences and focus on the timeline. When can we break ground? But I'm not ready to let this go. This man is going to design my home, and if he thinks joy is impractical, we're going to have problems. What's the point of a house if it doesn't make you happy? I ask Luke. If it's just a structure, just function without feeling? The point, he says, closing his notebook with a snap, is shelter. Everything else is decoration. The word hits me like a slap. Decoration. As if everything I do, everything I love, everything I've built my career on, is just superficial nonsense. Right, I say, my voice carefully controlled. Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on that one. Marcus is looking between us like he's watching a tennis match, and I realize we've been standing here arguing for 10 minutes about philosophy instead of discussing square footage and budgets. So, Marcus says, clearly trying to steer us back on track. The timeline? Luke reopens his notebook, all business again. 6 months for plans and permits. Another 8 to 10 for construction, depending on whether your decorator here decides she wants to move any more walls. Your decorator, not even interior designer. Decorator. My stylist. I correct him. Interior stylist. There's a difference. Is there? The question is casual, but there's something underneath it that makes my jaw clench. Like he's testing me. Like he assumes I'm just another client's girlfriend who watches too much HGTV and thinks she knows about design. Interior decorators work with existing spaces. I explain, my voice steady despite the irritation thrumming through me. They choose furniture and fabrics and artwork. Interior designers alter layouts and work with architects during construction. Interior stylists do both, but we specialize in creating cohesive visual narratives that reflect how people actually live. Luke's eyebrows rise slightly. Visual narratives. Yes, the story a space tells about the people who inhabit it. And what story is this space going to tell? I glance around the empty lot, at the trees and the distant lake and the mountains rising beyond. At Marcus, who's checking his phone and probably thinking about the article he needs to finish before his deadline. At this stranger who seems determined to build us a beautiful prison. I don't know yet, I admit, but I'll know it when I see it. Luke studies me for a long moment, then makes another note. Fair enough. I'll have initial concepts to you by next week. Looking forward to it, I say, though I'm not sure I mean it. As we walk back to the car, Marcus slips his arm around my waist. That went well, he says, and I can tell he's trying to convince himself as much as me. Did it? You two just need to find your rhythm. He's supposed to be one of the best architects in the Hudson Valley. Very exclusive client list. I nod, but I'm thinking about those pale eyes and the way Luke looked at me when I talked about living joyfully. Like he couldn't quite understand what I meant. Like joy was a foreign concept. He thinks I'm frivolous, I say as Marcus opens the car door for me. He thinks you're passionate. There's a difference. Maybe. But as we drive away from what will someday be our home, I can't shake the feeling that Luke Halverson and I are going to clash over a lot more than open shelving and load-bearing walls. The man clearly doesn't believe in magic. Good thing I have enough for both of us.
Chapter 2. Luke. The sound of Avriel Moore's laugh follows me long after her fiancé's BMW disappears down the dirt road. It shouldn't. I'm not the type of man who gets distracted by clients, especially not clients who think interior design is about visual narratives and living joyfully. But here I am standing in the middle of what will become their foundation, thinking about the way she touched her earrings when she got nervous, and how her eyes lit up when she talked about spontaneous dinner parties. I shake my head and focus on my notes. Square footage, 2,400. Bedrooms, 3. Bathrooms, 2.5. Traditional colonial style with modern amenities. Standard suburban family home for a standard suburban couple. Except nothing about Avriel Moore feels standard. I drive home to my workshop in Cold Spring, the radio playing something classical and forgettable. My house is a renovated barn from the 1800s. All exposed beams and original stonework, the kind of authentic character that can't be replicated. I bought it for the workshop spa, not the charm, but I've grown attached to its solid, uncomplicated bones. Inside, I spread the preliminary plans across my drafting table and try to concentrate. But my mind keeps drifting back to the way Avriel's face changed when her fiancé mentioned kids. The brief flash of something, hurt, longing, before she covered it with that bright smile. Not my business. I'm here to design a house, not analyze their relationship dynamics. I pull out my T-square and start sketching modifications to the main floor plan. If she wants open concept, I can give her open concept. Remove the wall between the kitchen and dining room. Add a support beam here. Relocate the powder room there. It's doable, if not ideal. My phone buzzes. A text from my assistant. Reminder, Serena called again. Says it's important. I delete the message without responding. Serena Wolf has been calling for 3 months, ever since she heard through our mutual friends that my firm was finally taking off. She wants to reconnect, she says. To talk about old times. I have no interest in old times. Especially not with the woman who walked out of my life 2 years ago because I was too intense and emotionally unavailable. She wasn't wrong. I returned to the plans, but now I'm thinking about Avriel's question. What's the point of a house if it doesn't make you happy? The point is shelter, protection, a structure that will stand when everything else falls apart. I learned that lesson early, watching my childhood home crumble around my parents' toxic marriage. Happiness is temporary. Good bones last. But something about the way she asked the question, like she genuinely couldn't understand my perspective, nags at me. Like she lives in a world where joy is a given, not a luxury. I've been sketching for 2 hours when I realize I've unconsciously enlarged the kitchen island and added a breakfast nook that wasn't in the original plans. The kind of space where someone might sit with their morning coffee, watching the light change over the lake. The kind of space Avriel would love. I erase the addition and start over. By Thursday, I have 3 different floor plan options ready for review. Option A is the traditional layout they originally requested. Option B incorporates some of her open concept ideas while maintaining structural integrity. Option C is what I think she actually wants. A flowing, connected space that prioritizes gathering and natural light over defined rooms. I tell myself I'm being thorough. Giving them choices is good client service. I don't examine why I stayed up until 2 a.m. perfecting the sightlines in Option C. The meeting is scheduled for 10 a.m. at a coffee shop in Rhinebeck. I arrive early, claim a corner table, and spread out the plans. The place is busy with the usual mix of tourists and locals, all organic pastries and reclaimed wood furniture. Not my scene, but neutral territory seemed wise after our last encounter. Marcus arrives first, looking harried and checking his phone. "Sorry I'm running late," he says, though he's actually 5 minutes early. "Deadline crunch." "No problem." I gesture to the empty chair across from me. "Coffee?" "God, yes, double shot." I flag down the barista and order for both of us while Marcus settles into his chair. He's wearing a different version of the same outfit from Monday. Pressed shirt, tailored slacks, expensive watch. The kind of man who has his life organized and his future planned. "So," he says, accepting his coffee gratefully, "what do you have for us?" "3 options." I turn the plans so he can see them. Traditional, modified, and... Sorry. Avriel's voice cuts through the coffee shop chatter, and I look up to see her weaving between tables with a ceramic travel mug in one hand and an enormous tote bag slung over her shoulder. Today she's wearing a flowing midi dress in deep burgundy with a denim jacket thrown over it, her natural curls loose and wild around her face. She looks like autumn itself, all warm colors and organic movement. "Traffic was insane," she says, sliding into the chair beside Marcus. "Someone decided to move cattle across Route 9 at rush hour." "You're not late," Marcus assures her, leaning over to kiss her cheek. "We just started." Avriel's eyes find mine across the table, and I feel that same jolt of awareness I experienced on Monday, like she's looking at me instead of just through me. "So," she says, wrapping her hands around her mug, "what's the verdict? Are you going to let me have my open kitchen, or am I going to have to stage a revolt?" "Option A," I say, pointing to the first plan, "is the traditional layout we discussed. Separate dining room, closed kitchen, defined spaces." She leans forward to study the drawing, and I catch a hint of her perfume, something warm and spicy that makes me think of cardamom and vanilla. Very compartmentalized. "Functional," I correct. "If you say so." She moves to the second plan. Option B, modified traditional, open kitchen and dining, but maintain the formal living room separation. "Better," she says, tracing the flow with her finger. "I like how the kitchen island creates a natural boundary without cutting off the space entirely." Marcus nods approvingly. "This could work. Good compromise." But Avriel is already looking at option C, and I watch her face transform. Her eyes widen, and she actually gasps. "This," she says, her voice soft with wonder. "This is it. That's the most aggressive option," I warn her. "Completely open main floor, kitchen island as the central hub. Continuous sightlines from the front door to the back terrace." "It's perfect." She looks up at me, and her smile is radiant. "It's exactly what I was trying to describe. How did you—" "I listened," I say, and immediately regret the honesty. "Professional distance, Halvorsen. It's what you asked for." "It's more than what I asked for." She's studying the plans again, and I can see her mental wheels turning. "You've created conversation zones without walls. The kitchen island becomes a natural gathering place. But there's still flow for entertaining. And this breakfast nook is probably impractical," I interrupt. "It reduces your counter space." "It's charming," she counters. "Intimate. The kind of place where you'd want to drink your morning coffee and read the paper." "Do you read the paper?" "I read the news on my phone like everyone else, but that's not the point. The point is the feeling, the possibility." Marcus is looking between us with a slight frown. "What's the cost difference?" "Minimal," I tell him. "The structural changes are straightforward. Most of the expense is in the finishes and fixtures." "Then I vote for option C," Avriel says immediately. "It's everything I wanted, and some things I didn't even know I wanted." "Avi," Marcus says gently, "maybe we should think about it for a few days. This is a big decision." "What's to think about?" She spreads her hands over the plans like she's blessing them. "This is our home, our future. I can already see Christmas mornings here, and summer barbecues, and quiet Sunday mornings." "You're getting ahead of yourself," Marcus says, and there's something in his tone that makes me look at him more carefully. "We need to be practical." "Since when is wanting to love where you live impractical?" "Since we're spending our entire savings on this house," Marcus replies. "Since we need to think about resale value and functionality, not just feelings." Avriel's face shudders, and I recognize the expression. It's the same one I saw on Monday when he dismissed the kid conversation. Like she's pulling herself back, making herself smaller. Of course, she says quietly. You're right. We should be practical. Something in her tone makes my chest tighten. I've watched enough clients over the years to recognize the moment when someone stops fighting for what they want and starts accepting what they think they should want. Option C isn't impractical, I hear myself saying. It's ambitious. There's a difference. Both of them look at me in surprise. The structural modifications are sound, I continue, speaking directly to Marcus. The sight lines improve natural light, which reduces energy costs. The open plan increases perceived square footage, which actually improves resale value. And the breakfast nook can double as a home office or homework station. See, Avriel says, her smile returning. Even Mr. Practical thinks it's a good idea. Mr. Practical. I'm not sure if that's an insult or a compliment. Fine, Marcus says, though he doesn't sound entirely convinced. Option C it is. Really? Avriel looks like she might bounce out of her chair. We're really doing this. We're really doing this, Marcus confirms, and the smile he gives her is genuine. Affectionate. The smile of a man who loves his woman and wants to make her happy. So why do I feel like I'm watching him give her a consolation prize? I'll need to get the revised plans to the structural engineer, I say, forcing my attention back to business. And you'll need to start thinking about material selections, kitchen cabinets, flooring, fixtures. I have a whole binder, Avriel says, pulling a thick folder from her tote bag. Samples and inspiration photos and... Of course you do, I say, and she laughs. What's that supposed to mean? It means you're the most organized client I've ever had. Is that good or bad? I consider the question. In my experience, overly organized clients tend to be controlling and difficult. But there's something different about Avriel's organization. It's not about control. It's about care. She's not trying to micromanage the process. She's trying to ensure that every detail reflects her vision. It's good, I say finally. It means we're less likely to have surprises during construction. I hate surprises, she says, and then immediately contradicts herself. Actually, I love surprises. Good surprises. I hate bad surprises. What's the difference? Good surprises make you feel seen. Bad surprises make you feel stupid. I'm not sure what to do with that information, so I just nod. We'll try to keep them to the good kind. Promise? The question is light, playful, but there's something underneath it that makes me pause, like she's asking about more than just construction surprises. I promise, I say, and mean it more than I should. The meeting wraps up quickly after that. Timeline, budget, next steps, all the practical details that turn dreams into reality. Marcus signs the contract and writes a check for the first phase of my fee. As they're leaving, Avriel turns back. Thank you, she says, for listening, for understanding what I was trying to say. It's my job. No, she says, shaking her head. It's more than that. You could have just given us a standard house, but you gave us something special. She's gone before I can respond, leaving me alone with my coffee and the uncomfortable realization that I care more about her opinion than I should. I tell myself it's professional pride. I'm good at what I do, and I like my clients to be happy. But I snap the plans into a roll and head back to my truck. I can't shake the feeling that I've just agreed to build something much more complicated than a house. I've agreed to build a home for a woman who believes in magic. And despite myself, I'm curious to see what that looks like.
Chapter 3. Avriel. The gravel crunches under my heels as I step out of my Tesla at 6:47 a.m. The construction site stretches before me, a maze of orange cones, stacked lumber, and that trailer I've been dreading. Steam rises from my travel mug as I pull out my tablet, stylus already moving across the screen. You're early. Luke's voice carries that same edge from yesterday. I turn to find him emerging from behind a cement mixer, hard hat already in place, tool belt slung low on his hips. His white t-shirt has seen better days. And there's something about the way he moves, economical, purposeful, that makes me pause mid-swipe. I believe in staying informed about my investments. I hold up the tablet. Speaking of which, I have concerns about the material specifications. His jaw tightens. We went over this yesterday. The subflooring. You've spec'd standard plywood when the moisture levels in this area clearly require marine grade. I know. He pulls off his work gloves, stuffing them into his back pocket. But that's not what the contract says. The contract says appropriate materials for conditions. I tap the screen, bringing up my notes. I did my research, Mr. Castellanos. This property sits in a flood zone. Standard plywood will warp within 2 years. Luke's hand goes to his tool belt, fingers drumming against the hammer handle. You want to upgrade materials? We upgrade the price. I want materials that won't fail. Nothing fails if it's installed correctly. The words hang between us like a challenge. I study his face, the slight defensive lift of his chin, the way his fingers have stilled on the hammer. There's something there, beneath the surface. You sound like you're speaking from experience. His expression shudders. I'm speaking from 15 years in construction. And in those 15 years, you've never had a callback? Never had to fix something that should have been done right the first time? Luke's shoulders square. I stand behind my work. That's not what I asked. A truck rumbles past on the street behind us, its diesel engine drowning out the morning quiet. When it passes, Luke has turned away, studying the foundation markers with sudden intensity. The marine grade adds $3,000 to materials cost, he says finally, plus labor adjustment for the weight difference. You want it? We do a change order. I pull up my calculator app. How much labor adjustment? Day and a half extra. Call it $1,200. For subflooring? For subflooring that weighs 40% more and requires different cutting specs. He faces me again and I catch something in his expression. A flicker of surprise, maybe. That I'm still engaging instead of walking away. Most clients hear the upcharge and suddenly standard plywood sounds just fine. I'm not most clients. No. His gaze holds mine for a beat too long. You're not. Heat creeps up my neck. I focus on my tablet, thumb moving over the screen. What about the electrical? The panel you've specified? 200 amp service. More than adequate for a residential renovation. With the home office setup I need? The server room? Luke's eyebrows rise. Server room. I run a consulting firm. I need dedicated cooling, surge protection, backup power integration. I gesture toward the house. The second bedroom upstairs, I assumed you'd reviewed the full scope. Your architect mentioned an office, not a data center. It's not a data center. It's a properly equipped workspace for someone who takes their business seriously. Something shifts in Luke's expression. What kind of consulting? Strategic planning, process optimization. I help companies identify inefficiencies and implement solutions. Sounds like you're good at finding problems. The words sting more than they should. I'm good at fixing them. Right. Luke pulls out his phone, thumbing through what looks like photos. Server room means dedicated circuits, HVAC tie-in, probably conduit runs we didn't plan for. You want to tell me what else you forgot to mention? I didn't forget anything. I gave your architect a detailed requirements list. Rowan's good with pretty drawings, not so much with the technical details. My grip tightens on my tablet. Are you saying he's incompetent? I'm saying he designs what looks good and leaves the contractors to figure out how to make it work. Luke's tone is matter of fact, but there's an undercurrent of frustration. Usually we catch these things in the planning phase. We? Me and the client. when they're actually involved in the process instead of just writing checks. The accusation hits its mark. I feel my professional composure slip. I'm involved. I'm here at 7 in the morning asking questions about materials and electrical systems, after we've already broken ground. Because I trusted that the people I hired knew what they were doing. Luke's laugh is short and sharp. Trust. Right. The word carries weight, bitter and final. I study his face, noting the way his mouth has tightened, the defensive set of his shoulders. You don't trust your clients, I say. It isn't a question. I trust contracts, specifications, things in writing. He gestures at my tablet. Not last-minute revelations about server rooms and special requirements. And when the contract is incomplete, then we write a new one. The morning sun has climbed higher, casting sharp shadows across the construction site. I can feel sweat beginning to form beneath my blazer. Luke seems unaffected by the heat, standing easy in his work clothes, but I notice the way his gaze keeps drifting to my tablet, to the notes I've compiled. Show me, he says finally. Show you what? The requirements list, what you gave Rowan. I hesitate, then pull up the document. Luke steps closer, close enough that I can smell sawdust and something else. Soap, maybe, or aftershave. His shoulder brushes mine as he leans in to read. Jesus! His voice is quiet. This is detailed. I'm thorough. No, this is... He scrolls through the document, his expression shifting. This is exactly what I needed 6 months ago. Rowan said he'd handle the technical translation. Rowan wouldn't know a server room from a supply closet. Luke straightens, running a hand through his hair. This changes everything. The electrical, the HVAC, the timeline. How much everything? Luke is quiet for a long moment, gaze fixed on something beyond my shoulder. When he speaks, his voice is careful, measured. Depends on how much you're willing to invest in doing it right. What's that supposed to mean? It means I can give you what you want. But it won't be cheap, and it won't be fast. He looks at me directly. And once we start down this path, there's no going back to the original specs. Something in his tone makes me pause. You sound like you're warning me. I'm telling you the truth. Most clients don't want to hear it. What happened to the ones who didn't? Luke's expression goes carefully blank. They found other contractors. But there's something else there. Something he isn't saying. I feel the familiar tingle of a problem that needs solving, a system that isn't working as intended. What about the ones who did want to hear it? There haven't been many. The admission hangs between us. I study his face, noting the careful control, the way he's positioned himself just slightly too far away. Everything about Luke Castellano says, keep your distance. Everything except the way he'd leaned in to read my requirements. The flicker of interest when I'd mentioned process optimization. I'd love to do this right, I say. That's what they all say. No. I tuck my tablet under my arm. I'm dying to do this right. Whatever it costs, whatever it takes. But I need to know you're going to deliver what you promise. Luke's gaze sharpens. And if I can't, then I'll find someone who can. The words come out harder than I intended, but I don't take them back. Luke nods slowly, as if he'd expected nothing less. Fair enough. He pulls his phone back out. Give me until tomorrow to run new numbers. Full scope, proper specifications, realistic timeline. How realistic? Add 6 weeks, maybe 8. I feel my chest tighten. 6 weeks? You want server-grade electrical and dedicated HVAC in a house that wasn't designed for it. That's custom work, not renovation. Luke's tone is firm but not unkind. I can do it fast, cheap, or right. Pick 2. I think of my business plans, the clients I'd hoped to impress with my new home office. Then I think of the careful way Luke had read through my requirements, the shift in his expression when he'd realized the scope of what I needed. Right in fast, I say. Then it won't be cheap. I didn't expect it to be. Luke studies me for a long moment, and I have the sense of being evaluated, weighed against some internal standard I can't see. All right, he says finally. But I want something in return. Which is? No more surprises. No more one more thing conversations. We scope this properly, we sign a contract that covers everything, and we stick to it. Agreed. And I want you to understand, once we start modifying electrical and HVAC, we're going to uncover other issues. 70-year-old houses don't give up their secrets easily. What kind of issues? Structural? Plumbing? Maybe code violations from previous renovations. Luke's expression is serious. Things that have to be fixed before we can move forward. More time and money. Probably. I nod slowly. Anything else? Yeah. Luke glances toward the house, then back at me. I need to know you're not going to disappear when things get complicated. The words carry unexpected weight. I find myself studying his face again, looking for clues about what has put that careful distance in his voice. I'm not going anywhere, I say. Good. Luke pulls his work gloves back on. Because once we start tearing into those walls, there's no going back. Something in his tone makes me think he isn't just talking about the construction. But before I can ask, he's already walking toward the house, leaving me standing in the morning heat with more questions than answers.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 4. Avriel. The first drops hit my windshield as I pull up to the site. Dark clouds have been building all morning, and now the sky opens with the kind of sudden violence that only Florida summers can deliver. I grab my purse and tablet, making a run for the construction trailer as thunder rolls overhead. Luke is already inside, shaking water from his hair. His work shirt clings to his shoulders, outlining muscles I definitely shouldn't be noticing. He glances up as I burst through the door, rain-soaked despite my short sprint. "Didn't expect to see you today, Ms. Moore," he says, pulling a towel from a cabinet and tossing it my way. "I had calls to make." I catch the towel, pressing it to my face. It smells like sawdust and something distinctly male. Wedding vendor coordination. In a construction trailer? Marcus is in meetings all day. I needed somewhere quiet. The lie comes easily. The truth, that I'd rather coordinate my wedding from a job site than sit alone in my condo, making decisions Marcus won't weigh in on, feels too pathetic to admit. Lightning flashes outside, followed immediately by thunder. Luke moves to the window, studying the downpour. We're not getting anything done today. Electrical work in this weather is asking for trouble. My phone buzzes. A text from the florist asking about centerpiece approval. I scroll through our previous messages. 17 texts from me, 3 one-word responses from Marcus, busy, fine, and whatever you want. Problem? Luke asks. Just wedding stuff. I set the phone face down. Nothing that can't wait. But it buzzes again. Then again. The caterer needs menu confirmation. The band wants the final song list. The photographer is asking about timeline changes due to venue restrictions Marcus insisted on, but won't explain. Luke settles into the chair across from me, pulling out his own phone. The trailer feels smaller with both of us here. The air thick with humidity and something else I can't name. Rain drums against the metal roof in a steady rhythm. You can take your calls, Luke says without looking up. I've got estimates to run. I pick up my phone and dial the florist. Hi, Sandra, it's Avriel. About the centerpieces. The conversation goes in circles. Sandra wants confirmation on the flower count, but that depends on the final guest list, which Marcus was supposed to finalize last week. I promised to call her back and immediately dial the venue coordinator. Ms. Moore, we still need your vendor contact information for load-in scheduling. The new security protocols require... What new protocols? I interrupt. The ones your fiancé requested. Additional restrictions for the east entrance. We emailed the details to both of you last Friday. I check my email. Nothing from the venue. Marcus must have added his work email to the planning communications without telling me. Again. I'll need you to resend that information to my email address, I say, spelling it out slowly. Luke's fingers pause on his keyboard. He's not looking at me, but his attention has shifted. The venue coordinator transfers me to security, who transfers me to the event manager, who can't find the email Marcus sent about the entrance restrictions. 20 minutes later, I hang up with nothing resolved and 3 new problems to solve. My phone rings immediately. The caterer. Avriel, we need to discuss the dietary restrictions list. Your fiancé mentioned some specific requirements that aren't on our original contract. I close my eyes. What requirements? Something about shellfish and nuts. He said it was urgent, but we don't have anything in writing. Marcus is allergic to neither. But his mother has opinions about proper wedding food, and apparently he's been making promises without consulting me. Let me call you back, I say for the 4th time in an hour. Luke's keyboard clicking has stopped entirely. When I glance at him, he's leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, watching me with an expression I can't read. What? I ask. Nothing. He turns back to his screen. Just, you're very patient. It's my wedding. I want it to be perfect. Is it yours, though? The question hits like a slap. Excuse me? Luke's hands stall over the keyboard. Sorry, not my business. But the words hang in the air between us. My phone buzzes again. The photographer wanting to confirm the engagement photos Marcus never showed up for. I decline the call and set the phone aside. Outside, the storm has intensified. Water streams down the trailer windows in sheets, blurring the construction site beyond. How long have you been engaged? Luke asks quietly. 8 months. Long engagement. Marcus wanted time to plan properly. He's very detail-oriented about important things. Even as I say it, the words feel hollow. Must be nice having help with the planning. I stare at my phone's black screen. Yeah, it's helpful. Luke saves whatever he's working on and closes his laptop. You want some coffee? I keep a decent pot going. That would be great. He moves to the small kitchenette area, filling an electric kettle. His movements are efficient, practiced. I watch his hands as he measures coffee grounds, careful, precise. The same way he approaches everything on the job site. So what's Marcus do? Luke asks, not turning around. Investment banking, high-yield securities. The rehearsed answer rolls off my tongue. Very demanding schedule. Hence the meetings. Exactly. The kettle begins to whistle softly. Luke pours water over the grounds in a slow spiral, the rich aroma filling the small space. Outside, thunder rumbles again, closer this time. My ex-girlfriend was a lawyer, Luke says, still facing the counter. Corporate litigation, always had meetings, conference calls, depositions, very important career. Was? The question slips out before I can stop it. Divorce was final 2 years ago. He brings me a mug, the ceramic warm against my palms. Turns out all those meetings weren't always about work. I nearly choke on my first sip. I'm sorry. Don't be. Best thing that ever happened to me. Luke settles back into his chair with his own mug. Took me a while to see it that way, but he trails off, studying my face. I have the uncomfortable feeling he's seeing more than I want him to. My phone lights up with another call. Marcus. Finally. I answer quickly. Hey, babe. Sorry I missed your earlier calls. Goldman's been insane today. How's the wedding planning going? Fine. We need to talk about the venue restrictions you mentioned too. Can it wait? I'm about to go into another meeting. And then dinner with the Tokyo clients. Probably won't be home until late. Through the phone, I hear voices in the background. Laughter. A woman's voice saying something about drinks. Marcus, this is important. The vendors need answers. And I don't have the information you gave them. Just handle it, Av. You're good at this stuff. I trust your judgment. The line goes dead. I stare at my phone, throat tight. Everything okay? Luke's voice is careful, neutral, perfect. I set my phone down harder than necessary. He trusts my judgment. That's good. Is it? The words come out sharper than I intended. Sorry, it's been a long day. Luke sips his coffee, watching me over the rim of his mug. When's the last time you two made a decision together? About the wedding, I mean. We decided together. But even as I say it, I'm scrolling through my mental list of choices. The venue Marcus picked without seeing. The guest list he delegated to me. The menu he keeps changing through third parties. What about the big stuff? The important things? Like what? Like whether you want the same kind of marriage. The question lands like a physical blow. I set my coffee down, hands trembling slightly. Outside, the storm shows no sign of letting up. We want the same things, I say finally. Which are? I open my mouth to answer and realize I don't know. When did Marcus and I last talk about our future beyond the wedding itself? When did we last talk about anything that mattered? Success, I say weakly. Partnership. Building something together. Sounds like a business plan. There's nothing wrong with approaching marriage practically. No, Luke agrees. But there should be more than that. The trailer feels too small suddenly. Luke is sitting 3 feet away, but I can feel the heat radiating from his skin. His dark eyes are fixed on my face with an intensity that makes my chest tight. What about you? I ask, deflecting. What do you want? Honestly? He leans forward slightly. Someone who shows up. Someone who's there when things get complicated. Not just when they're easy. Marcus shows up. Does he? The question hangs between us. My phone buzzes again. Another vendor. Another decision Marcus won't help make. I don't pick it up. The planning is just stressful, I say. Once we're married, things will be different. Will they? Luke's voice is gentle, but the words cut deep. I think about Marcus's absences, his dismissive texts, the way he talks about our wedding like it's my project instead of ours. You don't know him, I say quietly. You're right. I don't. Luke sets his mug aside. But I know what it looks like when someone cares about something. And I know what it looks like when they don't. Thunder crashes overhead, rattling the trailer windows. In the sudden silence that follows, I can hear my own heartbeat. Maybe we should talk about the kitchen renovation instead, I say. Luke studies my face for a long moment. If that's what you want. But he doesn't move to get his laptop. Neither do I. We sit in the charged quiet, rain streaming down the windows, the space between us electric with things neither of us can say. My phone buzzes once more. This time I don't even look at it.
Chapter 5. Luke. I spread the revised electrical plans across my desk, the morning coffee growing cold as I trace new circuit paths with my pencil. The server room modifications are more complex than I'd initially calculated, but there's an elegance to the solution that satisfies something deep in my chest. Avriel doesn't know I've been working nights on these changes, doesn't know I've called in favors with 3 different suppliers to source the specialized components she needs. She asked for functional, and I'm giving her art. The trailer door creaks as Martinez pokes his head in. "Boss, the electrical inspector's here early. Tell him 5 minutes." I roll up the plans, sliding them into the tube marked More Renovation, Phase 2. The original plans sit in a separate tube, gathering dust. I haven't looked at them in weeks. Outside, the morning air carries the scent of sawdust and possibility. The house is starting to take shape. Walls framed, electrical rough-in nearly complete, plumbing stubbed for the upgraded bathrooms Avriel added last week. She'd presented the changes like a business proposal, all spreadsheets and cost-benefit analysis. But I'd caught the excitement in her voice when she described the master suite's new layout. "Mr. Halverson?" The inspector waves me over to the electrical panel. "Nice work on the server room circuits. Don't see residential installs this sophisticated very often. Client has specific requirements. Must be paying well for this level of detail. I don't mention that half the upgrades aren't billable, that I've absorbed material costs and overtime hours, because seeing Avriel's face light up when she walks through the space is worth more than the markup. Professional boundaries, Luke. Remember those? But the boundaries have been blurring for weeks now. Since the day she showed up early with her tablet and her questions about marine-grade plywood, since she challenged every assumption and made me remember why I fell in love with construction in the first place. "Everything looks good," the inspector says, signing off on his clipboard. "You've got a lucky client." Lucky. Right. I'm still thinking about that word when Avriel's Tesla pulls into the gravel lot. She's early again, but this time she's not alone. A black BMW follows her, parking with the kind of precision that screams expensive habits. Marcus has to be. I've been curious about the man who's managed to capture Avriel's attention despite his apparent disinterest in her biggest project. The figure that emerges from the BMW doesn't match my expectations. Tall, yes. Well-dressed, definitely. But there's something soft about his features, a careful perfection that suggests more time spent in boardrooms than anywhere that might disturb his manicure. He follows Avriel toward the house, already talking on his phone. She waits at the front door, keys in hand, watching him pace in circles around his car. "Sorry, babe. Tokyo Market opened weird. Give me 2 minutes." Avriel's shoulders drop almost imperceptibly. She unlocks the door and disappears inside while Marcus continues his call, gesturing at problems she can't see. I should go inside, show them the progress, explain the timeline changes, maintain the professional distance that's kept me employed for 15 years. Instead, I find myself studying Marcus through the window of the trailer. Everything about him suggests success. The suit that probably cost more than my truck payment, the watch that catches sunlight like a beacon, the practiced way he handles what sounds like a multi-million-dollar crisis. But he hasn't looked at the house. Not once. 10 minutes pass. Then 20. Marcus is still on his call when Avriel emerges from the house, tablet in hand, expression carefully neutral. "The electrical rough-in looks great," she says to me, ignoring Marcus entirely. "The server room is exactly what I pictured. Inspector signed off this morning. We're on schedule for drywall next week." "Perfect." She makes a note on her tablet. And the kitchen timeline? Cabinets arrive Thursday. Countertop template Friday. Marcus finally ends his call and approaches, slipping his phone into his jacket pocket. Sorry about that. Crisis in Shanghai. He glances at his watch. Babe, we should wrap this up. I've got lunch with the Steinberg account. We just got here. I've seen enough. Looks structural. Very house-like. Marcus's smile is practiced, empty. Besides, you understand this stuff better than I do. I trust your judgment. There's that phrase again. The same dismissive trust he offered during their phone call the day of the storm. I watch Avriel's face, noting the way her jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. I'd like you to see the master suite, she says. The changes we discussed. Changes? Marcus's attention sharpens. What changes? The bathroom expansion, the walk-in closet redesign. I sent you the plans last week. Right. The bathroom thing. He waves a hand. Whatever makes you happy. It's your project. My project. Not our project. Not their future home. Her project. I've heard that tone before. Familiar to the point that makes my chest tight and my hands clench involuntarily. The casual dismissal wrapped in false support. The way someone talks when they're already halfway out the door. Marcus. Avriel's voice carries a warning I'm not sure he's smart enough to hear. This is going to be our home. Of course it is, and I'm sure it'll be beautiful. His phone buzzes. He glances at the screen, and his expression shifts. Actually, I need to take this. Hong Kong this time. You don't mind finishing up without me, do you? He's already walking away, phone pressed to his ear, leaving Avriel standing in the doorway of her future home, looking like she's been slapped. I should say something professional. Something about schedules and timelines and staying within budget. Instead, I watch her watch him pace beside his car, animated conversation flowing through the morning air. Must be hard planning a wedding when one person's always in crisis mode. Her laugh is sharp, bitter. Planning a wedding is easy when only one person is actually planning it. The admission hangs between us, more honest than anything we've shared in 3 weeks of professional interaction. I want to ask more, want to understand how someone as sharp and capable as Avriel ended up with a man who treats her dreams like inconveniences. But that's the kind of thinking that led to problems with Serena, the kind of involvement that blurs lines and creates complications. Serena. The memory hits without warning, standing in our half-finished kitchen while she explained why the marble countertops I'd ordered weren't suitable anymore. How she'd found something better, more expensive, more her. How my input wasn't really necessary since I didn't understand design. The dismissive tone, the casual cruelty wrapped in false consideration, the way she'd already been planning her exit while I was choosing cabinet hardware. I shake my head, refocusing on the present. On Avriel, who's still watching Marcus with an expression I recognize too well. Want to see the kitchen progress? I offer. Please. We walk through the house together, and I find myself explaining details I'd normally keep to myself. The custom electrical work that will support her equipment. The reinforced flooring that will handle server weight. The soundproofing that will keep her video calls from echoing through the house. This is incredible, she says, running her hand along the new framing. It's exactly what I described, but better. You gave good specifications? No, this is more than that. This is... She pauses, searching for words. This is someone listening. The comment lands harder than it should. I clear my throat, stepping back from whatever moment we're creating. Just good project management. Is it? Before I can answer, Marcus's voice cuts through the space between us, sharp with irritation. Avriel, we need to go, now! We return to find him beside his car, phone still pressed to his ear, gesturing impatiently. Avriel's professional mask slides back into place, but I catch the flash of frustration before it disappears. I'll call you later about the cabinet timeline, she says. Sounds good. I watch them leave, Marcus already back on his call before his door closes, Avriel following in her Tesla with careful distance between their vehicles. Something about the image bothers me, though I can't articulate why. The rest of the morning passes in routine tasks. Martinez and I review the plumbing rough-in. The drywall crew arrives to measure. I approve material deliveries and update schedules and pretend I'm not thinking about the way Avriel's face had lit up when she saw the server room framing. It's almost noon when I hear her voice through the trailer's thin walls. "No, Marcus, I understand you're busy, but this affects both of us." I'm not trying to eavesdrop. But the trailer's windows are open and Avriel is standing 20 feet away beside her car, phone pressed to her ear with white-knuckled intensity. "The timeline matters because we're supposed to be living there after the honeymoon. Remember? The plan we discussed 6 months ago? Professional boundaries would have me closing the windows, turning up the radio, giving her privacy for what's clearly a personal conversation. Instead, I find myself frozen at my desk, pencil motionless over plans I'm not seeing. Don't tell me to handle it. I've been handling everything. The vendors, the timeline, the decisions you were supposed to help make." Her voice carries a strain I've never heard before. "When was the last time you actually cared about any of this?" Silence. "That's not what I meant, and you know it." More silence. Longer this time. "Fine. Handle your crisis. But when this house is finished and we're supposed to move in together, don't act surprised if it doesn't feel like home. It's hard to build something with someone who's never there." The call ends with sharp finality. Through the window I watch Avriel lean against her car, head tilted back toward the cloudless sky. I should go back to my plans, should focus on electrical schedules and cabinet measurements and all the concrete details that make houses into homes. But I keep thinking about her words. About building something with someone who's never there. About the careful way she described her future office space, like she was trying to create a sanctuary in a world that offered her none. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. "Luke, it's Serena. We need to talk." I delete it without reading twice. Some conversations aren't worth having, but some are. And as I watch Avriel drive away, shoulders set with determination that doesn't quite hide her exhaustion, I wonder if I'm about to have one of them.
Chapter 6. Avriel. I don't plan the surprise so much as I fall into it. A client cancels last minute, the afternoon opens like a wound, and I decide, on impulse, on love, on all the Pinterest boards and promise ring talks, that I'm going to bring Marcus Ty from his favorite spot, light the stupid eucalyptus candle he swears smells like a spa, and let us have the kind of quiet we keep postponing for after the wedding. The city is syrupy with late summer heat, the sky bruised purple over Harlem brownstones. I juggle takeout bags, keys, and the garment bag holding my final dress fitting, because today was supposed to be another check mark on the list. Dress, done. My reflection in the hallway mirror is a woman who looks like she finally got everything lined up. Soft coils pinned at the nape of my neck, a swipe of gloss. Gold hoops catching the light, a woman who is sure. The key turns, the lock resists like it knows better. I push in, breath already forming his name. Marcus. I stop. The apartment is too quiet. Not the good quiet. The "we've been busy, come here babe" quiet. It's the kind of stillness that has a heartbeat. A laugh, not his. Feminine. Slippery. I freeze in the hallway, every sense heightening. My fingers loosen and the garment bag slides off my shoulder, puddling silk onto the hardwood. I don't pick it up. My feet move before my mind catches up, carrying me toward our bedroom. The door is ajar. One push, 2 inches, and the life I built collapses with the softest sound. Marcus's bare back, the mole on his left shoulder, the one I've kissed 100 times, his hands on a woman whose face I know from work events, from the banquet table at the charity gala, from the way she flicks hello with a wrist that knows its own power. Ivy. My throat closes around her name. For a second, I hear nothing. No heart, no voices, just the shatter of something internal, like glass cracking under slow pressure. He turns, eyes widening, pupils swallowing up the brown. Avriel! Ivy scrambles, dragging the sheet up, face flushing the color of the dress I almost wore to my engagement party. Oh my God! I don't run. I don't scream. I step inside. I place the takeout carefully on the dresser, like I'm staging a room for a photo shoot. I've done this 1,000 times, rearranged the details to make the ugly less visible. There's no fixing this composition. Tell me, I say. My voice is steady, which terrifies me more than the scene in front of me. Tell me this isn't what it looks like. Marcus swallows, throat working, and I watch the tendons flex. It's complicated. Complicated? I laugh, and it sounds too bright, a cracked light bulb sparking. You being inside your coworker is complicated? Ivy flinches. She looks at me with a softness that might be pity or shame or both. Yeah, I say flatly. You should. She snatches her blouse from the floor, buttons trembling under her fingers, and hurries past me, head bowed. Her perfume trails in her wake, orange blossom and something tart. I'll never be able to wear citrus again. The door closes behind her. Silence again. Marcus stands there like a man who's already decided he's the victim. I'm sorry, he says. Sorry, I repeat, letting the word roll around like a stone in my mouth. Okay, you're sorry. It just happened. I stare at him. You tripped and fell into her? His jaw tightens. That's not fair. Marcus, I've been planning our wedding while you've been practicing your infidelity. Tell me what exactly is fair here. He rakes a hand through his hair, those perfect waves I used to thread my fingers through at midnight. It was a mistake. A mistake is forgetting to RSVP. A mistake is mismatching linens. I feel something break loose in me, like a dam giving way. You chose this. You kept choosing it for how long? He looks at the floor. A couple months. My knees go weak. I sit on the bed because if I don't, I'll fall. This bed, the place we made plans and pressed promises and did Sunday crosswords naked, I want to burn it. You proposed to me 8 months ago, I whisper. I know, he murmurs. And you slept with her weeks before our wedding. Ivy. Don't, I snap, voice sharp enough to cut. Do not shorten my name right now. You don't get the intimacy of a nickname. His eyes shine, like he might cry. Good. Let him drown. I'm sorry, he repeats, and I want to shake him until he finds different words. I stand, dizzy with the sudden need to move, to act, to reclaim something. I pick up my phone. The wallpaper is a photo of us on the Catskills lot. Raw earth, sky wide open, me laughing, you holding me from behind. The house was supposed to be the first chapter of forever. Now it's a floor plan for a future that died in my doorway. What are you doing? He asks, wary. Canceling. I scroll with fingers that feel separate from me. Florist, caterer, venue, band, officiant. Avriel, wait. No. I meet his eyes, and there is nothing soft left in mine. The wedding is off. He flinches. You're making a rash decision. I walked in on my fiancé having sex with another woman in our bed. The rash decision was yours. This is a consequence. He presses his lips together, and there it is. The simmering defensiveness, the irritation that I'm not being reasonable, not hearing his apology with an open heart like a good woman should. It's almost funny. If it didn't hurt so much, I can barely breathe. I dial the caterer first. Hi, this is Avriel Moore. I need to cancel our event on the 12th. My voice is efficient, professional. I know how to sound like I'm not falling apart. The woman on the other end is sweet, apologetic. "I'm so sorry, Ms. Moore. There will be a partial retention of the deposit per contract." "Understood," I say, like money doesn't matter. Like I didn't sweat over every line item to make sure it all added up to the wedding we wanted without sinking us. Venue. Yes, I realize the date is close. Yes, I understand the policy. Florist. No, please don't deliver the peonies. Band. You can release the date. Officiant. It won't be needed. Every call is a cut. I bleed quietly, politely, professionally. By the time I hang up with the rental company, I'm lightheaded. There's still family. I call my mother last because I need strength when I hear her voice. "Ma." "Baby," she says, warm and sure, and exactly the sound that makes all my scaffolding wobble. "How was the fitting?" "The wedding is off." "What happened?" "Marcus slept with someone else." I don't say her name. It doesn't deserve space. My mother's exhale is slow and lethal. "You leaving, right?" "I already called the vendors." "That's my girl." I squeeze my eyes shut, tears pressing dangerously. "I'm okay." "You're not," she says gently. "But you will be. Do you need me to come over?" I look around at the bedroom where the sheets still hold the outline of betrayal. "No, I just need to not be here." "Where will you go?" "I'll figure it out. I'm an interior stylist who makes empty spaces livable. I can do that for myself. Eventually." When I hang up, Marcus is sitting on the bed, head in hands, the picture of regret. I almost feel sorry for him. And then I remember the timeline, the ring on my finger that suddenly feels like a weight. I slide it off and put it on the dresser beside the takeout he'll eat alone. "You can keep the pad thai," I say. "That's what you wanted, right? Something easy, something convenient." "Don't do that." His voice is low. "Don't turn me into the villain." My laugh is hollow. "Marcus, I don't have to turn you into anything. You did that all by yourself." I grab a duffel, yank open drawers, and start throwing clothes in. Not orderly, not folded. Chaos feels honest. He watches me pack the life he punctured. "Where are you going?" "Away from you. Avriel, we can fix this. Please. Therapy. Time. Anything. You should have thought about time before you spent it in bed with Ivy." I zip the duffel, the sound too loud in the room. "I'm done." He stands, reaches for me, then thinks better of it. Good. He's learned at least that. "I never meant to hurt you." "You did it anyway." I walk out without looking back. The hallway swallows me. The elevator dings open, and I step inside, clutching my bag and my phone like talismans. When the doors close, I finally let the sob rip free, ugly and animal, the kind that racks your body and leaves you hollowed. Outside, the air hits my skin like cold water. I inhale, shaky. The city keeps moving because it always does. Sirens and laughter, and an old man arguing with the meter maid. My world ended, and the block didn't notice. Rude but fair. I don't go to my best friend's place or my mother's. I don't go to a hotel. I go to the lot. The still empty patch of promise in the Catskills. Marcus and I walked weeks ago, boots sinking into the mud, him showing me where the living room would spill into a deck that caught sunsets, me already deciding where I'd put the record player. The sky is bruised here too, but the air is cleaner. The wind smells like pine and wet soil instead of exhaust and karma. I sit on the hood of my car and watch the horizon pull the sun down. My phone buzzes again. Marcus. Mom. Bridesmaid's text thread exploding. I let it all go to voicemail and pull up a number I never thought I'd use for anything other than light fixtures and permit schedules. Luke Halverson. Architect. Taller than he looks on Zoom, quiet voice, eyes like a winter lake, clear, cold, steady. White, Midwestern polite with an edge I couldn't name. We only ever talked about roof pitches and natural light. He has no idea who I am beyond my Pinterest board and the way I said I trust you over the last set of renderings. I hit call before I can talk myself out of it. The ring feels endless, a thin wire pulled tight. He answers on the third. Avriel? His voice is a low hum through the speaker, and somehow it settles me. Not soothing, just solid. Hey. The word fractures. Shame prickles across my skin. I don't owe him composure, but something in me wants to give it anyway. Sorry to call late. It's fine, he murmurs, and I can hear his keyboard stop, the way attention shifts fully. What's going on? I stare out at the darkening field and let the truth out. Clean. Marcus cheated on me. With his co-worker. Our wedding is off. A beat. I'm sorry. He says it like it costs him something, like the words are too small for what I just told him. How are you? I'm not. No point prettying it up. I needed to tell you because I can't build this house. Not like this. Not with him. I'm canceling. Silence. The kind that isn't empty, but thoughtful. I press my palm to the cool metal of the car. Okay, Luke says finally. If that's what you want, I'll make it happen. We'll go over the contract. Figure out what's refundable, what's not. I'll make sure you're protected as much as possible. Protected? The word lodges somewhere in my ribs. I don't even know what I want, except to not set the foundation for a life that doesn't exist anymore. I say, voice low. I stood here with him, and we picked where the kitchen island would go. I can't look at this dirt and not see all the lies buried under it. I get that, he says. And something in his tone tells me he actually does. You don't have to decide everything tonight. I already canceled the wedding. Might as well keep going. He exhales softly, not a sigh. A reset. Then we'll talk tomorrow. I'll draft the paperwork. Do you have somewhere to stay? I'll figure it out. I am so tired of figuring it out. I can recommend a short-term rental near the city if you need space, he says. Different neighborhood, different memories. My throat tightens. The offer is practical, not intimate, and yet it still feels like gentleness. Thank you. Text me if you need anything tonight, he adds. Even if it's just a list of things to cancel so your brain doesn't have to hold them all. The tears come again, hot and humiliating, but I let them. Okay. Good night, Avriel. Good night, Luke. The call ends. Night swallows the lot. Crickets start their choir, and somewhere far off a dog barks. I slide off the hood and stand barefoot in the dirt, toes curling into the earth we were going to build a life on. My life is suddenly, painfully empty, but it's mine. That should count for something. I lift the phone again, because one more thread needs cutting. I scroll to Marcus's name, thumb hovering. My screen reflects my face back at me. Swollen eyes, mascara flaking, mouth set. I sent a single text. Do not contact me. I've opened a blank message to Luke, fingers shaking but decisive. Luke, it's me. Let's cancel the build. All of it. Tomorrow. I hit send and stare into the dark, waiting for the ground to steady. It doesn't. Not yet. But the phone lights up with his reply almost immediately. Understood. I'll take it from here. I stand in the middle of land that now belongs to no one and promise myself I'll find a way to belong to myself again. Tomorrow, I'll sign away the future I thought I wanted. Tonight, I let the silence hold me up.
Chapter 7. Luke. The Catskills are still wet from last night's rain, Mist draped over the trees like gauze. My boots swallow mud the second I step off the gravel. Framing rises out of the ground like the ribs of some animal we're building from the skeleton up. It always looks a little like faith at this stage. Lines on paper turned into timber, math made visible. She's there, perched on the unfinished front steps, a paper coffee cup clutched in both hands, curls piled into a high puff that's surrendered to the humidity. Her eyes are swollen, but there's a new steel in the set of her jaw. Devastated, yes. Determined, absolutely. It hits me in the chest the way she's holding herself together purely out of spite and will. "Morning," I say, because I'm not sure how to say I heard your voice last night and then couldn't sleep, because some things you can't blueprint a fix for. She looks up at me. "It's not morning. It's the end of everything." My mouth tugs. Semantics. No smile. That's okay. I don't deserve one. I'm not here to lighten anything. I'm here to do the job she hired me for. Build what she asked for, or help her disassemble it without taking on extra damage. I stand on the mudded path below her, not crowding, not hovering. "I'm here. What would make this easier? I need out." She exhales, long and shaking. "Out of the contract, out of the narrative, out of this whole chapter. I don't want a house he can point at and say, 'We designed that island height together.' I don't want to step into a shower he picked the tile for and feel contaminated." The word lands, ugly and precise. I let the quiet sit between us and look past her at the framing. The great room. The corner window that was going to hold their first Christmas tree. The primary suite cantilevered to catch morning light. The kitchen I widened because she wanted space for everyone to gather, to laugh, to taste test. I meet her gaze again. "If we walk away right now, you lose a significant chunk of your deposit per Section 14. Termination without cause." I don't soften the language. She deserves facts, not gauze. "You'll also eat the materials already purchased and the labor expended to date. Subs have lay-in rights if they're not paid. You'd be dealing with that too." "I know." Her voice cracks but doesn't break. "I read the contract 3 times last night. You wrote it clearly." I nod, a small thing of gratitude. "Thank you." She looks up at the bare rafters like they're mocking her. "I could fight it. I could ask you to eat it out of pity, or good PR, or whatever, but I don't want charity. I just can't. I'm not offering charity." I step up onto the first unfinished stair. Her shoulders tense, but she doesn't move away. I'm offering strategy. Suspicion flares. It looks good on her. Alert, alive. Strategy. "If we don't finish this house, he wins twice," I say. "He gets to blow up your life and your finances. He gets to make the thing you wanted, badly enough to sign with me, fight for permits, sit through a dozen design meetings, turn to ash. You said you don't want to live in a space he chose tiles for. Fine. Let's rip every choice with his fingerprints off the plans. We draft an addendum, remove him legally from every line item, and respec every single detail until this place is yours and yours alone." She stares at me like she's seeing something she didn't expect. "You want me to keep building?" "I'm saying you can let him be a footnote in the contract," I answer. "Not the story." Her laugh is small, incredulous. "That's very Hallmark movie of the week of you, Luke." "Talia Hibbert would write it with better jokes," I say, deadpan. The corner of her mouth moves, not a smile. A possibility. "Look," I continue. "I know how these contracts go. If you terminate, I'm protected. I walk away paid for work to date. You walk away with the worst of it. Legally, I could let you do that and not lose sleep, but..." "But," she echoes, eyes narrowing. "But I don't like bullies," I tell her simply. "Or men who think breaking a promise is a personality trait." I nod at the framing behind her. "When you hired me, you told me you were building the house you didn't grow up in, the one that was loud and soft and stable. If you still want that, I can help deliver it. For you. Not for him." She looks away, blinking fast, Her throat works. You're very persuasive for a man who says about 8 words per meeting. 7, I say. The 8th is usually budget. That gets me the smallest huff of breath. I take it, pocket it. We both look at the house. There's a hollow sound of hammering from the other side of the lot. My foreman, Rowan, still on site, always early. I texted him on the drive. Hold fire until I say otherwise. He's holding-ish. What does it actually look like? She asks, voice quieter. In real terms, if I keep this, if I take it. In real terms, I say. It means we execute a formal change order and an ownership addendum. Remove Marcus from all rights and obligations. He's not on title as of now, correct? She shakes her head. We were going to add him after the wedding. Good, I say, meaning it. Then the property and the contract already sit with you as the sole client. Cleaner. We redo the finishes. We flip the primary suite so the built-in he wanted for his vinyl collection becomes a reading wall, or a studio, or nothing because you feel like swinging a sledgehammer into it. We change the kitchen layout. That island height you two argued about for 2 meetings, it's whatever height your spine wants. The blue bathroom tile he fought me on? Burn it. You get a bathroom that feels like a spa or a nightclub or the moon. I don't care. And we'll build a locked office with soundproofing if you want a place for your business that's yours. No one else's. You tell me what you need your home to do for you now. Not what you promised it would do for us then. The word us slips out. I catch it. She does too. Her eyes lift, sharp. I hold her gaze, let it pass. Him, I correct, steady. What you promised it would do for him. She studies me like she's looking through a window she didn't know was there. And what do you get out of this? She asks, not unkindly. Apart from sticking it to a man you don't like. A project I believe in, I say. A client who knows exactly what she's fighting for. And I let the sentence hang, the truth unvarnished. And I get to not feel like I stood by and watched a woman get financially gutted because it was the easier thing to do on a Tuesday. Her breath catches. The wind shifts, lifting the loose strands at her hairline. She wipes under her eye with the heel of her hand and leaves a clean stripe. What if I can't stand in this house and not think of him? Then we design it to drown him out. I gesture toward the trees. Wrap the deck with glass so you only see horizon when you drink your coffee. Install radiant heat in the floor so you feel held. Put your mother's dining table under that skylight you fought me for. You fought me for, she corrects, a ghost of a smile. Right, I say. I fought you for, because it made the roofline cleaner, and you said, Luke, I swear to God if you don't give me that patch of sky, I'll stage a coup. Her laugh breaks free, sudden and bright, and then crumbles into a sob, mid-sound. She presses her fingers to her mouth. I hate that he made me feel small in something I built big. My chest tightens. I take the last step and sit beside her on the raw plank. Not too close. Just there. Then don't let him shrink it, I say quietly. Let this be the part he doesn't get to touch. We sit, watching dew burn off the grass. I don't fill the silence. She doesn't rush to speak. When she does, it's like she's making a decision with each word. What happens if he contests anything? She asks finally. He's not going to go quietly. He texted me at 3 a.m. asking about the deposit. Said, we should decide together what happens next. We. As if that word didn't expire yesterday. I look at her phone in her palm, the tiny fracture in the screen catching the light. Forward every message to me, I say. As of this moment, I'm your point of contact. If he calls the office, he gets me. If he sets foot on this site, my foreman calls me and the sheriff. You're the client. This is your build. He's a spectator without a ticket. A slow breath leaves her. You really don't like bullies. I grew up with one, I answer before I can reel it back. She turns, brows lifting, interested. I hold the look a beat, then let it go. Anyway, I'm good at contracts and even better at making sure people who don't belong somewhere Don't get past the threshold. She nods. Okay. Another breath. Okay. We keep building. A flicker of triumph moves through me, quick and private. Not because I won a point, because she didn't lose one. We keep building, I confirm. For you. She swallows. For me. I stand, offer her a hand without thinking. She hesitates, then takes it. Her palm is small in mine, warm. The contact is nothing, and it's not nothing. A current. A promise I won't make out loud. She gets to her feet, steadies. When she lets go, the imprint of her skin lingers like sawdust. Walk me through what changes first, she says, business cutting through grief like a path. I want the bedroom different. I don't want a soaking tub he insisted on but never would have used. I want a library, floor to ceiling, a ladder that slides. Too much light. I want to drown in it. My mouth lifts. Done. The kitchen gets taller uppers and a lower island so you don't jack your shoulders when you lean, I say. I noticed you do that when you stand at counters. She blinks. You noticed that? I notice how people move in spaces, I say. It's my job. Right. She studies me another second like she's cataloging a detail for later. And the blue tile? Dead. Good. We spend the next hour mapping grief into schematics. I open the iPad, pull up the plans, and we carve. A window goes here. A wall disappears there. A room is reborn as something it was never meant to be but always should have been. She's decisive, whip-smart, and this version of her doesn't defer to anyone. It's efficient, surgical, no sentimentality about what we chose. Every we is a me now, and the floor plan becomes a testament to that shift. When we're done, she exhales like she's been holding her breath since yesterday. Okay, she says, voice steadier. Send me the change order. I'll sign today. I'll email within the hour, I reply. We'll re-baseline the budget, timeline, and contingency. I'll protect your cash flow. Comfortable? Comfortable is dead, she says, then softens. But I trust you. Something warm flares under my sternum. Dangerous. I tamp it down. Good. Then we're fine. Her phone vibrates. She glances at it, jaw tightening. Marcus, we need to talk about the house. Call me. She flips the screen over like it burned. I hold out my hand. Forward it. She arches a brow. You're very sure of yourself? I'm very sure of you not needing to carry him in your inbox. My tone is flat, but there's gravel in it I can't smooth out. Let me be the wall. She considers that, then forwards the message. My phone chimes. I file it under a new folder name. A. Moore. Shield. It's corny. I don't care. My foreman ambles up, giving us space but needing direction. Boss? Are we swinging hammers or packing them up? I glance at Avriel. It's her call now, fully, visibly. She looks at the framing, then at me, then at Rowan. Swing them, she says. Loud enough that if anyone drives by thinking this is over, they'll know it's not. Rowan grins. Yes, ma'am. He heads back, shouting for the crew. Hammers start, crisp and relentless. Progress, as percussion. I collect my tablet, sling my bag over my shoulder. I'll send the documents. If he reaches out again, you don't answer. I know. She pauses. Luke? Yeah? She licks her bottom lip, voice shifting, something softer threading through it. Thank you for not letting me make a decision from the worst place. I didn't do anything you didn't choose, I say. Remember that. She nods, and since I got here, she looks less like she's holding herself together by thread and more like she's stitching something new. I start down the path, boots sinking, phone buzzing with the first reply from my lawyer. Drafting addendum now. Clean separation. You were right to call early. I tuck it away. Behind me, a plank creaks. I turn. She's at the edge of the framing, watching me. One more thing, she calls over the construction noise. Yeah? If he shows up here, He won't, I cut in. But if he tries, she pushes, chin lifting. I meet her gaze and let the protective part of me, sharper than it should be for a client, show for just a second. Then he learns this house has a guard dog. She exhales, something like relief skating over her features. Okay. I nod once and keep walking, every nerve humming with the line I just crossed in my head, if not in reality. She chose the house. I chose a side.
Chapter 8. Avriel. 2 weeks is a strange amount of time. Long enough for the rage to cool into something sharper, usable. Short enough that the muscle memory of us, text threads, calendar reminders titled cake tasting, sock piles that didn't belong to me, still lingers like smoke in a room with the windows open. By the time Monday rolls around, my mother has stopped calling every morning to ask if I slept. I didn't. Not really. My bridesmaids have split into 2 camps, Team Burn It Down and Team Are You Sure You Don't Want Closure? And Marcus has discovered persistence doesn't count as love. He tries anyway. He shows up at my building first. Dark suit, red-rimmed eyes, carrying a bouquet of peonies that are already wilting at the edges. My doorman calls. I tell him to send Marcus away. He waits on the sidewalk for an hour, like a sad rom-com extra. I watch from the 12th floor and feel nothing but the faintest itch of pity and a hard, cooling satisfaction. He texts, "We have to talk about the house." I forward it to Luke and put my phone face down. The second attempt happens at the site. It's a Friday, crisp and blue, sawdust in the air, mixing with fresh-cut grass and coffee. From the truck Luke started bringing after I told him. Contractors always remember the guy who keeps them caffeinated. I'm in steel-toe boots I borrowed from my cousin, jeans rolled, hair twisted into a bun the humidity can't threaten. The skeleton of my house is less skeletal every day. Walls are going up. The library's footprint staked in red chalk. Skylight framing ready to pour light straight onto the table I haven't picked yet. It's the first morning I walk onto the lot, and my chest expands instead of seizing. Then I hear my name, the way only one man has ever said it like a weapon. Avriel. I don't turn right away. I don't give him that. But Luke does. He's beside me, tablet in hand, a pencil behind his ear, like he's been carved out of blueprints. Looking up, eyes cutting toward the voice Marcus is at the edge of the gravel, dress shoes sinking, designer coat too city for this place. He looks like the version of himself I tried to curate into a home. Polished, confident, built out of hard edges and plans. His gaze skates right over the framing, landing on me with practiced heartbreak. "I just want to talk," he says, hands lifted as if the entire job site is holding him at gunpoint. Luke doesn't step in front of me. That would feel like ownership. Like rescue I didn't ask for. He does step between Marcus and the path to the house, a subtle shift that makes a line visible. "This is a private site," he says, voice even. "Clients and crew only. You're neither." Marcus's jaw twitches. "I have an equitable interest in this build." "You don't," Luke replies, already opening an email on his tablet. "Your counsel's voicemail was answered. The contract is between Halverson and Company and Miss Blake. You're not on title. You're not on anything except a rapidly expiring text thread. I should say something. I know that. I'm not a porcelain doll on a mantle." But there's a relief in the way Luke handles it. Surgical and clean, no pity layered over his professionalism. He glances back only once, a simple check that reads, "Do you want to engage? If you do, I'll make space. If not, I'll be the wall." I shake my head. He nods like we've been speaking this language for years. Marcus tries again, voice slipping into that soft, pleading tone that used to melt me at 2 a.m. after a fight. "Av, please. I made a mistake. We can't throw everything away." I finally meet his gaze, and the words come out steady. "You already did." He flinches. Luke doesn't. He points to the gate. Time to go. Marcus's eyes cut to Luke. Who are you in this anyway? The architect, Luke says, dry, unbothered. And the person you don't want to test today. For a beat, the three of us breathe the same air. Marcus looks at me like I'm supposed to save him from the consequence of his choices. I don't. He leaves without looking back, and the hammers start up again as if the interruption was a gust of wind and nothing more. Luke turns to me, eyebrows ticking, a silent question. I'm fine, I say, and I almost mean it. You don't need to be, he answers. I know. I exhale. But right now, fine is useful. He accepts that and doesn't argue with me into softness. Walk me through the library wall again. I follow him into the skeleton of what used to be our primary suite and is now my reading room, my office, my sanctuary. The tape lines on the floor map shelves, the ladder track, the exact spot where a sun-warmed rug will go so I can sprawl and read like I'm 10 again. We avoid the word his like it's haunted. Maybe it is. 2 weeks later, Marcus has stopped showing up in person, but his lawyer hasn't. Letters arrive, formal, clipped, the phrases unjust enrichment and equitable estoppel peppered in like threats. I forward each one to Luke. His replies are always the same. Handled. Sometimes followed by an attachment I don't open because I want to sleep. He isn't cavalier about it. He's deliberate, precise. And when he explains it later, because he always does, he strips out the jargon without talking down to me. It's noise, he says one afternoon, laying elevation drawings on the makeshift plywood table we call a conference room. They're fishing for leverage. You didn't give him any. Feels like an ocean, I mutter, rubbing at the line my mask left on my cheek from the lumber run. Feels like the kind of ocean that names hurricanes after women. He huffs something that might be a laugh. If it helps, today we're naming skylights after them. I grin despite myself. The Elena is the one that leaks. Absolutely. He taps the drawing. So, about that ladder, do you want steel or white oak? Oak's warmer, but heavier. The steel will glide. Which looks more like I know what I'm doing when I climb it barefoot, with a glass of wine, and a hardcover that weighs as much as my disappointment in men. Steel, he answers without missing a beat. Less chance of splinters. Less fuss to maintain. Steel it is. We move like that. Question, answer, revision, revelation. He never feeds me choices framed as tests. He doesn't patronize. He asks what I want. And when I say, I don't know, he doesn't offer what Marcus would have wanted. He asks a different question. How do you want to feel when you walk in? Where do you want the light to hit first? What's your Sunday like in this room? He designs with verbs, not status symbols. Somewhere in those days, eating BBQ brisket from a paper boat while we measure counter heights with my forearm, I realize I haven't apologized for taking up space in a week. Every time the habit coils in my throat, sorry about the change, sorry about the budget, sorry you had to deal with. He cuts it off with a look, one raised brow, the softest shake of his head. I stop saying it. Tell me about the kitchen again, he says one morning when fog sits low over the trees, turning the sight into a half-formed dream. Not the specs, the movie in your head. I fold my arms across my chest, thinking. It starts with quiet. No one asking me where the spatula is because they never put it back. A playlist that makes me feel like I can dance in ugly socks, my niece on a stool stealing berries. A pot of something slow, like oxtail or collards, the kind of food that softens everything else. Oven on, door open, nothing burning. Friends coming over not to fix me, just to eat. I can see the sink from the stove, so I can wash and stir and not feel like I'm spinning. An island low enough that my back isn't screaming a bar cart I don't have to consult someone about. He's watching me the way he watches structural beams, attention fully on the load they carry. Okay, he says, pencil moving. We bring the island down 2 inches deep drawers for pots so you're not deadlifting. 2 sinks, 1 prep, 1 clean, because you cook like you mean it. Induction, so you don't worry about small hands and open flames, radiant heat in the floors because you always end up barefoot. And here, he sketches a long, narrow pantry with a window. Room for preserving for the slow things. You make it sound like you build kitchens as therapy, I say, a little unsteady, because being seen like this is more intimate than anything Marcus and I planned. Space is therapy, he says simply. Or trauma. Depends who designs it. Wow, I murmur. Add philosopher to your invoice and charge me double. I'll put it under miscellaneous. The crew laughs at something across the site. The whir of a saw cuts the air clean. We go through lighting plans, and when we finish, Luke packs up, lingering like he wants to say something else he doesn't. I should let him leave. We already straddle a line we pretend doesn't exist. Client and architect, woman and man who are spending almost every day together, shaping a life that, technically, he doesn't get to enter once it's built. But there's a question that's been sitting at the back of my tongue, and today it leans forward. Why did you care? I ask. He pauses. I push because he didn't make me earn his advocacy with my pain, and I need to know why. Legally, you could have let me cancel. You would have been fine. Why did you fight to keep me in? He slides the tablet into his bag, zipping with unnecessary attention. You hired me to build a house that held your life. You didn't tell me you were putting your name on a structure he could abandon whenever he wanted. His gaze lifts, pinning mine. I care because the industry makes it too easy to take advantage of people, especially women, who trust will do right by them, and because... He hesitates, then gives me the plain truth. Because I don't like watching someone try to take something from you and call it fairness. My throat tightens. The wind gusts, cool against my damp lashes. Thank you, I say, because any other words would be too much and not enough. He nods once, then gestures toward the half-built staircase that will eventually carve a clean line up to the 2nd floor. You good here? I'm good. I smile, small but real. Go do whatever architects do when they're not being guard dogs. Pick fights with developers, fix a joist, argue with my structural engineer about over-engineering. He lists deadpan, and the smile widens. Text me if Marcus resurfaces. I will. He leaves, long strides, shoulders squared against the morning chill. I watch him go, and it hits me, quiet and undeniable. I'm looking forward to tomorrow because he'll be here. Not because I have a new backsplash to choose or a window to measure. Because Luke will walk onto this site with that steady presence and those questions that turn my wants into plans, and I'll feel safe seen. Something like hope, but not the kind that relies on anyone else holding it steady. The kind you build into beams. My phone buzzes in my back pocket. For a second, my stomach drops. Fight or flight, learning the rhythm of legal emails and boundary violations. It's not Marcus. It's Luke. Steel vendor can deliver early. Wanna come pick finishes? A second later, because he's learning me too. No pressure. I can mock up samples and send you pics. I type, I'll be there. Then, before I can think myself out of it, and Luke? Thanks for not pitying me. The typing dots pulse. Pity's lazy. You're not. A laugh bursts out of me. I tuck the phone away, grab a hard hat, and step into what's now my kitchen, careful to avoid the wet spot where concrete will pour. Tomorrow. The sun slides through the temporary plastic over the window openings, catching motes of dust and turning them gold. I plant my palm on the stud that will become a wall and imagine paint, light, music, the smell of garlic and butter, and something sweeter. It fills me. Not a future with someone else's name on the deed. Mine. The day rolls forward in measurements and noise, and when it ends, I'm more tired than I've ever been and more alive than I've felt in months. I climb into my car. Dirt on my jeans, hair a frizzed halo the weather refuses to negotiate with, and I smile at the blurred horizon. Tomorrow is steel and stairs and a window that will catch every sunset. Tomorrow is Luke's voice saying, "Tell me what you want," like it's the most normal question in the world.
Chapter 9. Luke. The first thing I change isn't structural. It's the way the light will arrive. On paper, it's a simple delta. Widen the east-facing windows in the library by 18 inches. Drop the sill so the morning sun hits floor level. Let it crawl over the rug she described like a memory. But in practice, it's a declaration. This house is going to pour light on her, not on the ghost of a man who forfeited the right to stand in it. I'm at my drafting table before dawn, coffee cooling untouched, the Catskills fog outside my office window, the same dull gray as the legal email sitting in my inbox. Opposing counsel intends to seek a temporary restraining order, halting construction pending an accounting of Mr. Ward's alleged equitable contributions. Alleged is doing heavy lifting. I flag it for later. Strategy after sunlight. I pull up the model and start drawing the terrace she didn't know she needed. Off the kitchen, south side, carved out like a quiet breath. Built-in planters for herbs, a narrow bench for bare feet and morning tea, a railing designed to disappear so the trees feel closer than they are. The old design had a deck wide enough for the grill Marcus needed. The new one is intimate. Intentional. Hers. By 7, I'm on site with a roll of trace and a Sharpie, Rowan at my shoulder, squinting at the skeleton of what will be. "You're moving the header?" He grunts, watching me darken a thicker line over the south wall. "Yeah, window's growing. We'll need a beefier LVL." He whistles. "She sign off?" "She will." I fold the paper back, hold it up against the frame of sky we're about to enlarge. She wants light that doesn't ask permission. Rowan snorts. "I like her." I do too. Too much. Not in the way that gets men sued or whispered about. In the way that makes me rethink every line. The way that makes me aware of the distance I keep when we stand over plans. Of how I never walk in front of her on the scaffolding. The way her voice, roughened by sawdust and new resolve, sits in my head long after I leave the site. I'm not naive. I know the terrain here. A vulnerable client. A man who prides himself on boundaries tighter than his tolerances. I draw lines for a living. I can follow them. She arrives mid-morning in a high ponytail and her work boots. Jeans paint splattered like she's already claimed the mess as part of the process. There's color back in her face. Nothing dramatic. Just a little more blood under the skin. Like she's remembering how to be animated in a body that's hers alone. She nods to Rowan, to the crew, like she's learned our rhythm. She has. She's in the notes channel with the subs now, asking smart questions about finish lead times and reminding me we don't have to pretend money isn't real. "Morning," she says, climbing the temporary steps to where I'm standing with the trace. "Did you sleep? Or did you spend all night thinking about how to rename skylights after my enemies?" "Both." I tap the paper. "I also stole 12 inches from your wall." Her eyebrow lifts. "Where?" I hold the sketch up to the framing. She steps closer, head tilting, tracking the light like a cat. "You're making my windows greedy." "Generous," I correct. "For you." She studies me, then the view beyond. Pines, a ribbon of distant road. "Do it." "Signed change orders in your inbox." She rolls her eyes. "Of course it is." We move into the kitchen footprint. The slab is poured, smooth and cool, chalk lines marking future cabinets. I unroll another sheet, the terrace. "New idea," I tell her. "Garden off the kitchen. You mentioned herbs and barefoot mornings. This is the answer. She leans over the drawing, curls slipping from her ponytail, wild in the humidity. Her nails are short, paint smudged. The ring finger is naked, a fact I notice and then pretend I didn't. This wasn't in the budget. I ran the numbers, I say. We cut the blue bathroom tile. That paid for your windows. We value engineered the framing on the garage he insisted on fitting 2 toys into. Saves you there. And if we swap the custom vent hood for semi-custom plus a fabricator who owes me a favor, we have margin. Her gaze maps me like an architect tracing lines. You did all that this morning? I couldn't sleep. I offer a half-truth. I slept badly because her voicemail last night was equal parts let's build, and the kind of trust I don't know what to do with. And because your ex's attorney is enthusiastic. Tell me, she says, folding her arms, bracing. They'll file for a TRO by end of week. We'll respond same day. I slide my phone out, open the email thread with my counsel, keep it brief. Legally, they're arguing unjust enrichment. Practically, they're trying to scare you into pausing. We won't. Judge will look at contracts and title and tell them to stop wasting your time. You sound confident. I am. I meet her eyes. You did the right things. Paperwork matters. You matter more. The last part slips. Her gaze flickers to my mouth, then back to my eyes, puzzled, curious, not inviting. I ease my shoulders, shift back into the space that's safer for both of us. Anyway, I continue, tapping the terrace sketch, these planters can double as seating. I'll spec a cedar that silvers nicely. You'll host people you actually like, no developers. She smiles then, full and sudden. It hits hard. Can we plant tomatoes? The kind that taste like August and salt and forgiveness? Tomatoes forgive nothing, I deadpan. They're divas. But yes. Okay, do it. She rocks back on her heels, breathing deeper. I didn't know I needed that until right now. That's the thing. She didn't know, but her body did. The way her shoulders dropped when she heard radiant heat. The way her jaw unclenched at locked office. The way she just exhaled at the idea of a garden that doesn't perform for anyone but her. We spend the next hour on what she calls selfish details and I call design. The library ladder track, black and steel. The quiet pocket door for her office. No slam, no echo. The long bench under the expanded window where she plans to read and not answer her phone. She mentions a niece again. I add an extra low hook by the mudroom, so small hands can hang their own coats. I don't tell her. Some things I want to hand her, fully formed, like a house that anticipated her without asking her to prove she deserved it. Why do you keep doing that? She asks, catching me mid-note. Doing what? Seeing around corners I haven't turned yet. Her head tilts. It's not pity. Pity's lazy, I say. Good design isn't. Her throat moves like that lands somewhere she's used to being ignored. She nods once, decisive. I'm going to hold you to that. Please do. The crew calls me to the south wall to weigh in on a beam. I go, but I watch her as Dave explains the load path, the way she listens like she's been learning a new language, and suddenly understands the verbs. 2 weeks ago she asked me what a header was. Today she asks whether we can hide the ductwork in the joist cavity and keep her ceiling clean. I tell her yes, and she grins like she's just won a round of something competitive. I like watching her come back to life. The sentence arrives in my head uninvited, and I let it sit there, alarming and beautiful. It's not about possession, it's about architecture. I'm used to clients who hand off decisions to spouses, to designers, to mothers-in-law, and then blame the furniture for why they don't feel at home. She's doing the opposite, pulling choices back to her chest, interrogating them, making sure the walls will feel like support, not surveillance. It's a privilege to witness, to facilitate. It's also a problem if I'm not careful. Boundaries, Halvorsen. At lunch, we sit on the unfinished stair and eat bon ami from the truck that parks down the road on Wednesdays. She gives half her cilantro to me, I pretend not to notice that she remembers I like it. She wipes sriracha from her lip with the back of her hand, then laughs when I hand her a napkin too late to matter. "You always show up with a solution," she says, chewing, like some kind of architect Batman. "I don't do capes," I say. "They're an OSHA violation." Her laugh is soft, rolling. It does things to my heart rate I don't trust. I look at the terrace sketch instead of her mouth. I redline the injunction response, I add, because talking law is safer than talking chemistry. "My counsel will file within the hour." Judge on rotation tends to favor clean contracts. We're clean. "What happens if we lose?" she asks, the kind of practical that doesn't let hope make her sloppy. "We don't, Luke. If we do, we shift schedule, pour energy into interiors we can design off-site, work on millwork shop drawings, pull everything forward so the minute the order's lifted construction jumps. But we won't need to." She leans back on her hands, looks up through the temporary rafters to the slice of sky we're keeping just for her. "I believe you." It's a simple sentence, and it hits harder than it should. Clients have believed me before. This one feels like an oath I had no idea I was taking. By late afternoon, the framing for her garden door is set. I stand in the opening, imagining the threshold she'll cross every morning, the steam from her mug catching light. Avriel comes to stand beside me, close enough that the air between us warms, not touching. We look out at the line where grass meets woods. "I used to think about the future like a Pinterest board," she says quietly. "Rooms matching because a magazine said they should. Applied symmetry. Now I want corners that surprise me. Windows that catch me off guard. A house that doesn't care if I cry in it." "Then that's what we're building," I say, like it's the easiest promise in the world. She turns her face toward me, and there's gratitude there, yes, but also something like curiosity. It scares me, what I might do with it if I were a different man. I step back, give us both more air. "We should talk finishes," I say, retreating into scope. "Floor species, stain, the kind of patina you're willing to live with." She smirks. "You asking if I want my floors to age gracefully?" "I'm asking if you want to see the story of your life in scratches." She looks down at her boots, at the dust clinging to the laces. "Yeah," she says softly. "I think I do." We set a meeting for Saturday at the mill. She leaves with the terrace sketch rolled under her arm like a poster she's going to pin above her bed. I watch her drive away, the taillights disappearing behind the bend. The site empties slowly, hammers quiet, the generator's growl dying. Rowan gives me a look on his way out, the kind men give when they see something they could name but choose not to. I nod once. He nods back. We don't talk about it. I go back to the office, to the drafting table, to the legal email waiting with its neat lines and empty threats. I answer it, precise and professional. I finalize the window schedule. I run numbers on the radiant heat zones. I do all the things that keep me in the right lane. At midnight, my coffee is cold again, my eyes gritty. I flip to a clean sheet of trace to sketch the revised stair detail, and my hand moves without permission. A curve, a strong jaw, full mouth, a stubborn line that softens when she laughs. Hair gathered high, a few curls escaping, defiant. Eyes not perfectly rendered because I don't think in shading, but I try anyway, and there she is on paper. Alive, focused, looking out a window I made bigger for her. I stare at it for a long beat, pencil poised, guilt sliding hot under my skin. This isn't a cross-section. It's a portrait. A boundary sketched and crossed in graphite. My phone vibrates across the table, skittering over the cutting mat. A text from my attorney. Judge denied TRO. We're clear. Relief moves through me like heat. I look back at the drawing. The plan set for the second floor lies underneath her profile, lines and dimensions and professionalism bleeding through the edges of her face. I should tear it off. I don't. I slide it under the stack, bury it like a live wire, and reach for a fresh sheet. The pencil touches down for the new stair detail, but my hand hesitates, itching to finish the curve of her mouth. And that's when my screen lights up with her name and 4 words that redraw every line I've tried to keep. Can you come by?
Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 10. Avriel. I show up with curry because reclamation tastes better with coconut milk and basil. The paper bag warms my forearms as I hike up the half-built drive, twilight falling in soft purples over the ribs of my future house. The crew clocked out an hour ago. The generator's off. It's quiet enough that the crickets get bold. A strip of work lights glows from the library, my library, where Luke said he'd be wrapping elevations, which I'm pretty sure is architect for. I forgot dinner exists. I take the stairs slow, just to prove to myself I can. The air inside smells like cut pine and dust, the kind of grit that coats your tongue and still somehow feels clean. I find him exactly where I expect. Hunched over a plywood table, sleeves pushed to his forearms, pencil between his fingers like it's an extension of his body. A desk lamp clips to a stud, pooling light across his face and the lines he's drawing. His hair's a mess. His focus is razor sharp. "Break," I say, setting the bag down like an offering. He looks up, eyes finding mine, then the food, and something in his shoulders releases by degrees. "You didn't have to." "I know," I say, unpacking cartons. "You also didn't have to go to war with Marcus's lawyer before breakfast. Reciprocity. Curry isn't litigation. No, it's mercy. Sit." He does reluctantly, like he hasn't learned yet that I'm not asking. "What'd you bring?" "Pad krapow for me, drunken noodles for you. Extra basil, extra heat. I got mango sticky rice because I needed something soft to follow a day full of hard decisions." I hold up a carton. "Also, if you don't like spice, lie to me." His mouth quirks. "I'll survive." "Good." I hand him a pair of chopsticks. "Eat before your blood sugar files an injunction." His laugh is low and surprised, a sound I'm starting to want to hear again, just to see if I can pull it out at will. He digs in, and the first bite hits him hard. Eyes closing, an almost groan rumbling out of his chest. I look away because it feels intimate for no reason, then back because I want to see it again. "This is..." He shakes his head. "Thank you." "Don't thank me until you try the sticky rice," I say, mouth already burning in the best way. "And also, until you tell me what wrapping elevations actually means." "It means I obsess over millimeters so you don't curse me when you're trying to hang shelves," he answers, precise even with his tongue on fire. He takes a sip of water, winces like he hates needing it, then sets the glass down gently, like even his thirst is considerate. "We're finalizing the built-ins for the library ladder track height, shelf spacing. You said you wanted room for oversized art books and cheap paperbacks. They need different depths. I love when you talk about shelf depths like it's foreplay." I deadpan. He chokes on a noodle. "Please don't say that on any recorded line. Opposing counsel will..." "Relax," I say, grinning despite myself. "I'm kidding. Mostly." He looks at me like he's not sure if he's allowed to enjoy this. I change the subject because, if I'm honest, I'm not sure either. So, I say, settling against a stud, cross-legged carton in my lap. You know my life just imploded in 4K. Your turn. He raises a brow. My life is very boring. Architect Batman, I counter. I doubt it. He hesitates, chopsticks hovering, then lowers them. My dad left when I was 9. Construction guy with 10 start dates and no finishes. Promised additions that became tarps flapping all winter. Promised swings that stayed as holes in the ground. My mother learned to live around exposed studs. He swallows. Eyes on the plywood. Not me. I got good at finishing things. Something in my chest shifts, like a piece of furniture pushed into its right corner. So you build permanence. I build intentions that don't evaporate when someone's bored, he says softly. Houses that hold. I like lasting. I get that. I twirl noodles, considering. We moved a lot. Not because of men, because of money. My mother worked 2 jobs, and still we packed every couple years. Landlord this, rent increase that I learned to make anywhere. Feel like home in an hour. Throw a blanket, hang 2 frames, light a candle, boom. But I always wanted this. Walls I paid for. Light I chose. Room for my niece to leave Lego minefields without the least threatening to explode. You're building that, he says, and somehow it sounds like a promise, not a construction update. I nod, swallow. I used to think my future would be a wedding album, white dress, a house shared. Now I want a workbench with my name burned into it. A garden I plant by the moon calendar because my grandma swore by it. A kitchen that smells like sofrito and lemongrass. I want quiet that's mine, not gifted by someone who can take it back. He's watching me, careful, intent. What did you want before him? To be good, I say without consulting my filter. The good girlfriend, the good fiancé, the good daughter who doesn't ask for too much help, the good business owner who says yes. There's this performance to good. It's exhausting. I drag a finger through condensation on my water glass. Now, I kind of want to be selfish. Selfish is a word people use to keep women small, he says in that even tone that makes everything sound measured and undeniable. Call it accurate. Accurate, I repeat, tasting it. I like that. He eats, nodding toward the library wall. You told me once you wanted somewhere to put all the versions of you that didn't have a home yet. I keep thinking about that. That's design brief gold. I cringe, laughing. Did I say that? God. That was dramatic. True, he counters. And the way he says it makes me feel like he was listening, like he filed it under critical and not client melodrama. We drift into easy banter. He tells me about a client who wanted a glass floor over the dining room because it makes the house feel like a Pinterest board. I tell him about a wealthy woman who refused to believe her bathroom couldn't fit both a 6-foot soaking tub and a 7-foot shower without knocking out a load-bearing wall. We talk about plaster versus drywall, about family recipes, about the case for ugly socks. He doesn't ask about Marcus. I don't ask about who taught him to be this intentional. There's a relief in the negative space we leave unfilled. When the food is reduced to a battlefield of red oil smears and empty cartons, I push the mango sticky rice toward him. Truce dessert. He lifts a brow. We're at war? With everyone but you, I say, immediately aware I've told him more than I meant to. He takes the spoon anyway, scoops up a bite, passes it to me first. I take it, our fingers brushing. It's a fraction of a second of skin on skin and I feel it all up my arm. Ridiculous. Human. The mango is sun-warm and sweet. I close my eyes. When I open them, he's watching me like he wants to file this under critical too. Good? He asks. Transcendent, I say dryly because anything else would be dangerous. He smirks, then sobers, thumb tapping against the edge of the table. We won, you know. Judge denied the TRO. I exhale so hard my chest aches. You're serious? Filed an hour ago. You're clear. I laugh, sharp, almost feral. God, I want to send him a picture of every beam. Don't, he says gently. Build loud, live louder, but don't feed the troll. You're right. I lean back on my palms. Still, it feels good. You did the hard part, he says. I just drew lines. You drew lines that made space where I could breathe. My voice goes soft without my permission. That's not small. He studies me in the quiet, something raw flickering across his face and disappearing like a star behind clouds. You're welcome, he says, and somehow makes it mean more than it sounds. Silence folds around us, but it's not awkward. It's full. A room filled with things we haven't said yet. Outside, a fox barks. The trees shift. The work light hums. He reaches across the table, pauses, and plucks a grain of rice from my wrist I hadn't noticed. His fingers are warm, calloused. He drops the grain into the trash carton as if he didn't just set off a small detonation of awareness under my skin. We shouldn't... I start and realize I don't know how to finish the sentence. We shouldn't eat this late. We shouldn't make jokes like foreplay. We shouldn't pretend we don't feel the tilt of the floor when he looks at me like that. Yeah, he says, like he heard every possible ending anyway. We shouldn't, but we don't move. The air changes. Slow, a degree at a time. He's still on his side of the table, still the architect with clean contracts and careful hands, except his gaze drops to my mouth for half a beat, and my heart goes traitor loud. Avriel, he says, warning and question wrapped into my name. Luke, I answer, a challenge and an answer wrapped into his. He leans in, just enough that I can smell the basil and heat on his skin, the clean scent of soap and sawdust. I tilt toward him, just enough that I can hear his breath catch. We're a breath away from something irreversible, in a room with no drywall and 1,000 ways for sound to carry. Boss? A voice booms up the stairwell. Boots thud on plywood. Concrete guy's here early. Wants to walk the pour for tomorrow. Oh, evening? We jerk back like teenagers caught on a couch. Luke's chair scrapes. I nearly send the sticky rice flying. My pulse goes supersonic. He looks as if he just remembered how to breathe. Dave rounds the corner, sees our faces, and raises both hands like he blundered into an active crime scene. Didn't mean, food smells great, I'll be outside. He vanishes, footsteps receding like a blessing. Silence slams down again. Luke clears his throat, suddenly fascinated with the floor plan. I stare at the mango rice like it betrayed me personally. We should, I say. Walk the pour. He finishes, defaulting to the safest possible verb. Right. My voice is too bright. Concrete waits for no one. He stands. And I do too. And we don't look at each other for a full 10 seconds, because looking means acknowledging we almost crossed a line neither of us can uncross. Then, because we are adults, and this is my house, and he is the man building it, we do what we always do. We move. We go down the stairs side by side, not touching. The night air is cool, crisp, unforgiving. The concrete guy is already laying out stakes with Dave, talking PSI and rebar spacing. Luke steps into the conversation seamlessly, professional armor back on, and I slide mine into place too. But every time his arm brushes mine as we stand over plans by flashlight, I feel the echo of a kiss that didn't happen, and how close it was to changing everything. When the site finally sleeps again and I climb into my car, my phone buzzes with a message from an unknown number. Marcus's area code, but not his voice. Ms. Blake, I represent Mr. Ward in a property claim you need to see. I forward it to Luke with shaking fingers. 10 seconds later, his reply lights the screen. I'm on my way back. Don't open anything until I get there. And all I can think, pulse pounding, is that almost kisses don't matter when war knocks, unless they do.
Chapter 11. Luke. I'm crouched on a dusty floor joist, pencil clenched between my teeth, when Avriel's laughter drifts up the unfinished staircase like Sunday morning jazz. The sound startles me enough that the carpenter's square slips from my hand and clatters against a stud. I mutter something not fit for polite company, catch the tool before it skids through the open subfloor, and remind myself that I am a grown man, not a teenager who can't keep his pulse steady around a pretty girl. Except Avriel Moore isn't just pretty. She's daylight pouring through new windows, a complicated blueprint I haven't solved yet, and the client who hired me to build her dream house long before either of us knew our exes were playing demolition derby with our hearts. I shove the square into my back pocket and glance at the handheld I always carry on site. My custom-build app overlays the raw bones of the house with holographic sketches. Lines of neon blue flit across the screen, marking where cabinets will float, where glass will refract morning light, where, if I dare her studio, might bloom like a secret garden. The idea has kept me awake 3 nights running, pencil shavings piling like snowdrifts beside my laptop, coffee vibrating through my veins. She doesn't know about the studio, not yet. Outside, a truck beeps as it backs into the gravel drive, delivering reclaimed oak beams I sourced from a decommissioned church in the Catskills. The smell of sawdust and mountain rain lingers on the lumber. It's a scent I could bottle, a scent that reminds me why I do this. Make ordinary spaces holy. Honeycrisp for your thoughts? Avriel's voice floats up again, this time closer. I turn, wiping sweat grit from my forehead with the hem of my t-shirt. She's climbing the temporary ladder in a lemon-yellow linen dress that swirls above steel-toed boots. Safety first, even when she looks like summer come alive. In one hand, she carries a cardboard tray holding 2 coffees and a wax paper bag. In the other, a knapsack slung casually over her shoulder. Her curls are braided back today, exposing a gold stud in each ear and the gentle slope of her neck, places I have no business noticing. Pretty sure the saying is penny, I tell her, handing her an extra pair of gloves before she can complain about splinters. But I'll take the apple if you brought one. She arches a brow lush enough to grow shade. Brought something better. Maple oat lattes from Brouhaha. 2 sugars, no foam for the grump in the rafters. She lifts the tray like a peace offering, and a breakfast sandwich because the last time I came by you were living on vending machine jerky. I take the coffee, careful not to let our fingers brush. Contact is a slippery slope. You found my kryptonite. Caffeine or kindness? Both. I tip the cup to her. Thanks. She settles on an overturned bucket nearby, crossing one boot over her knee, and pulls out a rolled packet of paint chips. Thought we could hash out palette ideas while the crew's on break. I sit on a stack of drywall and savor the first sip. Nutty, sweet, dangerously perfect. Hash away. She likes chips like playing cards, amber, terracotta, deep forest green. The colors catch light from the open windows, painting her skin in mosaic. We lean in, shoulders nearly touching as she explains how she wants the living room to feel like late summer dusk. Her hands move when she talks wide, expressive. Every gesture is a story. The sunset in Oaxaca looked exactly like that, she says, tapping a swatch called Huipil Glow. My mom took me when I turned 18. There was music in the plaza, and tourists kept mistaking us for Jackson Pollock's latest canvas because we were covered in powdered sugar from churros. I laugh. Sounds sticky. It was glorious. Her smile falters as she sets the chip aside. Anyway, dusk and churro sugar, that's the vibe. I jot a note on the edge of my tablet screen. Can do. I'll run a lighting model tonight. Tonight? She glances up. You ever sleep, Halverson? Occasionally, I deadpan. But obsession keeps the lights on. Her eyes soften. Sometimes obsession burns you out. I swallow, and the coffee scalds less than the memory that flashes. Serena, all sharp cheekbones and cunning charm, leaning over my drafting table, whispering, "I love the way your brain works," while plotting how to siphon my designs for her own firm. The betrayal cracked something fundamental like trust, pride, left me wary of anyone who can tilt a smile into a promise. Avriel notices my silence. She tilts her head, braids sliding over her shoulder. "You okay?" "Yeah." I exhale. "Lie better, Luke." "Just thinking about load-bearing walls." "Uh-huh." She doesn't buy it, but lets me off the hook. "Speaking of walls, I measured the spare bedroom again. It's smaller than I thought. Maybe we ditch the reading nook and move the closet door to the left?" "Could." I hand her the tablet. "Or..." I swipe, revealing a hidden layer of sketches. "We could knock back this stud." I tap the hologram. "Extend the south wall another 4 feet. Steal space from the garage. Leaves room for a full walk-in and still fits code." She whistles low. "You just carve space out of thin air. Architect's magic trick." I shrug, but her praise flares warm in my chest. Her gaze drifts from the screen to my face, studying me with that careful way she has, like she's repatterning the world brick by brick. It makes me want to confess everything. How Serena stole my preliminary models for the Harper Museum. How watching Avriel dive into this project with fearless joy feel like standing in sunlight after months of rain. How I haven't drawn a single line without picturing her seeing it first. Instead, I say, "Tell me about your studio." She blinks. "My what?" "The place you design in, where the mood boards hatch." "I have a rented loft downtown," she says, puzzled. "You've been there." "I mean your studio," I clarify. "In this house. You never asked for one." Her lips part. I can almost see the idea illuminating behind her eyes. I figured the budget was already strained. I lift a shoulder. "Budgets bend. Dreams shouldn't." She exhales a soft laugh, but her voice trembles. "Luke, the last time I let myself want something big, the universe handed me a double helping of humiliation." She tucks a stray curl behind her ear. I'm trying not to confuse gratitude for something else. "Trust me, I know the difference." The words slip out rougher than intended. She flinches and guilt pinches the back of my neck. "Sorry, that wasn't aimed at you." She studies me a beat longer, then nods. "Let's talk studio. Come downstairs after lunch. I'll show you something." The promise hangs between us like a suspended beam. Noon crawls in on sunbeams. The crew breaks for sandwiches, leaving the skeleton of the house breathing emptily. I lead Avriel to the ground floor, concrete still rough beneath our boots. Sawdust motes swirl in shafts of light. I halt before a framed-out room bordered by temporary plastic sheeting. "Close your eyes." She arches an eyebrow. That's either flirtation or kidnapping. Pretty sure kidnappers don't give artisanal coffee first. I nudge. "Trust me." She inhales, closes her eyes. I guide her forward, one hand hovering near her back. Not touching, but close enough that heat thrums between us. The moment is absurdly intimate. Every step, every creak of plywood echoes with potential. Inside, I flick on a hanging bulb. The space glows. "Open." Her eyes flutter. When she sees what I've built, her breath catches. The room is skeletal, but possibilities sing from every beam. North-facing windows stretch nearly floor to ceiling, ready to flood the space with diffused light. Against one wall stands a mock-up of custom shelving, cubbies sized for fabric bolts and tile samples. A drafting desk anchors the corner, its matte black legs curved like calligraphy. Rolls of linen pinboard line the far wall. At the center, chalk outlines a future work table, 12 feet by 4, big enough for her wildest visions. I scratch behind my ear. Materials are placeholders, but dimensions are accurate. We can add a mezzanine storage loft, maybe a skylight. Whatever you need. She doesn't speak, doesn't move for a full 10 seconds, and each one is agony. Then she steps forward, runs her fingers over the rough pine, eyes shining. You built this out of nothing. Out of blueprints, I correct, but my voice slips. Her wonder is contagious, dissolving months of caution. She turns, pupils wide. Why? Because your talent deserves room. The confession tumbles out honest and uncluttered. Because this house should fit you, not just shelter you. Her throat works around a sound that might be a sob. She presses fingertips to her lips, steadying herself. Luke, this is... She breaks off, shakes her head. No one's ever... The rest dissolves into a shaky laugh. She leans against a stud, blinking hard. The urge to smooth a thumb under her eye is so visceral, I grip a beam instead. There's more. I unroll a set of plans, spreading them on the makeshift table. Hidden pocket door here to keep the chaos out of the main hallway. Acoustic insulation, because inspiration at 3 a.m. can sound like a crime scene. And a coffee station. I point. Can't have genius without caffeine. She laughs, watery and gorgeous. You're ridiculous. Occupational hazard. I smile, but the grin fades when her hand lands light as petals on my forearm. Thank you. 2 words, but they quake with meaning. Grief, relief, maybe the first seed of trust. Skin sings beneath her touch. My pulse thunders. Warning bells clang. She's a client. She's heart shot. You're still bleeding too. But the closeness feels less like danger, more like coming home. Serena's ghost flickers at the edge of thought, slick hair, sharper knife, but I slam the door on that memory. Avriel's nothing like her. Where Serena collected secrets like a con artist, Avriel lays hers on the table, daring you to judge. Where Serena kissed only to claim, Avriel's gaze alone gives more grace than any apology I've ever received. I clear my throat, step back before adrenaline talks louder than reason. We'll run costs together. It might mean delaying the exterior stonework. Stone can wait. Her eyes are steady. So can everything else. Silence stretches, charged and pulsing. She studies me like she sees every torn blueprint inside my chest. I've been afraid to want this house anymore, she admits. Afraid wanting anything makes me naive. Wanting isn't naive, I say. It's brave. She exhales. Then this, she gestures around us, is the bravest thing I've asked for in a long time. I open my mouth, close it again. Words feel brittle. Do I get points for building it before you asked? Bonus points. She smiles a curve so radiant the room brightens. But if you ever forget to eat real food again, I'm docking them. Fair. We linger in a companionable hush, listening to the distant whir of a miter saw. Outside, wind rustles through pines, carrying the scent of sap and fresh opportunity. At last, I tuck the rolled plans under my arm. I'll revise the schedule tonight, send you a draft. She nods, but her gaze snags on my face like she's memorizing it. Luke? Yeah? Promise me one thing. Name it. Promise you'll keep designing the impossible. Her voice is soft but fierce. Even when people disappoint you. The request slices through me. Serena's betrayal, the sleepless nights afterward, the half-finished projects I shelved out of fear. They stand in front of me like ghosts waiting to be exorcised. I swallow, feeling my pulse steady. Deal. Then, because the moment demands honesty, I add, only if you keep painting sunsets no one else can see. Her answering grin is all agreement, and maybe something more dangerous. She steps back, slips her knapsack over one shoulder. Lunch is on me. Belgian waffles at Lula's? If you insist. My voice cracks with warmth. She heads for the door, then pauses. You coming? I glance once more at the studio, the light, the possibilities, then follow her into the hallway. Right behind you. Chapter 12. Luke. I'm early, ridiculously so, but the bistro's narrow windows glow like gold coins against the dusk, and the sight steadies me. The cobblestone spoon sits on a quiet side street just outside Kingston's main drag, all exposed brick and mismatched chairs, a place where conversation thrums louder than the jazz floating overhead. I run a palm over my beard, counting breaths while I wait on the walk-up patio. Avriel's headlights flare, then click off. She steps from her Jeep, curls bouncing, a silk wrap dress the color of Merlot clinging to hips I've had to pretend not to notice on sight. Streetlight glints across her cocoa-rich skin, and for a beat I forget every line I rehearsed about building envelopes and passive solar angles. "Luke Halverson," she calls, voice warm with mischief. "You keep this up, and people will think you're punctual." I'm annoyingly punctual, I admit, offering an elbow instead of my usual architect's handshake. She hooks her arm through mine, and the contact thrums hot, sparking nerves I usually bury beneath CAD files and concrete calculations. Inside, the hostess guides us to a corner table where chalkboard specials lean against a battered column. Low light puddles around us. Copper fairy lights thread the rafters. It smells like toasted rosemary and melted butter. Exactly how a first date should smell, if I ever allowed myself first dates. "You're staring," Avriel says once we slide into the booth. "If you're reimagining the layout, try tasting the bread before redesigning the place." I grin. Occupational hazard, but no revisions needed tonight. She breaks a roll, steam spiraling between us, and I absorb the gentle smack of her mouth. God, the woman savors food the way some people savor secrets. So, she swipes butter. The architect finally away from his blueprints. What would you be doing if you weren't building dream houses? A safe question, yet my pulse jolts at the honesty it demands. Fixing things, I say. I was the kid who rescued broken Lego castles. Structure is the only language that never lies to me. Her gaze softens. You trust materials more than people? In materials, failure loads are predictable, I joke, but a shard of truth catches. People's stress points hide until they crack. She chews slowly, studying me like I'm an open floor plan she's itching to fill with color. But isn't that why we design? To house the unpredictable? I tilt my head. You really see rooms as living things, don't you? They breathe, she says. A dining room holds arguments and proposals in the same drywall. That's why finishes matter. Memory sticks to surfaces. Heat slides through me that is unrelated to overhead Edison bulbs. Tell me a room that holds you. Avriel's lashes flick downward. My grandmother's kitchen in Bed-Stuy, yellow formica, rickety stools. She taught me frosting roses while the building creaked under the subway. Every success I've had started on that counter. I picture her younger, flower-dusted, stretching toward hope. Something in my chest buckles like overloaded scaffolding. We order herb-crusted salmon for her, steak frites rare for me. Over clinking silverware, we trade stories. Her first design gig rescuing a Harlem brownstone from avocado green shag. My obsession with cantilever sparked by a childhood drive under Frank Lloyd Wright's Falling Water. Each anecdote uncovers a sliver of shared obsession. Function married to feeling. When she laughs, head thrown back, I memorize the curve of her throat. I slip in compliments, the way she curates energy, not just color, and she fires back teasing barbs about my linen blazer looking professor adjacent. The rhythm of us is easy, syncopated, like we've rehearsed for weeks instead of piloting blind through new territory. Halfway through the main course, her phone vibrates. She flips it, silences the screen. The name Marcus flashes before it fades, and her shoulders rigidify for a breath. I know that name. The ex-fiancé whose betrayal I unwillingly witnessed from a construction site's sidelines. "You okay?" I ask. "Yeah." She forces a smile, but it wobbles. "Just ghosts." I want to smash the ghost with my bare hands, but I'm a builder, not a brawler. So I offer structure the way I know how. "Want to talk foundation loads?" I ask lightly. Displacement can be cathartic. She chuckles, eyes thankful. Hit me. We sketch on the paper tablecloth. Her bread plate becomes a radius, my steak knife a ruler. I show her how the footings for her house transfer weight. She counters by shading where we'll place reclaimed beams. As we lean across the table, our fingers brush once, twice. On the third accidental contact, neither of us retreats. A current arcs, silent, undeniable. Dessert arrives, molten chocolate cake with 2 spoons. She presses the first bite to my lips. The cake melts bittersweet. Her thumb grazes my bottom lip to collect stray ganache, and I nearly groan. "You're dangerous," I murmur. "Weren't you the one lecturing about predictable stress points?" "Human factors," I concede, voice gravel thick. "Always the wild card." Outside, night swirls cool and sweet. Crickets chirp under the hush of distant traffic. I lead her toward the parking lot where her Jeep waits under a honey locust tree shedding fronds of shadow. "This feels," she begins, then stops, drawing an invisible line between us with her index finger. I finish for her. "Like a page we can't turn back from." Silence stretches, taut. I focus on the strand of hair blowing across her glossy cheek. When I tuck it behind her ear, her breath catches. That tiny sound shatters my last firewall. I step closer. Her perfume, something like orange blossoms warmed by sun, slides into my lungs. "Avriel?" I whisper, warning or plea. "Yes," she answers, though I haven't asked a question. I kiss her, not tentative like last time on the porch, not fueled by grief or stray adrenaline. This kiss is architectural creation, measured, purposeful, scouting load-bearing desire. Her mouth opens beneath mine, and the taste is slightly salty from the chocolate, sweet from possibility. Fingers clutch my lapels, mine span her waist, discovering silky wrap dress fabric and the heat hidden beneath. She exhales my name, the syllables brushing the seam of my lips. I draw back an inch, needing her eyes. They're molten caramel, equal parts confusion and surrender. "This isn't about comforting you," I say. She shakes her head. "Or you rescuing me. It's us." The simplest blueprint finally revealed. Her answering smile is tremulous but brave, which means we have to figure out where to set the beams so the roof doesn't cave in. "Exactly." I smooth my thumb over the pulse at her throat. Slow, careful load paths. She kisses me again, shorter but charged. "PA. But tonight, maybe we can just admire the renderings." Laughter bursts from my chest. "Deal." I open the Jeep's passenger door for her, and she swings in, dress sliding up caramel-smooth thighs. My self-control yelps, but I manage a polite step back. Before shutting the door, she grips my wrist. "Luke?" The street lamp halos her curls like a half-remembered sunrise. "Thank you for feeding me, for listening to me, for letting me listen to you." I brush knuckles over her cheek. "Thank you for seeing me." The door clicks shut, severing contact, yet the energy hums between the glass. She starts the engine, window rolled halfway down. "Tomorrow on site," she calls. "I'll bring coffee, I promise." She nods, then lets the Jeep idle. Our gazes tangle until the moment risks combusting. Finally, she eases into gear and pulls away, taillights fading red into the dark. I exhale, rubbing the ache blooming behind my ribs. I've just crossed a boundary I spent months erecting. Each step back to my truck feels like walking on freshly poured concrete, solidifying underfoot even as it molds to new shape. Inside the cab, I slump behind the wheel, palms still tingling from her waist. Tonight wasn't about pity or distraction. It was about discovery, seeing how her passion mirrors mine, how pain can birth design, how a second kiss can level an entire skyline of doubt. I start the engine, but I don't drive off immediately. I open my drafting app and create a new folder. Project Avriel, not because I want to dissect her, but because builders name what matters. Structure begins with acknowledgement. Headlights sweep the lot as I pull away, and I realize I'm smiling. Wide, unguarded, a grin my mirrors haven't reflected in years. Dangerous territory indeed, but the ground feels surprisingly stable. When I reach home, the converted carriage house is silent except for the baseboard heaters ticking on. Plans for Ivriel's house spill across the drafting table, each line intimately familiar, yet tonight I study them through a lens sharpened by her laughter. I see where we can carve a breakfast nook exactly 34 inches deep because she swings her legs when she brainstorms. I mark a south-facing window seat, wide enough for 2 coffees and a stack of fabric swatches. My pencil hovers over the master suite layout, too intimate to adjust alone. Tomorrow maybe I'll ask her how she imagines sunrise spilling across reclaimed oak. I set the pencil down. This is moving fast. On paper, maybe faster than in life. I'm not afraid of speed. I'm afraid of stopping. I flick off the desk lamp, room tumbling into shadows. Somewhere Avriel is parking the Jeep, kicking off heels, maybe replaying our kiss with the same dumb smile twisting my mouth. Or maybe she's already second-guessing, cataloging costs. Either way, the blueprint exists now, the line crossed irreversibly from concept to form. And if there's one thing architecture has taught me, it's that once you pour a foundation, you commit to the build. Storms may come, change orders will derail schedules, but the core endures if it's laid true. Tonight felt true. I head upstairs, ready to dream in steel beams and Merlot silk. In the dark, I whisper to nobody, "Slow burn, Luke. Don't rush the cure time." But my grin widens as I remember the taste of chocolate on her mouth, the soft thud of her heartbeat against my fingers. I set my alarm for dawn. Tomorrow, coffee at the site. Tomorrow, dangerous territory becomes shared ground. And with the right framing, we might just call it home.
Chapter 13. Avriel. Morning light glints off the unfinished steel of my would-be dream home as I crunch across the gravel drive. Yesterday's kiss lingers like cinnamon on my tongue. Every step feels suspiciously buoyant for a woman juggling invoices, a meddling ex-fiancé, and a publicity-prone build. I blame Luke. He's already on site. Navy Henley rolled to his elbows, discussing joist spans with Cal from the framers. When he spots me, something softens behind his storm cloud eyes, like he's remembered a private melody. He excuses himself, meets me beside the makeshift counter, a sheet of plywood balanced on sawhorses, currently doubling as both blueprint station and breakfast bar. He lifts the thermos. Peppermint mocha, 2 pumps vanilla, correct? You remembered. I claim the cup, letting the steam thaw the morning bite. You get points. Trying to rack up enough to offset any construction delays. His grin is all dimple and bad influence. We lean hip to hip against the counter. Below us, saws shriek. Overhead, gulls argue along the Hudson. Between those sounds, Luke and I carve a hush big enough for secrets. Tell me something true, he says, unrolling wall section diagrams. Non-architectural. I sip, then shrug. I keep emergency glitter nail polish in my purse. Life's too heavy without a surprise sparkle. His laughter rumbles, low and delighted. Emergency glitter? That's perfect. My turn. I nudged him. True fact, no building metaphors. He thinks of a beat. I sleep with the window cracked, even in February. I need to hear the wind or I can't drop into REM. City boy lullaby. He nods. The air's colder, but dreams feel bigger. He studies me while I examine studs being lifted into place. I fight the urge to check if his stare still tastes like last night's chocolate. Avriel, he lowers his voice. About yesterday. We'll talk, I promise. Just not amid power tools. Relief flickers across his features. He taps the countertop. Blueprints at lunch? Blueprints, sandwiches, and one more truth. I wink. Ace Hardware delivery snafus extend the workday, but Luke keeps pace, sleeves dirty, laughter bright. Around 5, clouds bruise lavender. Cal dismisses the crew. Luke and I linger, packing tools into the site trailer. Static energy crackles, unfinished conversations, untested boundaries. He secures the padlock, wipes sweat with his forearm. Dinner? My fridge is a wasteland. Mine's a crime scene. I grin. Thai takeout at my place? He hesitates only long enough to tuck an errant curl behind my ear. Lead the way, stylist. Pad Thai cartons steam on the countertop of my apartment, while Dexter Gordon's sax spins from my Bluetooth speaker. Side B, Luke's choice. We eat straight from boxes, leaning across butcher block. Another truth, he reminds me between mouthfuls. I lick chili oil off my thumb. I talk to my plants like they're co-workers. Luke nods solemnly. Communication builds strong stems. I snort. Your turn. He twirls a noodle. I almost quit architecture after my first client ignored every sustainable suggestion. Spent a month convinced beauty only mattered to people with the luxury to waste it. The confession lands heavy. I cover his hand. Yet you stayed. Because I met a mentor who said design isn't about ego. It's about dignity, giving people a reason to breathe deeper. His gaze drifts to me. You remind me of that. Heat pools beneath my collarbones. The apartment flickers between shadows and lamplight. Our similarities stack like dovetail joints. Values. Late night jazz, window open sleeping. The space between us narrows until I forget whose heartbeat is whose. Luke sets his carton aside, wipes red pepper flakes from the corner of my mouth with his thumb. The touch is small, seismic. Tell me to leave and I will. I shake my head, breath caught. Stay. I don't remember deciding to move. 1 minute we're standing in the warm spill of the kitchen lights, with the last notes of Dexter Gordon smudging the edges of the room. And the next we're drifting down the hallway, like gravity has learned our names and is tugging us somewhere precise. My pulse is loud in my ears. The dimmer in the bedroom is set low, honey soft, turning the satin duvet into a pool of light and leaving the corners shadowed and forgiving. I stop at the foot of the bed and face him. Luke. He hears everything I fold inside his name. Don't run, don't overthink. Please choose this with me. And his jaw tightens like he's bracing for impact. When he peels his Henley over his head, the fabric whispers across his stomach, and it's like a curtain being drawn on a stage I've studied for weeks. Muscles ripple under pale skin dusted with freckles. He's all clean lines and lived-in strength, the kind of body that comes from work, not posing. He stands there for a beat, chest rising, eyes on me as if asking permission to look, to stay, to want. I give it to him by unbuttoning my blouse. 1, 2, 3. The silk slides off my shoulders and flutters onto the duvet like a shed petal. Cool air kisses the tops of my breasts. He swallows, Adam's apple bobbing, and lifts his hands to my face, thumbs brushing the jump of my pulse at my jaw. Tell me if you want to stop, he says. The words rough around the edges, like they had to fight past his restraint. Then don't give me a reason. The kiss that follows isn't a collision. It's a slow, deliberate joining. His mouth tastes like lemongrass from the soup we shared, and something that burns softer than whiskey. Fearlessness, maybe, or the kind of trust that feels like stepping off a ledge and discovering a net. Our tongues slide, unhurried, testing pressure, mapping intention. Heat ripples out from the center of my chest. When his fingers find the clasp of my bra, he doesn't fumble. One practice flick, a breath against my cheek, and he eases the straps off my shoulders, gaze holding mine until the fabric drops. The first brush of skin on skin is electric, nipples pebbled against his chest, the soft give of me meeting the firm plane of him. The spark from last night catches, and then it's not a spark anymore. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. I lay my ear over his heart. It's racing, a metronome knocked off kilter. I match my breath to it until we both slow. He brushes damp curls away from my temple with a touch that's almost absent-minded. The kind of intimacy that doesn't ask to be seen, only to be allowed. Okay? He asks, eventually, voice roughened by effort and whatever else this was. I tilt my chin up. Better than okay. My body still pulses in lazy echoes, but it's the quiet inside my head that startles me. The constant buzz has been replaced by a kind of soft you. He huffs a laugh that isn't quite steady. Trying to figure out how the floor became my favorite place. Occupational hazard. You fall in love with surfaces. He glances at me, mock offended. I fall in love with what's built on them. The words land somewhere new and fragile. I could let them pass. I could joke them away. Instead, I roll onto my side to face him and trace a fingertip over one of his freckles, the one near his collarbone that looks like a dot on an old blueprint. Tell me something true, I say. It's bold and I'm not sorry. Now that we've shared sweat and carpet burn. He props his head on his arm. In the low light, his eyes have thawed to a blue I haven't seen before. Something true, he repeats, tasting the request. Okay. He looks beyond me, toward the corner where shadows gather, then back. I'm scared of this. Of me? Of what I want with you. His thumb strokes the inside of my wrist like he's soothing himself. I'm good at edges and rules. I like to know how a room is going to hold before I walk into it. But with you, he shakes his head, soft hair falling forward. I push it back and he smiles against my fingers. With you, I keep thinking about load-bearing walls and then wanting to knock them down. I breathe out a laugh that's too tender to be anything but the truth folding into mine. You can keep a few, I say. We'll need somewhere to hang art. He closes his eyes like he's memorizing the joke because it doubles as permission. When he opens them, the vulnerability there is uncamouflaged. I don't want to hurt you, he says. I'd rather not be another fracture you design around. There's a long list of people who taught me to plan around absence. He's the first to ask if I'd rather he help me fill the space. Then don't, I say simply. We'll lay it out as we go. He breathes, a long, unrushed breath, and nods. Okay. The record needle clicks and the side ends. Silence drapes over us. I could get up and flip it. I don't. Instead, I press a kiss to his sternum, tasting salt and warmth and the faint echo of his heartbeat beneath my lips. Round two in the bed, I murmur, teasing, because the ache between my thighs is a low, sweet throb, and the bed is right there like an invitation. He chuckles, hand drifting down to stroke the curve of my hip. Bossy. Selective leadership. We climb into the bed finally, the sheets cool and the mattress a cloud that forgives the rug's rough confession. He tucks me under his arm, and I press my face to the curve where his shoulder meets his neck. He smells like sweat and cedar and my body. I could fall asleep inside that scent. The shower is a slow lullaby. Warm water, shared soap, laughter when Luke bangs his elbow on my tiny shampoo niche. We crawl into bed, limbs tangled, window cracked, so the October wind can sing us to sleep. Sometime after midnight, I half wake. Luke's hand drapes across my waist, fingers twitching like he's drawing in dreams. I rest my lips on the back of his knuckles. He murmurs my name, snuggles closer. Safety drapes over us thicker than blankets. I surface to pale gold light slicing the room, Luke's awake, propped on an elbow, studying me like a new sunrise. My bonnet's askew. His hair sticks up in architecturally unsound angles. We grin the same goofy grin. "Morning window crack, boy." I stretch, achy-sated. "Morning glitter emergency." He pecks my forehead. I have to head out. Inspection at 7. A pinch of worry tightens my chest. "We okay?" My voice is small. His thumb strokes my cheekbone. "Yesterday, today, none of it feels fragile, Avriel. Just new." Still, vulnerability throbs. I nod, swallow. "Coffee before you go." We dress in the hush of early light. In the kitchen, he leans against the counter while I pour French press into mismatched mugs. "We should talk boundaries," I say, setting his cup down. "Clients, architects, small-town rumor mill." "I know." He exhales. "But I refuse to treat last night like a mistake." "Me either." I trace circles on the rim. Just, let's be deliberate. Deliberate is my love language. He jokes, sobering as he lifts my chin. The kiss we share tastes like dark roast and promise. At the door, he hesitates. "Stack your morning with victories, eat breakfast, approve tile samples. I'll call you at lunch." "Deal." I force a smile. Watch him disappear down the stairwell. The echo of his boots fades, leaving apartment silence thrumming with afterglow and alarm bells. The job site group chat pings nonstop. Deliveries, permit questions. I answer mechanically, replaying every sigh from last night. Was the earth shifting? Or was that just me? Fear tiptoes in. I've meshed my heart with my house's architect. Conflict of interest headlines practically write themselves. My phone buzzes. Luke. Relief floods. Can't stop thinking about last night. Blueprints feel boring now. We should talk. Dinner? I exhale, thumb flying. Tonight. We'll draft the policy for mixing business with pleasure. Over ramen. Before I hit send, a second notification drops. Legal counsel's email. Urgent. Photo of you and Luke surfaced. Call me. My stomach clutches. I press send anyway. My heart may be caught in a cross brace, but I'm ready to engineer its rescue. As I scroll to the attached photo, me and Luke kissing by the plywood counter, the city inspector's number flashes on my phone. Permit flags, gossip, love on the line. The first stress test of our brand new framework is barreling straight toward us.
Chapter 14. Luke. I pull off Route 28 just after sunrise, the Catskills half awake and brooding in the rear view. Dew beads on the temporary fencing and the porta-john glows a cartoon blue against the trees. The house sits on its slab like a promise we keep making to each other, and then flinching away from, framed, skinned, and sheathing, windows installed, the skin of it still raw. The smell is morning and pine and cut OSB, a scent that always calms me. Not today. I kill the engine, sit with my hands on 10 and 2 a breath longer than I need to, and repeat the rules I drafted for myself last night at 2 a.m. when sleep wouldn't come. Rule 1, we don't touch at work. Rule 2, we don't pretend last night didn't happen. Rule 3, I don't ruin my career because I forgot Rule 1. I climb out of the truck, a gust of mountain air knifing through my shirt. I'm in a black Henley, sleeves shoved to my elbows, the same battered jeans I wear to site visits, because I don't care if adhesive ruins them. The crew's truck doors slam like punctuation in the distance. I roll my shoulders, line up the plan set on the hood, and try to act like my chest isn't full of bees. Rowan, the foreman, is first to wave. "Morning, boss." "Morning." My voice comes out level, so that's something. "We're rough in complete by noon, yeah?" "I want to walk the lighting plan before drywall." He thumbs toward the living room where electrical spaghetti dangles from the ceiling joists. "You got it." Inspector window is between 10 and 2. Javi's bringing the last of the recessed cans. Good. I tuck the plan roll beneath my arm. We'll tape heights for the island pendants, too. We fall into the rhythm, checking joist hangers, verifying the shower niches, confirming the drain slope in the primary bath. I get exactly 2 minutes of focus before my phone vibrates in my back pocket. The name on the screen tightens the bees into a swarm. MAE, call me before 9. We got a letter. Not panic-worthy, but you should read it and maybe breathe before you do. I picture the letterhead before I open the attachment. Miller and Crane, LLP, the same firm that sent the last volley on Marcus's behalf when Avriel terminated the joint budgeting authorization for the build. Back then, it was an angry paragraph about clawbacks and unapproved deviations from the original design. We'd handled it. This one is new. I skim. My mouth goes dry. It's not an ethics complaint. It's the promise of one if certain professional boundaries aren't observed on an active contract. Their language is all hedge and threat. Troubling rumors, impropriety, conflict of interest that compromises the fiduciary duty owed to our client. There's also a line about intellectual property ownership of the plans that makes me see red. I licensed the design to her, not him, and she paid her invoices on time, religiously. He's fishing. Trying to shake the build until nails fall out. I lock the screen with a muted curse. Rowan glances over. Problem? Just lawyers doing their cardio. I force a smile. Let's mark out the pantry return and make sure we have clearance for a full overlay door. She wanted those big pantry pullouts. As if conjured by the pronoun, her car turns in at the bottom of the drive, tires whispering on gravel. My heart does that traitor's lurch it's been doing since Wednesday night, since her fingers curled in my shirt and she said my name like it meant relief. She parks near the dumpster, steps out with 2 cardboard cups and a paper bag, hair twisted up with a pencil like she's ready to solve a problem. She's in a burnt orange sweater that makes her skin glow, dark jeans, boots that aren't afraid of mud. When she sees me, the warmth I've come to count on flashes. Then confusion slides in, wary as a hand testing a hot pan. Morning, she calls, light but not casual. Henchmen and sawdust. My favorite. Morning, I echo, and the bees beat their wings harder because I hear the distance in my voice and so does she. She clocks it in a second. She's too smart, too attuned to read me the way she reads rooms. Her gaze flicks from my face to the thermoses to my face again. She absorbs everything and gives me nothing in return except a steady nod. I brought coffee. She offers one to Rowan first because she's good like that, then crosses to me and holds out the second. Black with a little cardamom. Don't argue, I take it. Our fingers don't touch. I make sure of it, and the absence of contact is loud. Her mouth tightens. Okay, she says softly, scanning the studs, the band of windows opening the living room to the mountains. We're doing pendant placement today. Yeah, I clear my throat. Inspector window is 10 to 2. We'll walk everything before then. Also, I want to decide on the shower hardware final because the lead times are trash. Got it. Her voice is bright, carefully. You're in Henley's greatest hits today. Laundry day. I offer the joke like a peace offering and then hate myself for it. Coward. We work. We tape pendant heights. We stand on opposite sides of the island and measure the overhang. We speak the language we've built together. Countersunk screws, revealed depth, scribe cuts. The grammar of competence that usually feels like intimacy. It's not intimacy today. It's choreography around a new, invisible wall. She doesn't push. She catalogs. She breathes. The only time her composure slips is in the primary suite when we check the alignment of the window wall and I ask, too brisk, if she's sure about the smoky mirror over the dresser, because it could fight the mountain view. She blinks at me like I've yanked open a drawer and rifled through it without asking. I'm sure, she says. Her voice doesn't wobble. You loved it yesterday. I did. I do. I'm just covering bases. Okay, She nods. Cover the bases, Luke. We stand there a while. I pretend my phone didn't vibrate again in my back pocket. I pretend my bones aren't vibrating with it. She turns, the sweater stretching across her shoulders, and as she studies the view, I'm struck again by how she stands in a half-built room and sees the finished life inside it. That's her gift. It's how she made me want things I'd quarantined. It makes what I'm doing to her right now feel like splinters in my mouth. Avriel, I start, and cut myself off because Rowan shouts from the hall. Inspector's early. 10 minutes out. Right. She swallows, pulls her pencil out of her hair and sticks it behind her ear. Let's pass, and then we can talk. The pass itself is anticlimactic. The inspector is the same guy with the traffic cop sunglasses who likes to test me on codes I helped write. We walk the house. He grunts his approval at the spacing on the smoke detectors and the tempered glass by the stair run. We sign. He leaves with a, "You're good to close." Rowan whoops, patting the kitchen header like it's a dog. I should be thrilled. Instead, I'm counting the seconds until I have to say out loud what I've been pacing around all morning. She beats me to it. When the inspector's truck disappears at the bend, she turns, expression clean as a window. So, she says, hands in the back pockets of her jeans. Whatever this is, the new vibe, you want to tell me if I did something wrong or if you're auditioning for a stoic lumberjack calendar? Her tone is light. Her eyes are not. You didn't do anything wrong. I set the plan roll on a sawhorse. Last night was not a mistake. She says it fast, like she has to get it past her own fear, and then holds my gaze, chin up. Unless you need it to be one for your sanity, in which case say that and I'll... She breaks off, breath catching on the word she doesn't say. Bend, leave, pretend. The bees become a roar. I don't need it to be anything but what it was. My voice is rough, which is more than I expected, more than I've let myself want in a long time, and also complicated. Because of your job. She doesn't make it a question. Because of my license, my insurer. The AIA code of ethics we pretend isn't a landmine until it is. I rub a hand over the back of my neck, the muscles knotted. Because your ex-lawyer sent a letter this morning implying impropriety on an active contract, which is them trying to rattle you and rattle me and maybe lay groundwork to challenge the IP on the design or claim I didn't act in your best interest. It's flimsy. It's also the kind of flimsy that can cost me a hearing if they file. Her breath goes quiet. He sent that because he heard we... She stops, glances toward the empty hallway, lowers her voice. Because he's fishing. Probably. People talk. Crews see who stays late and whose car's in the drive at dawn. None of that is their business, but it becomes everyone's business if someone wants it to be. I exhale. If I were only a man who'd had the best night of his year with a woman he... my mind supplies. Admires. Is getting dangerously attached to. If I were only that, I would be in your space right now, figuring out how to have it again without breaking anything important. Unfortunately, I'm also a license number on a letterhead. And if they file an ethics complaint while the contract's open, even if it's baseless, I'm in a process I can't control. Her jaw works once, twice. She nods, slow, taking it in like she takes in a room, sightline by sightline. Thank you for telling me, she says quietly. Not for the content, for not leaving me to guess. I don't want to hurt you. The truth tastes raw. This thing where I backed up a foot inside my own skin today, that's me trying not to hurt you by getting sloppy. It hurt anyway. She doesn't flinch from saying it. The words land between us, unblinking. I walked in and thought, okay, he regrets it. Or I overread what it meant to him. And I told myself to be cool and talk about pendant heights like my chest isn't physically aware of him. And then I thought, I'm not 22 and you're not a man who plays games, so maybe ask. So I asked. I don't regret it. The bees finally settle, because that sentence is a landing. I regret that I didn't figure out how to say all of this at 7:30 instead of making you read a cold front. A laugh punches out of her, humorless. You really did too, a whole Arctic blast. I'm from Minnesota, we do them well. She lets her eyes rest on me, soft and sure, then folds her arms, not defensive so much as gathering herself. Okay, she says, and when she says okay like that, it means we're going to solve something. Lay out the landmines for me. Tell me what's real risk and what's your anxiety doing cartwheels. I almost smile. Yes. Luke. Real risk. If someone files a formal claim that I had a conflict of interest I didn't disclose, the state board opens a file. That file exists even if the claim is garbage. It can affect insurance, which affects whether I can bid and who will hire me. It can also trigger a clause in this contract that lets him challenge the fee structure just to make our lives ugly. I tap the rolled plans. Also, real risk. If the perception on site is that I'm prioritizing you as a person over the design as a project, I lose authority. Rowan won't care, but subs talk. And the anxiety? She asks, soft. That if I let myself have you, I won't be able to keep any of it from bleeding into the work. That I've spent 5 years building a reputation on not being the guy who blurs lines, and the first time I let myself cross one, I give my enemies, and yours, ammo. She takes that in, jaw tilted. Enemies is dramatic. Lawyers make me dramatic. I see that. A strand of hair slips out of her knot. She tucks it behind her ear, and I want to do it. Want my fingers on the soft skin by her temple. I curl my hand into a fist instead. Here's what I want, she says. Even before she tells me, I feel my spine straighten because this is the human I trust with a plan. I refuse to be a secret. I'd rather you didn't lose sleep or your license over me. I don't want to pretend nothing happened when the imprint of it is still all over me. Her gaze flicks to my mouth, then away. My pulse stumbles. I also don't want to hand Marcus leverage because you and I couldn't figure out how to be grown. I nod once. So we need a boundary that's real, not punishment cosplay. Right. She tips her head toward the kitchen. What if we adjust workflow? You bring in a third-party project manager for the last phase. You stop being my day-to-day point person on site. You stay architect on paper but create buffer, so there's no he prioritized date night over the structural integrity of my trusses line that can try out in a room full of men. You're suggesting I hire a firewall. I'm suggesting you hire Ray. She smiles for real now, a quick flash. She's been itching for a bigger role, and you know she can handle it. She'll herd subs while you oversee design intent. It creates distance without pretending you don't know exactly how many times I've thought about your hands today. Heat blows through me so fast I have to put a palm on the stud beside me. That's a number I should not ask for. Correct, she says soberly, but her eyes gleam. Additionally, we put in writing, like actual writing, that the personal relationship began after I terminated the financial partnership with Marcus, and that we're taking measures to avoid conflicts at work. That way, if his lawyers sniff around, we have documentation of proactive boundaries. No one can paint you as a reckless cliché. I stare at her. I'm supposed to be the architect, but you just value engineered my panic. You're welcome. She uncrosses her arms. This is my career too, I'm not new. I've had men try to make me feel like a design decision was flirting. I don't play that. I'm not going to start now. I breathe out, a real breath this time. Okay. I run through logistics. I can move Ray onto primary contact by end of day if she's available. I'll call May, have her draft a disclosure memo and an addendum to the project management scope. And I lift a shoulder. I can stop being an Arctic blast. She holds my gaze for a long moment, steady second, and I let her see everything I've been trying to camouflage. Want and relief, and the very real fear that this is the thing that breaks me in all the best ways. She steps closer, not touching, just close enough that the space between us becomes its own live wire. When you pulled back this morning, she says, voice low, it felt like I was back in some version of my life where a man decided what I get to keep and what I have to pretend I never wanted. I left that version. I'm not going back. I don't want you to. My throat goes tight. I'm trying to build something that survives sunlight. Good, she whispers, because I am not designed for shadows. The urge to kiss her hits with gravitational force. I grip the stud until the urge becomes manageable. Not here, I say. The two words more reverent than any you'd think they could be. Not while the drywall cart is squeaking past the hall. Her eyes flick toward the doorway where Rowan's shadow crosses, then back to me. She nods. Tonight, I echo. We define it. She wets her lips. Define how? We put language to it. I swallow. We decide what we call each other and where the stops are. We decide if we're doing this for the length of a construction phase or the length of... The word future hovers. I don't say it. We decide what happens when someone gets scared so neither of us has to guess. Her exhale shivers through the quiet. I like rules, she says, smiling on the edges. They make beautiful things possible. Good, I say roughly. Then we'll make some. A thud from the hallway breaks the moment. Javi appears rolling in the drywall lift. You want sheets staged in the den or the living first? Living, I say, not looking away from her. We'll blue tape the den for sconces after. Got you. He disappears, whistling. We work again. The world fills with the suck and thud of drywall sheets finding their fasteners, the pop of nail guns, the little dust storms that turn everything soft around the edges. She and I move around each other like something remembered, like architecture, planned distances, intentional proximities. When she reaches to set a sample on the makeshift table, the hem of her sweater slides up, and I see the faint mark my mouth left on her hip last night. My brain whites out. She follows my gaze, blushes high in her cheeks, and then, because she is who she is, she meets my eyes, unashamed, and lifts the sample like a shield. Tile, she says. Talk to me. Talk to me, I echo under my breath. We choose the tile. We mark the sconce heights. We sign off on the last of the rough-in location changes for the laundry. We build the skeleton of her kitchen banquette with blue tape and imagination. Sometime after noon, I text Ray. Can you hop on a call at 3? Need you to transition into PM lead on cat skills. She replies with 3 rocket emojis and a skull. Translation? Yes, and I will murder you if you're not joking about my promotion. By 2, the sheetrock has covered the wires. The bones have softened, and the house looks like a house to someone who isn't an architect. That always makes me giddy. Today the giddy rests on a bedrock of something bigger. A thing I'm not ready to name because I want to get it right before I say it out loud. Walk me to my car, she asks after we sign off on the day's notes. I nod. The October sun has shrugged off the morning chill. The gravel crunches under our boots. At her door, she turns with the key in her hand and hesitates. I want to kiss her in the worst way. I want to not start a war with my own rules in the parking lot. Instead, I reach for her wrist, careful, and feel her pulse jump under my thumb. I lift her hand to my mouth and kiss that beat. For 1 second, we both lean like a tide dragging us. For 1 second, I forget everything but the way she exhales my name. Tonight, I murmur, stepping back before I do something we have to write a memo about. I'll bring dinner. You bring your list. List? You're a woman who has one. I try a smile. Don't lie to me. She laughs then, real and bright. All the cold I built this morning burned clean by a sound that feels like being chosen. You're not wrong, she admits. And then, so fast I almost miss it, she reaches up and straightens the collar of my Henley, like she has an invitation to this body. 7? 7, I say. I'll text you the address. Of the site, she teases, and I give her a look that answers everything I haven't said. No, of the line we're drawing together, in ink, of the life I'm starting to want. She slides into the driver's seat and drives away. I stand in the dust and grin like an idiot for 6 seconds before the world pipes up again. The drywall lift squeals. Someone curses about a missing T-square. My phone buzzes. It's May. I answer. "Tell me you already read the letter," she says without preamble. "I did," I say. "We're going to put a PM buffer in place. I want you to draft a disclosure memo, too. Nothing admitting to anything untoward. Just stating that we're taking measures to avoid conflicts and that the client's prior joint financial arrangement has ended." May whistles. "Moving fast, Halvorsen. Better than slow when attorneys are circling," I say. "Also, hire Ray officially onto the Catskills build. Title bump. Pay bump. She starts acting PM tomorrow. I'll email details." "And the other situation?" May hesitates, meaning the one that isn't her business, but is mine. "I'm handling it," I say. "We're handling it." "Copy that. I'll have a draft to you by 6. "Make it 4, I say, thinking of 7 o'clock and lists, the need to put language to the thing before we build on it. "And May?" "Yeah? Thank you," I say, and hang up before she can do the thing where she asks if my smile sounds different today. By 3, I'm under the house with Rowan, checking insulation baffles. By 4, Ray's yelling in delight when I give her the news and immediately verifying the schedule like she earned this, which she did. By 5, the crew rolls out, the site goes quiet, and I walk the rooms alone the way I always do after everyone leaves, making sure the day's work holds. The light through the western windows paints the subfloor in long bars. I stand in the middle of what will be her living room and feel the architecture of the day settle into place. A boundary we chose, a plan we made, a risk we're not pretending isn't a risk. I close the windows, lock the dumpster, set the alarm. In the truck, I type the address to the house I rent on the ridge and then pause, thumb hovering because words matter. If we're defining, we're defining. I text, 7 p.m., my place, dinner, and then rules. The bubbles appear, disappear, appear. My heart thumps dumbly for a 40-year-old man. Her reply lands. "Can't wait. Bring your appetite and your courage." I lean back against the headrest and laugh, the sound scraping something clean inside me. Courage I can do. Appetite I have. I put the truck in gear, the house receding in the rear view. The mountains burned gold with evening. Tonight we define what we are. The space between what I want and what I can live with feels like a room we're building together.
Chapter 15. Avriel. I don't knock right away. Luke's porch is a clean rectangle of cedar that smells faintly of lemon oil and rain. The ridge catches the last of the sun, slicing the valley into gold and blue, and somewhere down the slope a dog barks, like it has an opinion about everything. My phone says 6:59. My palms say slow down. I watch my breath cloud, count to 5, then knock. He answers on the second rap, hair damp. Henley swapped for a dark t-shirt that turns his eyes the color of storm glass. He smiles, but it's the restrained, let me earn this smile he uses when he's about to pitch me something radical. My stomach tilts, hopeful and nervous at the same time. "Hey," he says, soft like he's tried the word out already and decided it fit. "Hey." I lift the tote bag I brought, a notebook, pens, one stubborn list. I did homework. He lifts the paper bag he's holding, like we made the same joke. I did rotisserie chicken and hot honey carrots. If this goes badly, at least we'll be nourished. "Chicken never made anything worse," I say, stepping inside. His place is what a rental becomes when an architect moves in. Spare, intentional, nothing precious. The living room opens to a wall of glass, the Catskills flexing like a painting no one could afford. A long table anchors the space, nicked butcher block that looks like it's known a lot of blueprints, and a few quiet dinners for one. A row of clay mugs hangs beneath an open shelf. There are real books. A wool throw, folded with almost military neatness. The only chaos is the bowl of lemons on the counter. Too many, like he keeps buying them just in case. Wine? He asks, already reaching for 2 tumblers instead of stems. Yes? My voice comes out steadier than I feel. But food first. I'm not negotiating on an empty stomach. He laughs, the sound easing a tension I didn't know was lodged between my ribs. Agreed. He plates, and I gather forks and napkins, the choreography easy. The kitchen island is warm under my forearms. The chicken is lemony and indecently good. He watches me take my first bite, visibly relieved when I hum in appreciation. Okay, I say once we've conquered most of the bird and the carrots have left my fingers sticky. Ground rules and confessions. What do you need to say to breathe better? He sets his fork down, lines it parallel to his knife, like impulse control might be contagious. I need to say why this scares me, he answers, eyes on mine and not flinching, not because I expect you to fix it, because I don't want to leave you making up reasons. Good start, I murmur. Go on. 5 years ago, he says, and immediately I feel the shape of that sentence in his body, the set of his shoulders, the way his forearm muscle tightens. I had a client, young couple. They hired me for a gut reno, small budget, big dreams. We got along. Too well. Nothing happened while the contract was active, but after the punch list, the wife, he corrects himself, face twisting. The woman reached out. Coffee became a kiss. Became 6 weeks of bad decisions. Her husband found the messages. He filed a complaint with the board, claimed I'd exerted influence during construction. It was unfounded and they dismissed it. But the process was public record. My insurer flagged my file. Subtle, but doors closed. When Serena, my ex, left, she did it loudly. She told anyone who would listen that I liked my clients pliable, that I blurred lines for sport. I've made every choice since then to be the opposite of that story. You're afraid of repeating the pattern, I say, not rescuing him from the truth of it. I'm afraid of looking like I'm repeating it, he replies, jaw working. The real difference is that with you, I want to put this thing in a room with the lights on. I want the scaffolding. I want the paperwork. A wry smile ghosts across his mouth. I want the boring stuff that keeps beautiful things standing. My chest loosens. I want that too, I say, for different reasons. Or maybe not so different. He waits patiently, the way he waited for me to pick a tile when all the options felt like risky declarations about my taste. I grew up with a mother who could leave mid-sentence, I say. She loved me, but the world was heavy on her. Some days the weight was me. She'd disappear for a weekend, come back with a new plan, a new boyfriend, a new promise she meant when she said it. The familiar ache rises, but I let it be what it is. I learned to be delightful, to be low maintenance, to need nothing. I learned to be the girl no one had to stay for. Marcus wasn't a trauma, he was a curriculum. I enrolled, I passed, I got a certificate in, pretending it didn't hurt to be someone's option. Luke's eyes go dark and tender at the same time. I hate that for you, he says simply. I hate it for me too, I say, and then I reach for my glass, because I'm not going to cry yet, not with chicken in my teeth. I also know I'm not 20 anymore, and I am very done being the cool girl who watches a man edge away and smiles like she's fine. I need emotional safety. It looks like clarity. It looks like naming. It looks like not making me feel ridiculous for wanting what I want. What do you want? His voice drops, not a dare, a sincere request. You, I say, the word landing in my mouth like an apple I picked on purpose. I want you. I want to build this house and not break the part of myself I finally like. I want to make something real with a man who doesn't need me to be smaller, so he can feel larger. I want to stop bracing for exit signs. He steps closer. The distance between us not accidental but thoughtful. like everything he builds. He lifts a hand and then pauses, offering touch instead of taking it. Can I? He asks. Yes. I breathe, and he cups the nape of my neck, thumb settling under my jaw like he's claiming new land with exquisite care. The quiet hums with it. Then here's me naming, he says. I want you to. I want to do this slowly enough to keep us safe, and fast enough that I don't miss the only life I've wanted. In years, I want us to put this on paper where it matters, and in our bodies where it matters too. A corner of his mouth lifts. And I want to feed you, apparently, often. I huff a half laugh into his wrist. I'm a low-drama, high-appetite woman. I'd like to test both of those assertions, he murmurs, then steps back, not to retreat, but to make room for the thing we came to do. Lists? I pull my notebook out, flip to the page I started in the truck. Okay, work. Ray becomes PM lead. You oversee design intent and structural changes. We avoid being alone in unfinished rooms with doors that close. He winces. You say that like a man who has an unfinished room with a door that closes. I arch a brow. Do you? Tragically, yes. We'll live, I say, writing as I speak. May drafts a disclosure memo documenting that our relationship started after the dissolution of my joint financial arrangement with Marcus. We add a conflict of interest protocol. If either of us feels the personal relationship is bleeding into a decision that affects the house, we call a pause, bring Ray in, and follow her recommendation, even if it bruises our egos. Deal, he says immediately. Home rules? I breathe in, breathe out. No disappearing. If you need space, you tell me how long and why. I don't chase. You don't vanish. If I'm spiraling, I say it out loud instead of weaponizing silence. We can both call timeouts in bed if something hits an old bruise. His throat works. Thank you for saying that. Thank me later, I tell him, flushing when I hear my own voice go low. And you? He thinks. The kind of thinking that's not about winning. 1. We speak respectfully even when we're pissed. 2. We don't use the project to punish each other. 3. We check in once a week, not about construction specifics, but about us. Sunday nights, 15 minutes minimum. A ritual. A ritual, I echo, the word making my skin warm. You're kind of romantic, Halverson. I'm a man who's learned that structure is how you carry hope without breaking it, he says, unapologetic. Something in me unclenches with an audible sigh. He hears it. He softens. He slides my list toward himself and adds his square block letters to the bottom. If either of us decides we can't do this, we say it promptly and kindly, no slow fade, no scorched earth. Agreed, I whisper, and we both sign our names along the margin like kids making a pact. He doesn't make it a blood oath. I love him a little for that restraint. Okay, he says, voice gone rough. I think we've earned dessert. What's dessert? I ask, trying for playful and landing halfway between tease and plea. You? He says. And the word isn't a performance. It's gratitude dressed as hunger. I set the pen down, but my hand still's on the notebook. Can we talk about the past one more minute before we, you know? He nods, immediate. Always. I need you to know I'm not going to be cool about you pulling away, I say. I can give space when it's needed, but if you go Arctic again without warning, I will not pretend that doesn't hurt. I'll call it. I'll ask for a plan. I'll expect you to make one with me. His eyes soften into something that pins me more effectively than any hand. I won't make you guess, he says. I promise. The knot loosens all the way. I feel it in my shoulders, my jaw. I feel it in the way my body starts to heat from the inside out, permission fizzing through my veins like champagne finally uncorked. Good, I whisper, and I lean in first. His relief is a visible ripple. He meets me halfway, mouth gentle and then not, like a man easing into a lake and then diving because the water turns out to be exactly right. His kiss is an apology. It's intention. His tongue traces the seam of my mouth, patient, asking. I open for him, greedy and grateful in the same breath. When he groans, I feel it in my bones, a sound like something heavy being set down after being carried too far. "Come here," he says, tugging me off the stool, hands curving under my thighs to lift me onto the island like I'm a problem he knows how to solve and treasure. He refuses to rush. My legs bracket his hips. The counter is warm under my palms. He kisses me again, deeper, until thought blurs and only wanting stays. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. "Color?" he asks softly, brushing stray curls from my face. "Green." I smile up at him, boneless and bright. So green I might plant a garden. He huffs, the sound turning into a small laugh, and lies beside me on the duvet, propped on his elbow, eyes moving over me like he's memorizing for an exam. There will never be, but he'd like to ace anyway. I let him look. Stretch marks, soft belly, thighs that could press a man into prayer. He looks at all of it like he's already kneeling. "You're staring," I say. "I'm studying," he corrects, thumb skimming my lower lip, "for a lifetime of pop quizzes." "Bold," I tease, but my chest is tender where the word lifetime lands. I thread our fingers, lift his hand to kiss the base of his thumb, then turn his palm and kiss the scars there, the small calluses that speak of work and hours and care. He watches, throat working. "You make me want to tell the truth," he says, "even the parts that don't make me look good." "Tell me one," I whisper. "I'm scared I'll be too much," he says, a breath confessing itself. "Or not enough. That I'll press too hard or hold too carefully, and both will break what we're building." I slide closer and anchor my leg over his hips, close enough that his manhood nudges my thigh, still warm, still responsive under the thin sheen of sweat cooling on his skin. "You're just right," I tell him, "because I mean it. You ask, you listen, you check in, that's the whole blueprint." He exhales like I just made a structural calculation in his favor. "I like it when you talk like that." "Like what?" "Like you're the one holding the pencil and the permission." I grin, then tilt my hips and graze him with the inside of my thigh. His breath stutters. Heat sparks between us again, stubborn as sunrise. "Again?" I ask, soft and hopeful. "Yeah," he says, not even pretending to be cool about it. "Again." "Are you thinking about tiles?" I murmur, because part of me is always half at the house, the blueprints unfurling in my brain. His chest shakes with a laugh. "I'm thinking about how you taste, and also about herringbone in the hallway." I tip my head back to grin up at him. "I knew it." "And," he adds, sobering, "I'm thinking about how to be worthy of your trust. I want to keep checking in. I want to keep listening. If something's off, I want you to tell me if you want slower or softer or different." "I'll tell you," I say. "And you'll tell me." "That's the deal." He nods. A small, decisive movement. "Deal." I lift onto my elbow and look at him properly. In this light, the freckles across his chest look like constellations I could chart a trip. By he watches me watch him, that bringing me closer look in his eyes that I have no defense against. "What?" he asks. "You look like a man who just realized the floor is sometimes better than the bed," I say, and his grin is immediate and shameless. "It was the rug," he confesses. "Textural inspiration. You were very inspired. You're very inspiring." We kiss again, playful this time, teeth bumping, tongues lazy, a slow slide that promises more without demanding it tonight. My body hums with afterglow, and the pleasant ache of being used well, and with care I feel open. I feel chosen. I feel like a door inside me that's been bolted for years just clicked. He must feel it too. He cradles my face and searches my eyes. You okay? I'm great, I say, no hesitation. I feel seen. His throat works. That's the point, he says. That's all I want with you. Not all, I tease, wiggling my hips so he groans and covers his eyes with his forearm, like a man who knows his limits and plans to forget them later. Not all, he agrees, voice rough with promise. We drift for a while, the kind of loose, drowsy conversation that only happens when bodies have told the truth and the words are free to be simple. He tells me about the first thing he ever built that mattered, a crooked birdhouse for his sister's backyard, weathered and stubbornly still up. I tell him about the first room I designed for myself after leaving an apartment that never felt like mine. How I painted a wall the color of wet clay and cried when it dried exactly like I pictured. You make spaces into honesty, he says, like it's a compliment and a challenge and a plan. You make honesty into shelter, I answer, and his eyes go soft. We clean up because adults with values. He brings a warm cloth, tenderness threaded through every practical motion. He pulls me into his chest, the weight of his arm across my ribs, a new kind of seatbelt that makes me feel not restrained but held. So, I murmur, tracing a line through the hair on his sternum. Sunday night ritual. What else do we put in the calendar? Friday, he says without hesitation. Something that isn't work and isn't sex. A walk, a bad movie, a grocery run that turns into a picnic on your subfloor. Something ordinary, on purpose. Ordinary on purpose, I echo, closing my eyes because that idea feels like a warm room in winter. I'm in. We drift a while, drowsy and sated, the quiet not empty but full of choices we actually made. The sky slips from blue to deep ink through the glass. He grazes a thumb over my knuckles, slow like a promise. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. I consider ignoring it. Then I remember the world is inconvenient and likes to show up uninvited. I roll over, glance at the screen, and my stomach tightens. It's Ray. Congrats to me, I guess. PM lead. Also, random woman came by the supply yard asking for you by first and last name. Tall, red coat, sharp voice. Said she used to date you. Left a card. Do I hold or shred? I go very still. Luke feels it immediately. What is it? He asks, propping himself on an elbow, alert without panic. I swallow and hand him the phone. He reads. Expression controlled the way a man's gets when he's bracing for a hit. His mouth flattens, not surprised. The way people don't look surprised when a storm finally breaks where they can see it. He passes the phone back. Serena, he says, voice level and too calm. She's here. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, That's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 16. Luke. I wake before the alarm because anxiety has the bedside table memorized. The ridge is all pale blue and low fog, mountains holding the last of night like cupped hands. For a few seconds I float in the warm place where her hair is on my pillow and my chest is under her palm, where the only plan left in the world is the one we made last night. Sunday check-ins. Friday ordinary on purpose. Conflict of interest protocol. Rules that make hope carryable. Then my phone lights up with the memory of Ray's text, and the warm place narrows. Tall, red coat, sharp voice. Used to date you. Left a card. Do I hold or shred? Serena, I told Avriel last night. She's here. I said it like ripping a bandage is kindness. It was not a full story. It was a headline. Beside me, Avriel turns, the hem of my t-shirt sliding up her thigh. She looks at me the way the morning looks at glass, unafraid of its reflection. There is a tiny divot on her cheek where she slept on a seam. I want to put my thumb there and press until both of us believe this is simple. Hi, she whispers, voice rough with sleep. You look like a man doing long division. Maybe pre-algebra, I say, kissing her forehead because it is allowed and also necessary. Hungry? For food or you? She smiles into my neck, the question teasing but not coy. Yes, I answer, because that is how the day will go. And she laughs in that way that unfurls the tight places. I make coffee, black with a little cardamom, because she has converted me, and I am not ashamed. I scramble eggs and toast sourdough with too much butter. We stand at the counter with our plates and our agreement to be grown. When I reach for my mug, her hand slides along my wrist, a soft check-in that makes me a better person than my history wants me to be. We still good for the plan? She asks. You loop Ray in this morning, I countersign the memo May drafts, we walk the drywall schedule and the tile submittals, then ordinary on purpose tonight. Grocery run or terrible movie, your pick. My pick is both, I say. A terrible movie about a grocery run. That genre exists? She raises an eyebrow, curls pulled into a loose puff that makes my brain misfire. In the art house of my heart, I tell her, which earns me a grin, and the not subtle look she gives my mouth when she wants to be kissed, and we both have to remember the clock. The phone buzzes again. May this time. Subject line. Disclosure memo draft, plus COI addendum. My stomach settles because the concrete parts of life have arrived in my inbox, which means there are steps I can take that are not punching shadows. I open the draft, scan. May is good at making legalese sound like an adult speaking. The memo states that the personal relationship began after the dissolution of the client's joint financial arrangement with her former partner, and that we have instituted a firewall in project management to avoid conflicts of interest. The addendum shifts day-to-day site oversight to Ray and sets a protocol for third-party arbitration on disputed design decisions. It reads like clarity. It reads like the grown-ups are home. I forward it to Avriel. She reads on her phone, fingers steady. I like May when she's scary, she says. Send it to me for signature later, and I'll return it before lunch. This afternoon, I say, my attorney soul is grateful you exist. You can be grateful tonight. She kisses my jaw, light and sure. And tell me the rest when you're ready. I nod. The sentence catches in my throat, a fishbone I will have to face. Ready is not the same as prepared. I can be both by dinner. We drive to the site with the summer chairs of the hardware store slouching in the rear view, and a sky that wants to be October forever. She rides with her bare knee an inch from my thigh and her hand braced on the handle above the window, a habit from city buses that makes her look like motion is a sport. At a red light, she reaches down and twines our fingers. Ordinary on purpose begins in a cab of a truck, it turns out. "You're quiet," she says, as I make the left toward the gravel drive. "Thinking about the day's list," I lie, which is less of a lie than it used to be. "Good. Keep a spot open for lunch," she says. "I have an idea." "Dangerous," I say. "Delicious," she counters, and whoever designed her mouth should get an award. Ray's car is already there. She's in work boots and a plaid shirt, hair braided neat, tablet in one hand like a baton she intends to conduct with. She greets us with a salute and then calls the crew to the huddle with a "Let's move, gentlemen and champions," that makes Rowan grin like he hasn't since April. "Morning stand-up," she says, glancing at me to confirm she is not overstepping. I nod, deliberately stepping back so every man in this room sees the power shift. "We are insulating the exterior walls in the living and primary today, staging drywall for both by end of day. Rough in past yesterday, which we will not take for granted. We have a tile delivery window from 1 to 3, so I need the driveway clear. Javi, you and your team are in the den for sound attenuation and sconce backing. Then you can help stage. Luke and I will flag in the library where we're bumping the built-ins and—" She looks at me again, confirming. "We'll review the change order for the laundry chase once the client signs." "Client will sign," Avriel says, amused at all of us, while she pretends she is not secretly vibrating with delight at hearing her house described in action verbs. I let myself look at her for exactly 2 seconds, just long enough to feel the warm shock of wanting without doing anything about it in public. She's in a deep green sweater that turns her skin into the shot you anchor the ad around. She catches me looking, does not gloat, simply lets her smile include me before she shifts her attention back to Ray. We are learning the choreography of distance without making it a punishment. I file that quiet win, where I keep the things that will matter when the next storm hits. We break. Rowan peels off to the den, whistling. The drywall lift squeals. Javi swears about something that takes 2 men and a small miracle to patch. I go where I am needed and not needed, which is my entire job now. Template the library built-ins. Confirm the nook dimensions. Blue tape the banquette one more time because the eye in the corner is picky and the person who lives here is allowed to be. The first text hits mid-morning. My college friend Sean sends a picture of a cappuccino with a crooked heart and the caption, "She's back. Asked if I still have your number." I pretended I lost my phone in a tragic canoe incident. "You owe me." The second one is from a climber I used to see on Tuesday nights back before work ate my free time. "Hey man, weird question. A woman came by the gym, said she's a friend looking to surprise you. Red coat, British accent. I want your schedule. I asked her to send an email, the front desk. Are you good?" I slide the phone back in my pocket and take 2 deep breaths that do not magically swap my body for one that does not remember how this felt the first time. I should tell Avriel the world has started to ask about me. I should also pick my moment. Not at the top of a ladder. Not inside a room with 4 men within earshot. Tonight, I decide. Tell it to her face. Give her the whole story, not the edited version. Ask what she wants to know, and what would be harm disguised as transparency. That is the adult way. The hard way I did not know 5 years ago. At 11, May calls. I step out onto the temporary porch where the air can help. "Tell me you saw my emails," she says. "I did," I answer. "They are beautiful enough to frame." "You cannot frame a memo." I hear the clack of her keyboard. "But you can sign it. DocuSign is in your inbox. I need your signature, and the client's by 2 if we want to attach it to the file before the next letter arrives. Also, Serena Harding posted a story in JFK's Terminal 4 at 6 a.m. Chef's kiss on the timing." "That did not need to be a fact in my day," I say, staring at the tree line like it has answers. "Thank you." "You're paying me to be rude in useful ways," she replies. "Call if she shows up breathing near your job site." "If?" I ask. "When?" she corrects, because May believes in offense. "Do not talk to her without a witness. That witness should not be the client. I am available to be terrifying and brief." I will keep that in my pocket, I say, and we hang up before she can ask the question she wants to, and will not, which is whether I am okay. I am. I am also a man who is excellent at being functional when ghosts parade in daylight. I sign the documents, forward them to Avriel with a short note. She replies that she is stepping outside to read them without drywall dust, and returns them 10 minutes later, signed and complete. The ping calms me more than coffee ever has. Ray forwards the file to the general inbox with a subject line that makes me smile. Catskills, boundary stuff, official like adults. Lunch? Avriel calls from the kitchen that is almost a room. Halverson, stop hiding in the library and come eat your feelings like a human. I am not hiding, I say as I round the corner. Then see what she has done and decide I am always hiding where she is. She has turned the subfloor into something warm. A folded blanket, 2 containers, slices of the good apple she favors because she reads labels and makes everything taste like home. The containers hold chickpea salad with lemon and dill and a charred broccoli situation that is better than any apology. We said ordinary, she says, handing me a fork. We did not specify where. We sit cross-legged, facing the windows that turn rocks and sky into theater. For 4 minutes we eat like we have done this every day of our lives. Then she sets her fork down and looks at me with that steady way she has. Update me, she says. Ray's text. Any new developments on the Redcoat front? I consider lying. I will consider sparing her until tonight. That is the muscle memory of a man who built walls so nothing could be used against him. That man will not be the one who gets to keep her. 2 texts, I say. One from Sean, one from a climbing friend. She's asking for my schedule, saying she wants to surprise me. Do you think she is here to apologize? She asks the question with zero judgment, only curiosity and the quiet caution of a woman who has lived through improbable plot twists in real life. I think she is here to rewrite a story that finally stopped being about her, I say. And when her mouth tilts, I know she heard the truth in it. I will tell you everything tonight. More than you want, probably. But if she shows up here before then, there are rules. Say them out loud, she says. I do not take meetings with her alone. I do not let her walk me to my truck. I do not let her say your name like it is an accusation. If she starts to make a scene, Ray calls May and we step away. You do not have to be brave to prove a point. I prefer being alive to being cinematic, she says. I can leave the site if needed. I will not do it to spare your pride. I will do it because I do not want to feed a woman who eats attention for breakfast. You are formidable, I tell her, and she shrugs like it is a weather report. As required. We finish lunch. She licks lemon from her thumb, and my brain whites out for a second. She sees it happen and shakes her head, amused and a little feral. Focus, architect. Yes, ma'am, I say, and that helps us both. The afternoon moves the way good sight days do. Decisions stack neatly. The banquette is taped in a way that finally pleases the picky corner. Ray wrangles a delivery driver whose GPS is convinced the road ends at a field. I draft an RFI about the specified grout width versus the tile variance, because this is the kind of thing that will save us from marbles with minds of their own. We sign a change order on the laundry chase that avoids a future fight with the dryer and saves both of us money we did not want to spend. The house swallows drywall 1 sheet at a time and begins to look like a place people who know how to love might live. Through it all, I check my phone more often than I mean to. Nothing for a while. Then a message from a number I do not have saved, New York area code, which makes my jaw ache on principle. Lukey, heard you were building palaces upstate. Proud of you. I'm around this week. Would love to catch up, clear the air, maybe talk about that show we always talked about putting together. Drinks? I stare at the screen long enough to identify every word that used to own me. Proud. Clear the air. Always. I almost laugh because the scripts do not evolve, only the costumes. I type and erase. I want to write something righteous and final. Instead, I do the adult thing we decided. I put the phone down. I walk to the powder room framing and stand in the quiet there because they have not hung drywall yet and sound is more honest without it. "Luke?" Ray's voice floats in. She rounds the corner, clocking my face with a quick scan because she does not confuse good news and bad. "We have a visitor at the gate who is not on the delivery schedule." My chest goes cold, even as the rest of me heats with that particular adrenaline you cannot practice for. "Friend or foe?" I ask, and Ray exhales through her nose. "She says friend," Ray says. "Body language says performance. Red coat, sunglasses, the kind of heels that are a speech." I nod. "Thank you." "Do you want me to call May now, or wait to see if she tries to escalate?" "Call her," I say. "Ask her to be on standby. Tell Rowan to keep the crew in the living room for 10. "And Avriel?" Ray asks, careful. "I'll handle it," I say, even though I know handling does not mean shielding. "Bring her to the temporary porch. Outside is best. Cameras get the audio better out there." Ray nods, a general ready to execute. As she leaves, I look down at my hands. They are steady. There is drywall dust in the creases, a map of what we are building that does not smear when I rub my thumb over it. I find Avriel by the window wall, checking the light on the far corner like the sun is her teammate. She glances up, reads my face, and stands before I can open my mouth. "She is here," I say, keeping my voice level. "So are we," she answers, meeting my hand halfway. We do not lace fingers, not here. We overlap palms for a second, a quiet transfer of courage in a room that prefers truth to performance. "Outside," I say. "Temporary porch. Ray is calling May." "Good," she says. She smooths the green sweater over her hips and lifts her chin. The expression is not aggression. It is readiness. We step into the brighter air. Gravel crunches. Wind moves through trees. The red coat is exactly where Ray said it would be, a slash of color against wood and stone. Serena takes off her sunglasses with a practiced flick and smiles like there is a camera somewhere. "Lukey," she says, voice warm and cultured, the accent polished by years of making an entrance. "You look well. This is homey." I do not move closer. I keep half a step off the threshold where the sight becomes the street, where the line is visible even if you are wearing expensive perfume. "Serena," I say, using her name the way a person says a town they left on purpose. "This is not the place." "Oh, but it is," she croons, glance flicking past me to the person beside me. Her smile sharpens. "And you must be Avriel."
Chapter 17. Avriel. Serena says my name like she's been practicing in front of a mirror. Of course, she looks like a magazine spread. Sharp bob, red coat that belongs in an art gallery, sunglasses she takes off with a tiny flourish. The kind of woman who has miles of practice arriving. I stand half a step behind the temporary threshold, just inside the line where the job site becomes public. This porch is raw cedar and caution tape, but it's ours. The house breathes sawdust and pine behind me. The mountains do their best painting impersonation across the yard. Ray leans against the post by the stairs, tablet in hand, all calm line and quiet electricity. Luke is at my shoulder, a degree of distance that reads as deliberate. He's in a charcoal t-shirt that puts his forearms out like a thesis. His jaw is tight. "Serena," he says, polite the way a man is polite to a hornet. Her gaze flicks between us. My sweater, his stance, the lack of introduction, and lands on my face, sliding over me like I'm a layout to critique. She smiles. It doesn't reach anything honest. "I adore that color on you," she says. Green with the mountains, inspired. "Thanks," I say, because my mother taught me to accept compliments with my spine straight. "You must be Serena." I keep my voice even, my eyes kind. I could sell a house with this tone. I can also protect one. I must, she echoes, turning to Luke like I'm a footnote. Lukey, are you going to invite me in, or is this one of your boundaries I keep hearing about? The nickname slides into my gut like a piece of ice. He flinches. It's tiny. A muscle ticks near his mouth, but I see it. This is an active job site, he says, steady if not warm. We meet on the porch. Her eyes go glassy with amusement. How official? And you're... She gestures to Ray. Project manager, Ray answers. Ray Nguyen. Anything official runs through me. Serena's smile tugs. Of course it does. She tips her head toward the house, standing on toes to see past us. It's smaller than I imagined from the plans you used to draw on napkins. I don't draw on napkins, Luke says, so dry it makes me want to kiss him. You used to? She counters, then looks at me again, voice slipping into almost friendly. It's a beautiful lot, a little isolated for my taste, but it suits a certain domestic fantasy, doesn't it? The words land like carefully placed tacks. I step forward so I'm at Luke's side instead of tucked behind him. It suits the design, I say, light sight lines, the way the wind hits in winter. We're building for the way I live. She scans me, measuring the things she can't see. And how do you live, Avriel? Loudly when it matters, I say, because she's not the only one who can turn questions into statements. Quietly when it doesn't. Ray's mouth ticks. She's trying very hard not to enjoy herself. Serena laughs, a bell with a chip in it. I like you. She looks past me again. I had to see it, you know. All those hours of my life spent listening to him talk about curves and shadow lines and the tragedy of bad grout, I wanted to see if the daydream measures up to the man. I feel Luke still, and the barn swallow in my chest beats once, hard. The man. She means the one beside me. The daydream is a thing she's used as proof in rooms I don't want to imagine. I don't look at him. I keep my eyes on the porch rail, as if I'm admiring the joinery. You came a long way to satisfy curiosity. London to JFK isn't a long way, she says airily. And I had a few appointments in the city. Sponsors, galleries, mutual friends. She slips the last words out like bait. Which friends? I ask without blinking. Oh, you know, she waves a hand. The kind who always have another table at that Italian place in Nolita. The kind who love a good story. I ran into Marcus at a fundraiser, actually. What a sweetheart. She looks at me with bright interest, like she picks men out of bowls. He told me you're doing wonderfully, all things considered. My skin tightens. I let my smile go cool. Marcus doesn't know anything about my life anymore. Doesn't he? She asks, truly curious, as if divorce were like an app you can mute but not delete. Ray, Luke says, voice quiet. Is May on the line? On standby, Ray says, eyes still on Serena. As you requested. Serena's eyebrows lift the tiniest fraction. She's clocked the camera at the eve. She's clocked the line between gravel and cedar as a border with consequences. She's clocked that Luke isn't stepping forward. He isn't stepping back either. He's holding. She breathes out a laugh and shifts tactics. Don't look so cross, all of you. I didn't come to make trouble. I had to see for myself that he's still doing it. She gestures toward Luke like he's the subject of an article, making spaces that make people believe they get to be better inside them. I keep my hands at my sides. I let my heart be steady. He's good at his job, I say. We chose each other for that reason. The phrase slides out before I can stop it. Chosen. I watch it land. Her mouth tightens in a place polite people hide. Well, she says, softer now. Something human edging the performance. Then I owe you congratulations. She turns to Luke. I'm staying at the Pine and Poppy. Dinner? I'd like to. No, he says, and the simplicity is a blade. If you have something to say, email May. If you're here to apologize, send it in writing. If you want to reminisce, pick another audience. Color spots high on Serena's cheeks, the first real flush that isn't curated. She nods like that, answers a private question, and slides her sunglasses back on. You always did love your rules, Lukey. They're working for me, he says. His voice goes gentle where I don't expect it. Take care, Serena. She looks at me one last time, not unkind, not anything I want. You're very beautiful, she says. It lands wrong because of where it comes from. I know, I answer, not cocky, just tired of earning the right to take up space. Have a good day. She laughs genuinely this time because the line is too clean not to appreciate if you're a woman who has survived rooms like this. Touché, she says. Then she pivots on a heel so sharp I can hear the score. Gravel crunches. The red coat gets smaller. Ray's shoulders drop half an inch. We stand in the doorway of my almost house and watch the ghost walk away like she's late for another entrance. When Serena's car disappears down the drive, the world comes back on. A nail gun pops. Rowan calls something cheerful from the den about how the sconce backings are finally making sense. Ray exhales through her nose and taps her tablet like she's stamping a form. Event logged, file started. I'll email May, Ray says. We'll archive footage, add to the project folder. Luke, your attorney has my number. She has everyone's number, he says. The tension doesn't leave him. It shifts into another shape. He still hasn't introduced me. He also hasn't moved from my side, as if proximity is the only apology he knows how to offer fast. Ray looks between us. Me, then Luke. And her face softens into something like respect. I'm inside if you need me. Thanks, I say, and she goes, the door thudding gently behind her. We are alone with the smell of drywall dust and the knowledge that a woman who used to know his coffee order is 8 minutes away in a boutique hotel. I turn to him. My pulse is controlled. My voice is not sharp. It is sure. Who was she? Specifically. And why do you look like your body wants to run and stay at the same time? He closes his eyes for a second, rubs at the bridge of his nose, like he wants to push the last 10 minutes out of his skull. When he opens them, he keeps his gaze anchored to mine, as if the entire porch might tilt if he looks away. She's the ex, he says, the last one that mattered. The one who made a mess on her way out and let me do half the cleaning so she could tell herself it wasn't all hers. That's the headline, I say calmly. I don't want headlines, not anymore. I need the article, Luke. Now, not after you've workshopped it. He swallows. The movement is obvious because he doesn't hide things with his face well. He hides with silence. Inside, he says, gesturing to the porch bench. Or here. Here. I sit. He doesn't. He paces once, then stops because he can hear himself doing it. For a while, he begins, voice even. I believe that if I made enough good choices, the bad ones would disappear. Like I could sand them down until the grain ran the same direction. Serena is the part of my life that doesn't sand. We dated. We worked in the same orbit. It got complicated the way it always does when ambition sits in the passenger seat and tells you your heart is a distraction. She wanted the version of me who would burn down the project to keep her entertained. I wanted the version of her who could tell the truth, even if it made the room look at her wrong. We failed. She left loudly. She implied there had been impropriety with a client. There hadn't. And when you add that to a complaint filed by a husband who found messages I shouldn't have sent, it made an ugly picture I've spent 5 years not giving anyone brushes. He doesn't stop to see if I'm following. He knows I am. He knows because I asked for it and didn't flinch. And she's here because... what? I tilt my head. She smelled self-respect on the breeze and wanted to test if it was porous. A laugh spills out of him, ragged and surprised. That, or she's bored, or someone told her there was a camera and she saw a stage. Why no introduction? I ask, because it's the splinter in my skin and pretending it isn't there will just make it fester. Why did I have to introduce myself to the woman who calls you Lukey? He winces. Because I was afraid my voice would break on your name, he says. Honest? Because I didn't want her mouth on it. That is not the answer I expected. It is also a clean one. Okay, I say. Not ready to forgive him anything I haven't named, but willing to put that particular blade down. So here's what I need you to hear. I don't scare easy, but I do get allergic to being put behind velvet ropes because your past is messy. If she's back, we deal with it. I don't want to be your shield, I won't be your secret. If she tries to drag me into a story she wrote to flatter herself, I will not audition. His shoulders drop, some notch between guilt and relief. You shouldn't have to audition for anything, he says softly. Not here. Not with me. I know, I answer, and I let him see some part of me that wants to lean into his chest and be held while the wind moves through the trees. Talk to me about next steps. Tell me what you'll do that isn't just hope she gets bored. He nods, grateful for a plan he can build and not just feel. I'll respond to her message with a written boundary. Contact May, or don't contact me. I'll notify the board preemptively that there's a possibility of harassment by a former partner with a history of public allegations. I'll file a note in the project record about her visit today. If she shows up again, we call the sheriff and have them trespass her. I exhale. Good. And tonight, the article, no edits. Tonight, he says, and his eyes catch on mine like a hook. He takes half a step closer, then stops because we agreed not to break rules at work. I hate and love us for it in the same breath. The door opens. Ray sticks her head out, respectful but not tentative. Update. May wants a quick call, and Rowan needs eyes on a possible conflict between the sconce backing and the HVAC return. Also, just so we're all clear, the footage caught the whole exchange, and the audio is clean. Thanks, I say. Ray's eyebrows notch at my tone, calm and precise, the way I get when I move the world a half-inch back to where it belongs. You good? I will be, I answer, and it's the truth. 10 minutes, then sconces. She nods and disappears. Luke watches me like he's remembering the shape of the woman he chose last night and seeing the new angles the day carved into me. Avriel, he says, and my name breaks on his mouth the way he was afraid it would. Start the call with May, I tell him standing. We'll handle the returns and the gossip in the same hour, and later you'll tell me everything I asked for. He inhales, like oxygen tastes better when I order it. Yes. I step past him, back into the house that's almost a house, back into light mapped by joists and dust motes. My hands don't shake. My list adjusts itself on the fly, beautiful stranger or not. The bones go where they need to go. Behind me, his phone rings. He answers with, May, put it on speaker. I smile because we are becoming the kind of people who choose the same thing at the same time. I make it exactly 3 steps before the crunch of tires on gravel sounds again. I turn, expecting a delivery truck. It's a sleek black sedan I don't recognize. It rolls to a stop at the foot of the drive and idles, windows up, tinted. A second visitor, or an echo? Ray appears at my elbow like a very competent ghost. You expecting anyone? She asks. No, I say, already feeling my pulse shift into alert. Luke ends his call and steps out beside us. The driver's window hums down. A man leans over, aviators on, smile wrong. Afternoon, he calls up the drive. Looking for Luke Halverson. Marcus sent me.
Chapter 18. Luke. The man in the sedan rolls the window down like he expects applause. Aviators, neat beard, a grin that says he thinks charm is a crowbar. "Afternoon. Looking for Luke Halverson," he calls. "Marcus sent me." Gravel pops under my boots. Ray shifts half a step forward, tablet up, the little red light on the camera at the eave reflecting in her eyes. Avriel stands to my right, calm in that emerald sweater, chin tipped like a woman who reads the wind before anyone else feels it. "What can we do for you?" Ray asks. She is polite the way lawyers are polite on record. The grin gets brighter. "Special delivery. Courtesy copy." He reaches to the passenger seat and lifts a thick envelope with an expensive letterhead that makes my teeth hurt. "You can email counsel," I say, not moving closer. "If it is courtesy, it can be courteous somewhere else." "Come on, man, just sign for it." "No," I repeat, because some words work best when they are simple. "Send it to May Donovan at Donovan and Pratt. If you do not have the address, Google has it. I will not accept service on the site." The driver's mouth flattens. He looks at Avriel with a quick, assessing glance, like he's making notes for later. The look makes my hands itch. Ray steps in so cleanly it almost looks choreographed. "This is a closed job site. You're on camera. You have a clear instruction. Please clear the drive so we can receive a legitimate delivery." He holds my eyes for a beat, calculates the odds, then shrugs. "Suit yourself." He tosses the envelope on the passenger seat like a prop he will use in the next scene, taps the door, and eases back down the drive without hurry. My shoulders loosen one notch. I do not look at Avriela until the dust begins to settle, because I want to make sure whatever is on my face is the thing I intend to show her. When I do look, she is already watching me, not with accusation, with the kind of attention that makes me choose the truth. "I will forward whatever that was to May," I say. "We will not respond here. This stays clean." "Good," she says. The word is not a pat. It is a shared instruction. Ray clears her throat. "I will flag the footage. Also, Rowan says the sconce backing is now friends with the HVAC return. False alarm." "Thank you," I say. "And Ray, if either he or the red coat returns, you call May before you call me." "You got it," she says, and walks back inside, shoulders easy again. The quiet after a visitor like that is never entirely quiet. It hums with what could have been. For a breath, the mountain air tastes like adrenaline and drywall dust. Then I take another breath and it tastes like pine again. "Tonight," I tell Avriel, "we do the article, not the headline. I want to tell you everything and not edit it to make myself look better." Her brows lift, not in surprise, in permission. "Tonight," she agrees. Then she taps the screen of her phone, business returning like a tide. "And before that, I need you for 20 minutes in the library. The right hand built-in is crowding the chair I picked. We adjust now or we fight it forever." We do work. It helps. The built-ins get a half-inch more air. The banquette line finally sits where the eye can breathe. Ray makes 2 calls, one to May, one to the tile supplier who likes to arrive when we are least prepared. The day becomes a string of solved problems and deliberate choices, which is all I have ever wanted my life to be. By 4, the crew is rolling chords and joking about a beer that does not exist. Ray stands with us while we lock up. "I have the file to May," she says. She will send a no-contact letter to both visitors of the day with a trespass warning. She squeezes my shoulder once, quick and human. "You good?" "I am better," I answer, and that is true. She nods, satisfied, and heads to her car. On the drive to my place, the ridge is gold. The light slants over the pines and turns the truck cab into a little theater where nothing performs and everything is honest. Avriel rides with her hand on my knee, a simple touch that quiets background noise I've carried for years. "I want to say something before the article," she says, eyes on the road. "If we are going to do the grown version, it helps me to know the ending first." "Ask me. Does she matter to you now?" Her voice is even. There is no wobble for me to soothe. She's not fishing to hurt herself. She is measuring the floor we will sit on. No, I say. The answer is in my mouth before doubt can lace it. She is a reminder. She is not a possibility. Her hand squeezes, then goes back to resting, warm and steady. Okay. Then I can hear the rest without my stomach doing cartwheels. At my house, we do ordinary on purpose like we promised. I boil pasta. She chops tomatoes and basil and pretends to be scandalized by the amount of garlic I use. We eat at the table with the view on low, sleeves pushed up, our knees bumping like we have been doing this long enough for both of us to be a little bit spoiled by it. After dishes, I pour tea because coffee at this hour will punish me, and we sit on the couch. She kicks off her boots and tucks her feet under my thigh. The gesture would undo me even without the words it carries. Stay. Be still. Speak. Tell me from the beginning, she says. I stare into my mug a second, gather the threads. There are versions of this story I told myself for years. They all made me clever or persecuted. They all let me avoid the way I handed someone else a match and called it weather when the room burned. We met at a fundraiser for a design nonprofit. I start. She was doing a series on functional sculpture. I had recently given a talk about public space and how benches are the most radical things a city can build. A friend introduced us. She made a joke about benches that was actually a thesis, and I was gone. Her mouth tilts. You do love a person who can turn furniture into poetry. I huff a laugh. I do. We were good for about 6 months. Work kissed work, and it felt like a match you frame. Then, the project stress climbed and ambition got loud. She wanted a level of attention I did not know how to give and keep my business alive. I wanted her to choose stillness sometimes. We fought in circles and pretended it was passion. We said, we a lot, and built separate futures in our heads. And the client, she prompts gently. End of that first year, I finished a project with a young couple, I say, and I feel the familiar heat of shame rise even now. Shame is not a bruise that fades without pressure. They were excited and kind. We had chemistry I ignored until I didn't. I sent messages I should not have sent. Weeks after final inspection, that woman and I had coffee. It turned into a kiss. 6 stupid weeks later, her husband found it all. He filed a complaint that I had exerted improper influence during the build. The board dismissed it, but my insurer flagged me. I became the man you do not trust near budgets and marriages. It did not matter that none of it happened while a contract was open. The story was better the other way. Her fingers find the seam of my jeans, rub slowly like she is smoothing a wrinkle. And Serena? She left while that was happening, I say. She went loud. She implied there was more. She repeated the implication to people who were happy to repeat it again. She posted a piece that the algorithms liked where she talked about lines and ethics in a way that did not use names, but might as well have. It was art. It was a grenade. I spent the next 5 years being the opposite of messy. I dated exactly twice. I canceled both by month 2. I wrote rules. I stayed very far away from the rooms where I could cut corners to make a feeling. She's very quiet. She looks at me like she's reading a blueprint and checking the load-bearing walls. What did you tell yourself then about love? That I was not built for it in the ways that made sense to anyone but me, I say. That if I could not be the man who texted during meetings and showed up with flowers in public places, I should not try at all. That I could build houses for other people and call it close enough. And now? She asks, not letting me drift. What do you tell yourself now that you have me sitting here with my feet under your leg and garlic in my hair? That I am trying again because you are worth learning a new way, I say. The truth lifts my shoulders like weight. You remember how to carry as soon as it is back where it belongs. That I am allowed to be slow and serious, and you are allowed to want what you want, and those facts do not have to cancel each other. Her eyes shine, not with tears she will deny, with the kind of focus she saves for picking tile. Thank you, she says. She does not say for what exactly, which feels right. I know she knows. She sets her mug down and turns toward me fully. I will not lie and say this part is easy for me, she says. Women like Serena are the ones the world always told me to be smaller for. The ones who arrive and rearrange air and expect you to clap while they do it. I'm not jealous. I'm not interested in competition. I'm interested in not being collateral. So here is what I need. I sit up straighter. Tell me. If she calls, you tell me before I have to ask, she says. If you talk to her in person, you do not do it alone. You do not keep any of it from me to protect me. That is not protection. That is control with perfume. And if you begin to feel the urge to be the version of yourself who fixes a woman by teaching her rules, you tell me so I can remind you I am not her, and you are not that man anymore. I let out a breath that sounds like relief and contrition and something greener. Deal, I say. And you? If I make the mistake of retreating without words, you call me on it. If this gets too sharp, you say it so we can sand it before we end up with splinters. You do not pretend to be fine for my comfort. I do not pretend anymore, she says. The words are simple and enormous. I reach for her hand. She gives it to me and holds on like we agreed to this yesterday and we are continuing to agree now. I press my mouth to the place her pulse talks and feel it jump. It is not a shock. It is a yes. Also, she adds, because she is who she is, if you ever again let a woman introduce herself to me while you stand there like a polite statue, I will put you on porch sweeping duty for a month. I laugh, then sigh into her shoulder. I deserve that. You do, she says, but her fingers slide into my hair, scratch lightly at my scalp, and the world tilts back into a kinder orbit. I let myself rest my head in her lap. She shifts to make room like this is a thing we do often. She smells like lemon and wood dust and the kind of woman who calls a storm and still goes outside to watch the sky change. We stay like that, quiet and not empty, until the kettle clicks off and the room goes soft with evening. I could fall asleep with her hand moving through my hair. I could also kiss her until the day dissolves. I do neither. I sit up and kiss her temple because it is the thing that tells the truth without rushing the chapter. Does she matter now? She asks again, softer, testing the floor for creaks. She does not, I say. I will not let her ride over us. Good, she says. Then we are fine. Even if we are not comfortable, we are fine. We make more tea. We argue about whether raisins belong in oatmeal cookies and discover we have the same answer. She makes a list for the grocery run we promised ourselves, and it is half practical and half indulgent. This is what our rhythm looks like on a Tuesday. I've never liked a Tuesday more. My phone buzzes on the table, face down. The sound is ordinary, except my skin knows who will be on the other side before my eyes do. Her name is a black line I wish I could unwrite. Serena, I need 5 minutes. I want to explain everything about why I left. Please, it is not what you think. I stare long enough for my tea to cool a degree. The old me would have sat with it, turned it in my palm, felt for weaknesses in my resolve. I tip the phone so Avriel can see the screen. Her expression does not change. She is not surprised. She does not eat attention. She simply looks at me and waits for the choice. I'm not meeting her, I say, not to be heroic, just to be clear. I will forward this to May and ask her to respond. I will block the number once it is in the file. Okay, she says. Then, because she is not interested in control either, she adds, if you change your mind and want to hear her out, we plan it. Not because she earns it. Because closure sometimes needs witnesses. I nod. I forward the text to May with a brief note and drop it into our project log because the paper trail is not romance, but it is how I keep love safe. My thumb hovers over block. The screen blurs and snaps back into focus. I press it. The device makes that little satisfied click. The room exhales. We sit there a long moment, the two of us, listening to the kettle start up again, because the first pot ran out. the ridge going blue outside the glass, the table between us clean, except for a grocery list that includes cardamom and bandages, because she is practical, even when she is tender. My phone lights again before the screen sleeps. The number is different. No contact, no name. The message preview is a line that turns my stomach cold even as my resolve holds. You deserve more than rumors and letters. Meet me tomorrow at noon at the Pine and Poppy. I will tell you what your friend Marcus asked me to do. It is not what you think. I do not move. I do not answer. I look up. Avriel is looking at me, already steadying us both. Past and present, she says softly, not a question. They never knock once. No, I say, the word low and certain. I flip the phone face down, then reach for her hand again like the ending we agreed on is something we can keep agreeing to. But we decide who we open the door for.
Chapter 19. Avriel. By Friday, the ridge wears that clean sweater smell the mountains get after rain. My inbox is quieter. May's no-contact letter did its grown-up strut through 2 mailboxes and 3 inboxes. Ray logged both deliveries in the project file with a tidiness that could make a judge weep. On paper, the fire looks contained. In me, it spits and hisses. We keep our rituals because we promised. Sunday night check-in happened at Luke's table, elbows touching, mugs steaming, both of us telling the truth like adults who want families someday. He told me what he'd told the state board and what he hadn't. I told him my body is still learning not to brace for a slammed door. He kissed the spot near my eye that always gives me away and said, "I'm here," with his whole weight behind it. Now it's Friday again, ordinary on purpose. I make a grocery list that reads like a love letter to cardamom and butter. I dress to face town in a coral scarf and jean jacket, because color helps when your brain would rather go grayscale. I drive with the windows cracked and Whitney on low, reminding me that being a woman with a voice is not a crime. The farmer's market is half tourists in hiking boots and half locals pretending we don't notice tourists in hiking boots. I buy apples from the woman who remembers my name and gives me one too many on purpose. I stand at the honey stall, reading labels like they're poems when she arrives. "Wildflower," Serena says, plucking a jar, holding it to the light like a jeweler. Always the best choice when you're not sure what you're pairing it with. Versatile, forgiving, like a good man. The vendor smiles, unaware we're in theater. "You want me to wrap that?" he asks. "Please," she says. And then to me, "Avriel, you look rested. Luke must be feeding you." She wears a camel coat this time, sunglasses perched on her head like a tiara she knows she earned. She smells like expensive citrus and congratulations. "He makes a competent pasta," I say, not rising to the bait. "Competent?" she repeats, amused. How politically neutral. The honey guy hands her the bag. She tucks it into her tote and leans in like we're girlfriends in a rom-com. "You know what he's like when he's building," she says. "The world turns into a set of problems he can solve. It's intoxicating at first. To be proximal to focus like that. To be chosen by it. The trick is," she purses her mouth, "he doesn't always remember how to climb down when the scaffolding is gone. He's brilliant at beginnings. He's less brilliant at staying. Air thins. I keep my feet on the ground. He's staying with this," I say, because I can point to a list we signed and a bed he doesn't run from at midnight. "For now," she says, gentle like she's concerned for me. I said the same thing, you know. He's staying with this. I believed it until the punch list got shorter and he grew restless. He never meant to hurt anyone. He just lives best in the part where everything is being made. She touches my elbow like she has a right, then removes her hand before I have to. "You're very beautiful in coral," she says. "He likes color. He used to make me wear yellow." She laughs softly. "God, we were narrow then." I'm glad he's learned. She drifts away toward the flower stall, the parting gift of her words settling in my lungs like dust after demo. Fine, everywhere, hard to filter out. I stand very still, feeling old lessons wake and stretch. When you grow up with exit signs in the kitchen, you get good at reading smoke. Is that steam from the kettle or the start of a fire? Is that silence or the beginning of someone's absence? I text Luke because we agreed on this. Casual encounter with the red coat at the market. She was civil. She said things. None of them knew, but my chest didn't like them. He replies in 3 minutes. Proud of you. Want me to meet you? I can ditch the call with the structural engineer in 10. I exhale. Don't ditch. Let's both be adults who keep their meetings. Grocery run tonight? He sends the clapping hands emoji. Then, always. I buy carrots. I buy the good olive oil. I buy time. At the Pine and Poppy later that afternoon, I meet a tile rep because their logistics guy has the time management skills of a cat. The lobby smells like candles trying to be sexy. I'm early, so I sit in one of the velvet chairs that photographs well and answers to no one. I pull up the sconce spec and make a note to bring Ray cookies because I like the way she herds men twice her size with nothing but eyebrows. Funny running into you, Serena says, appearing like she called the elevator to this floor of my day. She's alone, no entourage. Coat shrugged off to reveal a crisp blouse the color of the sky when you've cried in the car and fixed your eyeliner in a rest stop mirror. Is it? I say, not looking up from my phone long enough to feed her. She sits anyway. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause drama. I'm leaving Sunday. Good trip, polite, distant, all my mother's lessons lined up like china. Productive. She crosses her legs, heel dangling. It's charming here. Artists, do-gooders, men in flannel who know how to make things. I see why people come to reinvent themselves. A bit of a fishbowl, though. Word travels. My teeth itch. Which word? Oh? She does the faux fluster thing. Just Luke. People adore him. They also have stories. One woman at the gallery said he's the male version of a nesting doll. Many layers of competence, a smaller one holding all the rest together, and if you keep going, you get to a tiny piece that doesn't know how to be still. She tips her head. You know the type? I know men who become their work because it's the only place the rules make sense, I say. I'd rather date that than men who become their worst impulses. She laughs, not offended. You're good. Really good. I almost want to hire you to narrate my life. Couldn't afford me, I say lightly, and the look she gives me says she loves that I said it. Do you know about Oslo? She asks, innocent as a sharpened pencil. What about it? He had an offer once, she says, to join a firm there. Thoughtful, sustainable work. He called it his dream. He didn't take it. Too many entanglements. It made him aggressive for months. She studies me like she's waiting for a flinch. He says he's done with running. I hope that's true. I file Oslo under my business. When he makes it my business, stand because the tile rep has arrived, and I will not give a woman in a hotel lobby a second more of my spine. Have a good day, Serena. You as well, she says, mouth softening into something almost kind. Truly. We pick grout that won't betray us in 6 months. We adjust the lead time on the matte black trim because supply chain gods demand sacrifice. The work feels clean. By the time I get to my car, my pulse looks like it belongs in a human body again. I don't tell Luke about Oslo. It sits on my tongue like a dare. We talk about sconce heights and a driver who can't find the driveway. He texts me a photo of the built-in mock-up with a note. The chair will breathe now. I text back a heart and a joke about making out with millwork. We keep moving. In the evening, he comes over with lemons and pasta and a bottle of wine that costs less than some coffees in the city. He kisses me at my door, slow and steady. The kind of kiss that says he has no other place to be. My bones believe him, and my brain hums like a quiet appliance. You only notice when the house is otherwise silent. "How was the market?" he asks, unloading groceries like a man who intends to feed me for a while. "Other than, you know." "Good," I say. "Apples, honey, a woman in a hat I wanted to punch." He grins. "I'll build you a hat rack for all your restraint." We do ordinary, pasta, laughter, one rapid-fire test of whether raisins belong in cookies. He tells me about a structural engineer who used the word cantilever as a verb. I tell him about a client who asked for Parisian minimalism and then sent a Pinterest board full of tufted velvet and 50 shades of cream. We end up on my couch with my calves over his lap and his hand on my ankle. Thumb tracing circles like he's mapping weather systems he trusts not to turn. "Can I ask you something?" I say when the show credits roll and my brain taps the fishbowl on the shelf. "Please." "What's Oslo?" He goes very still, not guilty exactly, caught. "A fork in a road from a long time ago," he says after a beat. "A firm recruited me when I was drowning. It looked like an exit and a salvation at the same time. I didn't go. Some days I'm grateful I stayed. Some days I imagine a version of me who learned to love cod and winter sun." "Why didn't you take it?" I ask, careful, like I'm approaching a skittish animal. He thinks. At the time, pride. It felt like running, and I wanted to prove I could build a life here that didn't collapse at the first bad wind. More honest answer? I was afraid leaving would confirm what everyone was saying, that I couldn't face a mess I helped make. "Would you go now?" I ask, half challenge, half inventory. "No," he says simply. "Not because I'm noble, because my life is here, because this house is here, because you are here, and I am not interested in learning the time difference for another country when I'm still learning how your Sunday sighs sound." My throat does a small, treacherous thing. I nod because words, if I use them right now, will be too big and I will trip. He feels the shift. He moves his hand to my knee and squeezes. "Do I need to call May and ask her to draft a cease and desist for unsolicited mentions of Scandinavia?" he asks, dry. I laugh, the sound cracking something brittle in me. "Please." Name it, "Stop weaponizing geography." We go to bed and try to be soft. My body wants him with a greed that's starting to feel like home. My brain pulls the fire alarm at random intervals because it remembers being small for men who didn't deserve the space. He kisses my shoulder and waits when I freeze on a breath. It hadn't occurred to me that I was holding. "Talk to me," he says. No pressure, no performance. "I hate that she knows your coffee order," I admit, because saying the petty thing is sometimes the only way to get to the big thing. I hate that she can narrate parts of you I haven't learned yet and make it feel like a threat. I hate that my first instinct is to go quiet and earn you. He pulls back so he can see my face. "You don't have to earn me," he says, slow and sure. "You choose me. I choose you. Every day. That's it." I nod. He's right, and I feel better, and also there's a seam that didn't smooth. We fall asleep with our feet tangled, like we trust each other not to run in the night. Saturday is tile samples and rain, and a childhood friend FaceTiming me from a Target parking lot to ask if I think fluted planters are a phase Sunday is church with my mother, who sings 2 pews behind me and squeezes my hand too hard during the passing of peace, because she's learning to show up, and sometimes it leaks. Luke texts a photo of a bench he's repairing for Mrs. Chin downtown. The caption reads, "Radical Furniture Activism," and I roll my eyes so hard I almost see my brain. Monday morning at the site, Serena doesn't appear. The men hang drywall like they're playing a quiet sport. Ray arguments a delivery guy into being on time and then thanks him like a Queen Luke And I work like we're professionals who didn't change the weather in each other's bodies last week. It feels good, clean. I almost believe the campaign has ended at one honey stall and one hotel lobby. And then Tuesday happens. I have a noon meeting with the cabinet maker at Honeybee Cafe because he likes their lemon bars, and I like the way they spell my name, right? The place is all sunlight and plants, and the sound of milk frothing, baristas with good hair, and people who believe laptops are extensions of their hands. I sit by the window, back to the room, because I like to watch the street. I order black coffee with cardamom out of habit, and the barista grins because she knows me now. The cabinet maker texts at 12:02, running 5 late, save me a lemon bar? I go up to the counter and ask them to hold 2. I turn with the receipt in my mouth, both hands occupied with cups, and freeze. Luke sits at the back table, the one by the ficus, shoulders hunched, hands laced in front of him on the wood, like he's trying not to touch anything he can't control. Serena sits across from him, coat draped on the chair, sunglasses on the table like props she's discarded. They are close enough that they don't have to raise their voices. His jaw is wired shut with restraint. Her hands move when she talks. Expressive and precise, cutting lines in the air. For a second, I think, ambush. Then she leans forward, touches the base of her throat, the way women do when they say I didn't mean to, and the part of my body that believes all the wrong stories goes cold. He says something. She shakes her head. Fast, the motion brittle. He scrubs a hand over his mouth and looks like a man trying very hard not to take a bait. He knows his bait. He doesn't touch her. He doesn't even inch closer. He is a study in boundaries. It doesn't matter. The sight is a fist around my stomach. I stand there holding 2 cardamom coffees and feel my pulse make a strange high sound. The cabinet maker texts again. Parking. 2 minutes. I could walk over. I could put my hand on Luke's shoulder and let him introduce me. Let her see that I am not a roomer. I could leave and tell myself adults don't perform for women in coffee shops. Instead, I do the worst thing for a woman like me. I watch. A minute passes. 2. He says something that looks like no. She says something that looks like please. He gestures to the door, the universal sign for we're done. She reaches like she might touch his wrist and stops, because even she obeys cameras eventually. He stands. She stays seated a beat too long, then rises like the scene director called, cut. They walk toward the door. He opens it for her because he is polite even to ghosts. She slides the sunglasses on in one practiced motion and steps into the street. He doesn't see me. Or he does, and he decides to keep the scene clean by not slicing his attention. I don't know which story costs me more to believe. The cabinet maker appears at my elbow. Lemon bars? He asks. Cheerful, oblivious, a man who has never had to make a flowchart for his heart. I hand him coffee. I sit. I conduct a meeting with notes and measurements and jokes about drawer pulls being the jewelry of kitchens. I am a professional in a cute scarf who does not watch her almost boyfriend untangle himself from last season, where everyone can see I sign off on face frames and hinge styles. I keep breathing like that's medicine. When it's over, my hands shake so hard I have to rest them under the table until they remember they're attached to a person. The room is full of laughter and clinking and songs about sugar. I taste metal. My phone is a stone in my pocket. I do not pull it out. If there's a text from him, I don't want to read it in front of a ficus. I stand. I carry both coffees to the counter and ask for lids, like that's the problem. The barista gives me a look that might be pity or might be good customer service. I step outside into light too bright for my eyes and air too sharp for a human heart. Across the street, a red coat turns a corner and disappears. A man I'm falling for stands alone on the sidewalk, hands in his pockets, face tilted up like he's asking the sky for patience. He looks like a person trying very hard to be better than his past. He also looks like someone fresh from the edge and gave 5 minutes to a story that wants to write over mine. My body votes with nausea. My mind does what it always does. Makes lists, leave, call, ask, wait. I take one step toward him and stop, because if I walk over right now, I will say something I can't unsay. I will hand Serena a scene she will replay for years to prove to herself that she still has it. My phone buzzes, insistent. I pull it out, finally, because if I don't, I will hurl it into traffic, and that's a different bill I don't want to pay. The screen lights with his name and a preview I can't unsee. Luke. She ambushed me. I told her to email May. I'm coming to you if you want me. Please tell me where you are. I look up. He's already scanning the street, searching for me like there's only one person he wants to tell the story to. It should help. It does. It also doesn't. I don't move. I stand in front of Honeybee with 2 coffees cooling in my hands and watch him, and it feels like being 20 again, tiny inside a beautiful dress, waiting for a man to prove me right about abandonment. He steps off the curb and starts toward me, eyes finding mine across the traffic, like a line he refuses to let go slack. My stomach flips hard enough that I press a palm to it, willing it to stay where it belongs. I have choices. I can be the woman my mother taught me to be, smiling through the burn. I can be the woman I'm teaching myself to be, naming the heat and demanding shade. I don't decide yet. I just wait. The coffee's cooling, the city watching, while the man who says he's staying crosses the street toward me, and the echo of a red coat fades around the corner.
Chapter 20. Luke. I spot her before she spots me. Avriel on the curb with 2 coffees cooling in her hands, chin set, shoulders squared like she's holding in a storm and a question. Serena's red coat cuts around the corner and disappears into sunlight that looks kinder than it feels. Ambush, I say when I reach her, palms up like a man approaching a skittish horse, when the truth is, I'm the skittish one. She caught me while I was waiting for a sandwich for Ray. I told May to ping me by email. I kept it short. You looked like it wasn't short, she says, even, not accusing. It felt longer inside my head, I admit. I'm sorry you had to see even that. She considers me, the coffee, the street. She hands me one like a truce. I don't want to do scenes in public. Me either, I say. The carton door clacks behind us. Someone laughs too loud inside. The ficus is complicit. Dinner? My place? I'll be better with full sentences and no audience. Okay, she says, and her mouth softens enough to let me breathe. Dinner. Full sentences. We split. I carry the guilt that has her name on it and the anger that doesn't, one in each hand, neat as takeout. At the site, I make a list because lists are the only religion I've ever practiced properly. Call May with the play-by-play. Forward Serena's second number for the file. Draw the library end panel detail so the cap doesn't die into drywall like an afterthought. Check with Ray on the tile schedule. Inhale, exhale, repeat. I call May first. She caught me at Honeybee, I say, pacing the temporary porch like it can metabolize adrenaline. 5 minutes. I said no. I left. We have cameras inside and out if we need timestamps. Forward me anything new, she says, voice clipped in the way that means she's furious on my behalf and saving it for the letterhead. If she persists, we escalate the trespass warning. If she tries the gallery opening on Friday, I'll be there in black like a funeral. You'd look great, I say. I always do, she replies. Don't let her take your brain apart one polite sentence at a time, Luke. I'm trying, I say, and hang up before I confess that trying currently feels like holding drywall with my teeth. Work helps. It usually does. Today it mostly doesn't. I chalk a line and it wavers. I measure a reveal and add an eighth, then erase it, then add it again because I can't recall which set of words Serena used and whether they had an eighth in them. Always building, never staying. A neat poison, the worst kind, sugared with familiarity. She tells me she left to find herself and found she had mislaid me in the process. She calls me Lukey like the intervening years were a long, charming anecdote we'll someday dine out on. She says, soft as theft. You sure this isn't rebound for her? Marcus to you is quite a sprint. I hate that any part of me hears it. I hate that I don't have a mute button for old accusations that once fit. I hate that she still knows where to place a fingertip to make a bruise bloom. Ray clocks the wobble and wordlessly steers me toward tasks that require muscle memory rather than genius. Staging drywall in the den, she says, handing me gloves and a lift like a talisman. Javi's shoulder is acting up. You'll feel useful. Bossy, I tell her, grateful. Correct, she says, and peels off toward a delivery truck driven by a man who parks like he's allergic to lines. By the time I lock up, the worst of the adrenaline has burned off, leaving that special fatigue that makes your skin feel one size too small. I drive to the ridge with the window cracked and the mountains doing their best impression of stability. My house smells like lemons because I don't know how to stop buying them. I set a pot to boil and text Avriel. Doors open, no scenes, only sentences. She arrives in a black turtleneck and jeans, hair in a high puff that makes it impossible to think of anything unkind. She doesn't kiss me right away. She puts her palm on my chest, a diagnostic. Your wound tight, she says. Trying to be civilized, I say, and my own voice sounds like I ironed it. Let's eat first, she decides, cueing the ordinary we promised to make, on purpose. I slice garlic with too much piety. She salts the water like a person who trusts boiling. We do the dance we've learned. It steadies us both. Halfway through the bowl, she sets her fork down. Give me the rest, she says. Not the headline. She said she left to find herself, I answered, picking up the scab and not picking it. Says the exhibition did well and the city did better, and then she turned around one morning and realized the future she wanted at 28 wasn't the one she wanted at 33. She says she's sorry she made a mess of my name on her way out, and if I forgive her, she'll correct the narrative in rooms that still repeat it like scripture. I swallow. She said you were sprinting from Marcus and I look like a hurdle that happens to be built well. Avriel's mouth goes quiet. She breathes once, twice, measured. And what do you think? That she's dangerous even when she's right about anyone but me, I say. That I hate the part of me that hears the word rebound and thinks about what it cost you to leave, and that there's a universe where I could be easier than grief. I'm going to pass on being easy. I want to be the thing that is worth staying for even when there's no drama to outrun. She nods like she expected me to say all of it and didn't plan to love me less for honesty. Okay, she says, so here are mine. I don't like that she knows you in ways I'm still learning. I don't like that she's trying to narrate me to myself. I hate that my body hums with exit alarms even when my brain trusts you. And I also want you tonight. Her eyes lift, steady and hot. Wanting you and wanting to throw up can coexist. I'm talented. It makes me laugh, wrecked and grateful. We don't have to, I say, because consent is a verb and I want to speak it out loud. We don't, she agrees. She stands, takes my plate, sets it in the sink, and turns back to me like the air is charged with a decision we both get to make. But I want to, slow enough that if your head tries to rewrite me with old pages, you'll hear it. Honest enough that if my fear starts dictating, you'll stop me. She steps into my space, hands light on my hips. Deal? Deal, I say, and it lands in my chest like a brace that makes the rest of the structure hold. We start in the kitchen because that's where the wanting catches easiest. She kisses me like we built rights to it, slow, then deeper, when both of us remember the last time we said we would be careful and still ended up worshiping anyway. Her mouth is a place to rest, and a thesis on why oxygen matters. When she licks into me, my body forgets for a moment that anger exists. I lift her onto the island, palms skating under the hem of the turtleneck to find skin. She's warm, the kind of warm that convinces you winter can be negotiated with. Her brown skin glows under the pendant lights, curls pinned up and half escaping, lips swollen from kissing. She makes a sound when my thumb grazes the undercurve of her breast, a low, sure sound that is my new favorite syllable. I catalog every tremor like a man taking measurements he intends to build a life to. "Tell me where your head is," she murmurs against my jaw. "In your mouth," I say, honest to God. Then, more honest. "And in a coffee shop watching myself not take bait." She nods. "We can hold both." We try. The quartz is cool against the back of her thighs as I lift, shift, frame her closer to the edge. The city hums beyond double-paned glass, the saxophone we forgot to turn off smudging the corners of the room. I strip her down with a care I didn't know my hands could manage when they're shaking. She undresses me like she isn't afraid to see me. All of me, including the part that wants to be better than it was this afternoon. Her bra unclasped, her breasts are full and soft in my palms, nipples tightening beneath my tongue like a yes I can feel. She breathes out my name and the sound threads through my ribs and knots there. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. The ceiling fan clicks lazily. The lemon-clean sheets are cool against overheated skin. Outside, a car door slams. Inside, our hearts slow to a steady lope. "You okay?" she asks, fingers combing the sweat-damp hair off my temple. "I'm good," I say, honest as a cut. "I feel anchored." Her smile is a light turning on. "Me too." We breathe together. The room holds. And for once, the future I want is only as far as the space between our mouths. "Report," she says into my neck. "I didn't run," I say. "I didn't use you like a fire blanket either." "You didn't," she agrees, fingers drawing idle shapes on my chest. "You asked. You listened. You made me say words with my whole body." Her smile tickles my skin. A plus. I huff, content and wrecked in equal parts. "You always grade on a curve?" "For you. Curves only," she says, and the joke lands where it needs to. On tenderness, not distraction. We shower because adults with values and because I want to wash the afternoon off me and mark the evening as something else. I make tea. She sits at the table in one of my shirts because she knows exactly what she looks like in it and what it does to the piece of me that believed for too long that intimacy is for other people. "Now," she says, hands around the mug. "Strategy." "May will file the updated log," I say. "If Serena shows up at the site again, Ray calls the sheriff. If Serena texts, I forward to the file and block. If she ambushes me in public, I walk away." "And if she tries the emotional emergency exit?" she asks. I left because I was broken. I came back because I realized it was love all along. "I lock it," I say. "I'm not certain how to fix her. I don't want to." Her mouth relaxes in a way that says this is oxygen. Good. My phone buzzes like it has the script. Unknown number. New York area code. The preview blooms. "Please, Luke. One final conversation. I will explain everything. Why I left. What Marcus asked. What I did and didn't do. You deserve the truth. Tomorrow at noon. Pine and Poppy Garden. 5 minutes." I flip the screen so we're both looking. The message isn't new. It's a different wrapping on the same present. Control. I wait for the old reflex. The one that lurches toward closure like it's medicine. It taps at the door and I don't open. "I can ignore it," I say. "You can," she agrees. She takes a breath. "You can also decide that our story will be cleaner if you end it on your terms with a witness, in daylight, with boundaries she can't rearrange." She meets my eyes. "Not because she's owed it, because you are." I tip my head. She's right. Closure isn't a romance montage. It's a memo and a boundary and a choice you don't make just to stop a noise. It's a thing you build with documents and courage. I'll meet her, I say, and the words don't taste like defeat. They taste like alignment. One final time, with May, in the garden because there are cameras and benches. 5 minutes. We record. After that, she leaves town or she finds out what trespass looks like in a jurisdiction that takes property rights personally. Copy, she says, soft as relief. And afterward, you come to me. No summaries over text. The article, not the headline. I promise, I say. I text Serena. One final meeting. Noon tomorrow. Pine and Poppy Garden. My attorney present. Recorded. If you decline, all future contact goes through counsel. Do not approach me in public again. Do not contact my client. 5 minutes only. The bubbles pulse. Then. Understood. Thank you, Lukey. The nickname should roll off. It doesn't. I hit forward to May with the concise, set time, bring recording. Then I blocked the number because even closure doesn't require open doors. I set the phone face down. The house is quiet in the way that isn't empty. Kettle slowly starting again, the ridge going blue, the faint tick of cooling pipes. Avriel reaches for my hand the way she did at the curb earlier, not to rescue, to connect. You did good work tonight, she says. So did you, I answer, and I mean the way she held the line when my head dipped under and the way she insisted on joy anyway. She squeezes once, then smirks. Also, you owe Ray a sandwich. The woman didn't get her lunch. I groan. I'll make it a fancy one. With lemon? She teases. Always, I say, then tug her into my lap because I earned that too. The right to be soft after being strong. She comes willingly, curls tickling my cheek, heartbeat steady where it rests against mine. Tomorrow I'll sit on a bench in a curated garden with my attorney and a ghost who still thinks she's the protagonist. I'll listen, then end it in words the law understands. Tonight I memorize the weight of the woman who is very much alive in my hands, and the way the poison loses its strength when I keep choosing her instead.
Chapter 21. Avriel. I get to the site before the crew because I like the house best when it's just bones and birdsong. The mountain air has that minty edge that wakes you without coffee. Ado watches me from the tree line like she pays the taxes. I park by the dumpster, pop the trunk, and juggle 2 fabric books of upholstery swatches plus a box of pulls. The cabinet maker rushed because he is a saint who believes in soft clothes as a moral stance. Today is noon. The garden bench. May with her black suit and sharper eyebrows. Luke with his lawyer voice and patient spine. Serena with her finale. We made rules for this. We put them in writing. I woke up willing to be steady. She's waiting at the gate. For one beat, I think she is a sign I conjured from bad sleep. Then the red coat moves, and the illusion breathes. No sunglasses this time, no artful smile. Her hair is too shiny for this hour. She looks like a magazine ignored her request to be casual. Morning, she says, and it has the wrong kind of cheer, the kind that assumes she gets to set the weather. This is a closed job site until 8, I answer, setting the box on the hood. You're trespassing. She laughs, delighted like I told a joke about pork belly. God, you two really rehearsed this, didn't you? I'm impressed. You can be impressed from the road. My phone is already out. My finger hovers over Ray, then slides to video instead. I hold the screen up, obvious as a mirror, for both our records. Her gaze flicks to the camera by the eave, then back to me, measuring. She straightens the collar of her coat with a small tug that reads as reset, no need to be dramatic, she says. I wanted a woman-to-woman talk. I'm fresh out of those for people who don't respect my inbox. I nod toward the gate. You have 90 seconds to choose the legal version of this morning. Something in her face drops then. Not the pretty mask, the whole theater. "You're very sure of yourself," she says. "And it's almost wonder. That must be delicious." "Some days," I say. "It also takes work." "Does it?" She steps in, which is also a choice. Up close, I notice the foundation is a half shade too light for her throat, and the petty part of me puts a gold star in my notebook. Or did Luke hand you certainty like a parting gift? He can be generous with what looks like devotion when the project is new. We stand on either side of the temporary threshold, cedar fresh and raw between us. My back is to the house, hers to the gravel. The line is literal, and I am not moving. "Say the thing you came to say," I tell her, sweet as cardamom and just as sharp. Then say it again to a camera, with a lawyer present at noon. Her smile curdles. "Fine. You want Frank? He doesn't love like a normal man. He loves work. He loves women when they're adjacent to work, when they look like progress. He loved me because we were building something together he could point to and say, 'Look, a future.' You are a future-shaped object. He will adore you until he learns you're human. Then he will tidy up and go." Air thins a little. The old alarms stir like dogs in their sleep. I keep my feet where they belong. "You're very invested in the idea that no one gets to be special after you." Her laugh is not delighted now. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm not threatened. I'm bored. Watching him repeat himself is tedious. You're competent. I'll give you that. Pretty enough when you work at it. And you're shiny with purpose. God, he eats that with a spoon. But he will never love someone like you the way he loved me. He can't." I was the first time he believed love could look like ambition and call itself art. You're domestic. Your reheated pasta and checklists and Sunday calendars, he will suffocate. I think about last night, the way his head tilted into my palm, like I had a switch inside it that turned off the noise. I think about his slow yes, and the way he asked, "Are you okay?" like he didn't trust the floor, until I told him it held. I think about grocery lists that say cardamom and bandages, and how both feel like vows. "Reheated pasta keeps you alive," I say. "Ambition is a spice, not a meal." She rolls her eyes. "You're a Pinterest quote." "And you're a rerun," I snap, the first real heat cracking through. "Your script is older than both of us. I'm the masterpiece. Everyone else is a study. I'm the storm. She's the house. I'm the myth. She's the woman with a list. You know what keeps a person warm when the dog gets sick and the budget tightens and the roof leaks in February? The house." She blinks, just once, the color rising high like I slapped her. The mask slips again an ugly flicker. "How dare you?" "Let's dispense with kindness, shall we?" she says softly. "You think you're here because you're chosen. You're here because you're a rebound with clean edges Marcus broke you. Luke loves broken women when he can fix the angle of their pain until it looks like design. He gets to play savior, and you get to play saved, then he gets bored." "Projection," I say, and even though I am angry now, the word lands cool, almost clinical. "Not very original?" "Realistic," she counters. "Look at him. Look at the dotted lines of his life. He almost left for Oslo. He almost bought a building with me. He almost went to see his father before he died. He almost loves. He almost stays. He needs women to complicate the story, so he doesn't have to admit he's the one who keeps the bag packed. The part about his father lands somewhere tender. I fold it away for later. For him, not for her. You're not his historian, I say. You're an unreliable narrator who likes the sound of her voice. She smiles, nasty and brilliant. Oh, sweetheart. I know my role better than anyone. I know his too, and I know yours. You're a project. You make him feel like a good man. He'll hand you a house, and a few very intentional pleasures, and then one morning you'll wake up and the bench will be empty, and you will rehearse how you should have seen it coming. I am proud of myself for not flinching at the word pleasures. If you talk about my body again, I'll file a harassment claim this afternoon, I say conversationally, and send it to your sponsors. The internet remains free. She makes a small sound, disbelief mixed with admiration. Where did he find you? I found myself, I say, and I let the truth of that warm my chest. He found a woman who doesn't break when a girl in a red coat says boo. The wind lifts the caution tape. It flutters between us like punctuation. A car takes the bend too fast, and the sound rips through the quiet. Serena steps fractionally closer, hands out, palms up, a picture of reason. For a heartbeat, I see something raw, a girl who wanted to be the exception and learned to survive by lighting the room and calling it truth. Then she forces it down so fast I hear the click. Tears stand in her eyes, sudden, clear as glass. I have seen this move at brunches and benefits and in bathrooms when the mirror fogs. It's an art, weaponized apology, calculated tears. Do you know, she says, voice breaking right on cue, how hard it is to realize you ruined the best thing you had? Do you know what it is to wake up in a city of strangers and have no one who says your name like it matters? Wet gathers at her lashes. It is beautiful. I came to say I was sorry. You came to make me small, I say quietly, and for the first time, her tears falter. You came to see if you could move in the space between the studs and eat the wiring. You came because you can't stand that someone else gets a version of him you didn't help sculpt. Her mouth opens. I see 3 arguments line up and die. I'm not triumphant. I'm tired. I am also done. You have 30 seconds to back up to the gravel, I say, lifting my phone higher. Or I call Ray and the sheriff. May will add this to the file either way. For a second she does nothing. Then she laughs through her tears, wet and mocking and a little wild. You think lawyering is love? She says. Poor thing. Lawyering is how I keep love safe, I answer. The love part happens when he presses his forehead to mine and asks what I need. And when I tell him, he listens without making a manifesto about benches. That's the difference. He's not with you. She recoils like I slapped her. The tears stop being art and turn into anger she can't find a container for fast enough. We'll see, she says, and she pivots like she's going to sweep off, then pivots back because exits are less satisfying than she imagined when I don't give her a soundtrack. He said noon. Did you know that? He said noon, and he'll be on a bench with me. She drags a forearm across her cheeks and drips sincerity. I'll tell him to let you down gently. Tell him whatever makes your day smaller, I say, not unkind, because spite doesn't taste good after the first bite. He'll tell me the article, not the headline. God, you're smug. God, you're bored. We hold each other's eyes for too long, and it becomes the wrong kind of intimacy. She blinks first. She looks toward the drive, where tires crunch on gravel, and her whole body lifts with relief like she summoned the next scene. Luke's truck swings into view, sun flashing on the windshield. He parks crooked and doesn't fix it, which tells me he drove here on a reflex and not an errand. He swings out of the cab, slams the door too hard, and takes the steps 2 at a time. His face is all the restraint he learned at therapy, and a thread of panic stitched through the middle. Avriel? His voice drops from command to concern in a breath. Everything okay? A bit of trespassing, I say, careful because I won't narrate this for her. We were wrapping up. Serena turns toward him with a speed that would make a camera operator proud. The tears that weren't there are everywhere now, shining, precise. A painting of sorrow. Her mouth trembles the way mouths do when they've practiced in an Uber mirror. Lukey, she says, soft, ravaged, perfect on the surface. I tried to apologize to her and her voice breaks. I just wanted to make things right. We all stand just outside my almost house door. Me steady, Serena shimmering, Luke taking it in like a man learning where the fire started, while the room still smells like smoke. And I feel the chapter shift under my feet.
Chapter 22. Luke. By the time I hit the last bend, the ridge is a blue line and my pulse is a hammer. I swing into the drive too fast and park crooked, gravel spitting. The cedar of the temporary porch catches the morning light. The yellow caution tape lifts and falls with the breeze like it's breathing. 2 figures at the threshold, red coat, bright as a warning flare, green in my peripheral, the steadiness I've been learning by heart. Avriel? I take the steps 2 at a time, the door slamming behind me, an unnecessary punctuation. Everything okay? She's standing just inside the line where sight becomes public, phone up, camera icon on, shoulders square, chin high. Serena turns toward me with eyes made for close-ups, tears tracking cleanly, perfectly. She looks like apology in a perfume ad. I tried to apologize, Serena says, voice catching in the exact place that gets you a sympathetic edit. My body does what it learned before I had words for why. It reads tears as fire and looks for water. I freeze between 2 instincts. The one I promised. The one where I stand at Avriel's side and enforce the boundary we chose. And the one that once kept me in rooms I should have left, where a woman's wet eyes rewrote facts in real time, and I carried the blame out neatly like trash. Serena, I say, reflex softening her name when I mean to make it a stop sign. The half step I take isn't toward her, but it isn't toward Avriel either. It's nowhere. It's exactly the wrong place. Avriel doesn't flinch. She doesn't lower the phone. The muscle in her jaw jumps once, then goes quiet. This is a close sight, she says, tone level enough to cut. You're trespassing, and you're on camera. I know. Serena's hands lift, palms out. She does not turn to the gate. She takes me in like she's counting what it cost. Luke, please. 5 minutes. I came early to try to make it right, before lawyers make it ugly. It's already ugly, I say. May's name is a pulse in my head. Noon, garden. 5 minutes, recorded. This is not that. We have a meeting at 12 with my attorney. That's where this belongs. Serena winces with exquisite timing. I didn't want it to be a scene, she says, eyes shining like she's allergic to conflict. I just wanted to tell her I'm sorry. To you both. Then email it, Avriel says. Put sorry in the subject line with the date, and keep your feet off my slab. The word my hits me in the sternum like a little miracle. This slab is hers. The house knows her name. I should say that out loud right here. Plant a flag in it for anyone who missed the memo. I should make the trespass the story. I should speak the promise I made last night in the dark when she asked me to pick her in this room and the Fridays we are making ordinary on purpose. Instead, I hear myself ask a question I hate, even as it leaves my mouth. What happened? Silence. A clean, merciless kind. Serena blinks, surprised, then triumphant under it, a flicker only the unkind parts of a person would see. She threatened the sheriff, she says softly. I tried to explain that you're bored, Avriel says, not moving, not blinking. That you're here to test his boundaries and mine. That I'm a reheated pasta rebound with a list. I have it on video if you need subpoenas to jog your memory. Heat knifes up my neck. I look at the little red light on the eave, then at the rectangle of her phone, lit and steady in her hand. Evidence if we need it. Evidence even if we don't. Serena, I say firmer. You need to leave the property, now! Her mouth trembles. Now, I repeat, finding the authority I should have led with. We'll see you at noon with May. If you step on this porch again before then, Ray will call the sheriff and I'll file the trespass myself. She inhales, prettily wounded, like the whole town is watching and I have failed basic humanity. She turns her face a degree so her tears catch the light. I didn't know she'd be so hostile, she murmurs, as if she's warning me gently about a dog. The sound that leaves Avriel is not loud. It's the opposite. It's disbelief polished into clarity. She lowers her phone only now and looks at me. Not over me. Not through me. At me like a craftsman checking a joint they want to trust. Say it plain, she tells me. Not to her, to me. I know what she means. She wants the sentence that makes the line visible. She wants me to choose without footnotes. I open my mouth. Somewhere in the space between breath and word, habit yawns. I hear my therapist asking if I recognize the shape of this moment, the way my nervous system mistakes performance for need. I hear my father's voice telling me to be kind, and the 10-year-old inside me equating kindness with letting other people rearrange your edges. I hear Serena, last night in a coffee shop, saying the sort of thing that turns a room against you if you don't answer fast enough to satisfy a camera. I hesitate. It's a blink, a hiccup, a bad beat in a song that was finally learning to be clean. It is also everything. Right, Avriel says, and the word lands like a door clicking shut. There it is. I step into it, too late. A man trying to catch a glass he already heard break. No, I say quickly, palms up. No, I'm with you. She needs to leave, and she will. I should have hesitated less. Her laugh is not cruel. It's tired and thin and threaded with something old that the two of us were killing slowly together until this second. You asked her what happened like my version would need corroboration? On my porch. I'm trying to keep this clean, I say, hating how it sounds, competent when the room needs conviction. If she files a complaint after noon, the record... She's not the complaint I care about, she says. You are. I swallow, throat rough. I'm sorry. Me too. She tucks the phone in her pocket and bends for the box on the hood of her car. The movement is smooth, efficient, the way she lifts weight when she knows no one is going to help. Ray will be here in 20. Rowan after. Tell them I need the pulls mocked up in the pantry. I'll send notes. We can talk, I say, because this is the hour where I would usually suggest a plan and a bench and a set of rules to make hope safe. Afternoon, after dash. She straightens, the sun catching the curl along her jaw. I'm not a meeting you schedule after you've double-checked whether a woman crying still outranks me in your nervous system. Serena sniffs, perfectly timed, a sound that makes me want to burn down every room she's about to enter and rebuild them safer. Luke, I'm sorry, I didn't... Stop, I say, finally doing the easy part, which is making her quiet. You're leaving. She does, because performed grief still respects cameras and jurisdiction. She backs down the step without looking at Avriel again, dabs delicately under one eye, and then the other, and walks to her car like a woman who knows she's set a table and can't wait to see who eats. The red coat cuts across the gravel and vanishes behind tinted glass. The engine hums. The sedan slides away. The quiet that follows is not peace. It's the kind where a house waits to find out if the foundation cracked. I turn back to the only person on this porch who matters. I'm sorry, I say again, because the first one didn't scratch the surface. I misread. I froze. She nods once, a mercy and a eulogy. You did. Let me fix it, I say, the impulse or reflex I know she hates and I can't yet kill. We'll document, May will... I don't need your attorney right now, she says, soft. I needed you. Here. Not after you triangulate with the law and your conscience and your ghosts. I reach for her. She shifts back. Not a flinch, not a punishment. A boundary. Don't, she says. I'm not okay with you touching me because you realized you should have 10 seconds late. I was slow, not unsure, I say. And it's true in the way that doesn't save anything. I was trying not to pour gasoline on something in front of a camera. I was... You were careful with the person who made me small in my own doorway, she says, voice steadying as she says it, like naming it laminates it against rot. You remembered how to protect her at my expense. Pain knifes through the veneer of being reasonable. That's not... It is, she says, almost gentle. And it's not new to you. It's just new to me. She lifts the box into her trunk like she's putting away a season. I can't love a version of you that still has to pause to decide if I earned your reflex. I feel something in my chest give, not with drama, with the dull sound old houses make when a beam was mismeasured and the weight finally found it. Avriel. Her name is a prayer I didn't earn this minute. She hears it. She closes her trunk and turns, and the morning throws a halo around her curl, a small, mean kindness from the light. We built rules so we could be brave, she says. One of mine was, don't disappear. I'm keeping it. I'm not going to ghost you. I'm saying this to your face. She swallows, chin shaking once before she stops it. You don't get to hesitate when it comes to me. She gets in her car. The door shuts with a soft thud that feels like an instrument case closing on a song we were finally learning to play. She backs out slow, clean, like a person who refuses to add chaos to a wound. I stand on the cedar and watch her taillights go small on the bend, and the mountain air tastes like sawdust and loss. When the silence settles, a raven calls from the trees and the tape flutters again, bright and useless. My phone buzzes. May, noon confirmed. I stare at the screen, then at the camera light, still red, still recording. I have 12 minutes to decide what kind of man shows up on a bench after letting the best one he's ever loved walk away.
Chapter 23. Avriel. I drive like I'm carrying nitroglycerin, hands at 10 and 2, jaw locked, radio off because even a cheerful weather report might tip me. The road unspools. Pine. Diner. The mailbox that leans like it's tired of reading other people's names. My phone vibrates in the cup holder once, then again, then gives up. I don't touch it. At my building, the lobby smells like oranges and floor cleaner. I climb instead of taking the elevator, that old ritual of penance disguised as cardio. The third-floor hall is cool and dim. My key sticks, because the door swells in wet weather. When it gives, the sound is a sigh I used to think meant welcome. Inside is a polite disaster. Fabric books fanned across the rug, 3 tile samples leaning against the sofa, a lemon rolling on the coffee table, because he brought too many again and I kept them like a joke I wasn't ready to laugh at. I set my tote down and make a little inventory of the things that would tell on me if I were a witness. The spare toothbrush in the cup. The navy t-shirt in my hamper that smells like cedar and man, and last Thursday night, the grocery list on the fridge, cardamom, lemons, bandages, written in his neat block letters because he likes to leave love notes that look like hardware. I take a breath. Another. The apartment doesn't steady. I do, the way a person decides a floor is stable, when what they mean is, I'm done arguing with gravity. I start with the easy wall, dishes. I wash them slowly like the water owes me a compliment. I fold the dish towel the way my aunt taught me, long ways, then thirds again. Precise like a prayer, I empty the trash. I open the windows wide enough to invite weather and close them again when November reminds me she's not courting. I open my phone to see one message. Luke. I'm at the site. I'm sorry. I froze. I'm so sorry. Can I come to you after the meeting with May? I turn the phone face down on the counter and put a lemon on top of it, petty and perfect. The next wall is work. I pull the project folder from the shelf, the black one with the brass clips I bought because organization is my kink. I sit at the table, line up my pens, and open to the budget sheet. Numbers behave when men don't. I run my finger down the column of paid invoices. Demo, framing, Rough in, windows I circle what's left. I can do this. I have done harder things alone and made them look like choreography. The phone vibrates again. Luke, I'll wait as long as you want. Please don't disappear on me. It's the wrong verb. Disappearing is what other people did to me. Choosing is what I learned in the ruins. I choose a clean line. I text Ray instead. Me. Effective immediately, all project communication goes through you and May. No direct contact between me and Luke. Please schedule site visits without him present unless his license is required. Any unscheduled appearances get logged as incidents. You okay with the quarterback? Her reply lands 30 seconds later. Ray. Copy. I've got you. Sending a calendar and a revised chain of command. Also, I make a mean spreadsheet when I'm mad. Me. Put mean spreadsheet on my wish list. Ray. Already did. And Avriel? I'm on your side without being against anyone. That work? Me. Perfect. I email May next. CC Ray. Subject. Project boundary update plus trespass. May. Please formalize the following. Effective today, all communications from Luke Halverson/firm to me will be in writing through you and Ray. Unless required by code or inspection, he is not to attend my site visits. Today's unapproved appearance by Serena Harding at my job site constitutes trespass and harassment. Footage exists. Please add to file. Personal relationship with Luke ended. No public statement. I remain committed to completion on schedule and will cooperate fully with all trades. Thank you. A. The cursor blinks. There's a temptation to add a paragraph like, I'll always be grateful for what we were building, but that's a message for a different inbox, and I don't have the currency for sentiment right now. I hit send. It feels like closing a valve that's been dripping. Mom calls. Because of course she does. The woman has a sixth sense for storms, even when she's the one who taught me to check the clouds. Baby? Hey, Ma. You need me to bring ice cream or gossip? Do you have both? She's quiet the way she gets when she's choosing between prayers and profanity. I have time, she says finally. And I have a casserole in the freezer with your name on it. You know I don't like that boy right this minute. He's not a boy, I say automatically, and the defense makes my throat sting because it's a muscle that won't stop flexing on reflex. He hesitated, I didn't. Oh, she says, and I can hear her sit down. That old shape. Yeah? I pinch the bridge of my nose. I'm okay. You angry? Yes. You sad? Also yes. You want me to come sit in your kitchen and watch you wipe the same counter 6 times while you tell me that swearing doesn't help? I laugh. Wet. I'm going to build a wall first. You were born a mason, she says, proud and sad in the way only mothers manage. Call me when you want it halfway down again. I promise. I hang up. I wipe the same counter twice and let myself smile because she's right. And because loving a complicated woman is work I do on purpose. I bag his t-shirt and toothbrush like evidence and put the bag on the top shelf of the hall closet, behind the box of Christmas lights I never remember to hang. I put the lemons in the freezer because I read somewhere you can grate them frozen for zest. Practicality is therapy shaped like snacks. When I can breathe without tasting metal, I shower, hot then hotter, until the water forces me to pick one sensation to listen to. I wash the scent of cedar out of my hair, even though I know it's in the curl memory now, a souvenir I didn't ask for. I lotion my legs like reverence is a routine. I put on a black dress that fits like I remembered my body today. The door buzzer makes me jump. I frown, peek through the hole. Ray holds up a bakery box and a bottle of seltzer, like a hostage negotiator with better snacks. I let her in. She sets the box down. Lemon bars, obviously, she says, because we're reclaiming citrus. I thought you were herding tile. I can herd and bake, she says, unbothered. I came for 5 minutes. Real ones. Then I go back to making men sign delivery slips like vows. We sit. She peels back the bakery paper. The sugar dusts the air like chalk. We don't touch the bars. Going full no contact? She asks. Yes, with him, personally. With the site, I'm doubling down. We finish on schedule. We pass inspection. I move into a house I paid for with my second chances, not his apology. Ray nods like I'm saying the doctrine. My job is to make that true, she says. We'll reroute. We'll schedule. I'll stand in doorways if I have to. I know, I say, and I do. Ray is the friend who would help you bury a body and make sure the headstone spelled your name right. She opens her tablet. Calendar invites sent. You'll get notifications for all site work that intersects with you. If Luke has to be there, I'll put him at a different hour. And if that's not possible, I'll put myself between you like I'm 6 feet tall, even though I'm not. May? She's already drafting the addendum and the trespass notice. Noon went as expected. Ray squints. He didn't give me details. He looked like a man holding a heavy thing no one can see. But I'm not a therapist. I'm a scheduler. It lands softer than I expect, because I don't want his pain weaponized and I don't want mine dismissed. Thank you. She touches my wrist, quick and professional. This isn't a loyalty test, she says. You don't have to explain your decisions to the crew. You don't have to be nice to your ex's feelings. There's no need to be nice at all. I'm going to be polite, I say. Niceness is a hobby. Politeness is currency. She grins. I'm printing that on a mug. She stands. Text me if you need anything. And by anything, I mean anything. From sconce measurements to a person who will watch trash TV with you and make mean commentary. Tonight, I say, and it sounds like a promise to myself. After she leaves, I try to nap. I do that thing where you lay down because women are told to lay down instead of screaming. My body refuses to turn off, so I get up and reorganize the junk drawer. 15 rubber bands, 7 batteries, none of them the same size. 1 coaster from a bar we liked before he existed. I throw the coaster away and then take it out of the trash because I refuse to let the day make me dramatic about square cork. The phone buzzes, relentless as rain. Luke, bench is done. Luke, I told her what needed telling. Luke, please. Luke, I choose you. I'm late. Let me be on time for the rest of it. I put the phone on Do Not Disturb. Not because I want to sting him, because I don't trust myself not to make a decision to stop the noise that doesn't involve the life I want. I send 1 text all day to the cabinet maker. Me. Pulls confirmed. Pantry mock-up tomorrow 10 a.m. I'll be there. Him. Copy. Bringing cookies because it felt like a cookie kind of week. Me. Bless you and your oven. In the evening, my mother arrives with casserole. We eat in silence for the first 3 forkfuls. Then she says, I hate him. And I say, me too. And we both know we're lying because hate is easy and this isn't. You'll tell him something? She asks cautiously, knowing the answer and hating it. Not today, I say. Not tomorrow. You'll keep building. Yes? She examines me like she's reading angel numbers in my pupils. Good. I like when you remember you existed before men with impressive forearms. Rude, I murmur. And she kisses my cheek and leaves me with leftovers and a Post-it on the fridge. Proud of you. Love you more than rules. Night is long. I don't reach for the t-shirt even once. I do not go to Honeybee, even though I want to sit in the corner with the ficus and watch the door like an idiot. I do not open Instagram because the algorithm is a gossip. Morning comes. Wednesday. I show up at the site early. Ray put me on the schedule like a general with a plan. 8 to 9:30 cabinet pulls, 9:30 to 10 paint sample check, noon to 12:30 tile sign-off. Rowing waves like always. The men work like men who want to get paid, and also like me because I bring good snacks. I bring no snacks today. I bring a clipboard that could slice a man if he underestimates it. Ray meets me by the pantry, tablet in hand, ponytail sharpened. He's slotted for 2, she murmurs low. I added double buffer if you're running over. I won't, I say. The cabinet maker is on time, cookie box under his arm. We test pulls in 2 finishes. We debate whether matte black on white shaker is a cliché or a classic until the answer is both. And who cares if it makes me happy? It does. I sign. We tape heights. We argue about the pantry door swing, and he concedes like a good man should. By 10, I have the kind of high that comes from decisions you don't have to apologize for. I walk my house, fingers trailing studs, stopping where the window in the den catches a slice of sky, so blue it hurts. Ray sidles up. You okay? I'm building a life, I say. Good answer, she says. At noon, tile. The delivery guy tries to leave the skid by the driveway, and Ray tells him in a voice that could enforce federal statute that he will use the dolly and he will like it. I want to marry her for 5 minutes and then give her back to her girlfriend with a fruit basket. We sign for boxes. We open one. The tile is perfect, smoky green like moss after rain. I pick it up in both hands and feel its cool weight. I fought for this color against a sea of tasteful grays. It feels like an argument I'm glad I had. The day keeps going because it always does. Work crowds out the temptation to narrate pain as personality. I eat a lemon bar in the pantry. Sugar dusts my black dress like snow. I laugh at myself and then don't, because joy is not a betrayal. At 3, Ray checks the drive. Clear, she says. His truck's not here yet. I'll text you if anything changes. Thank you. She pauses. I know I said I'm not a therapist, she says, but I am a person. If you want a rage scream in my car where there are no cameras, I have breath mints and good playlists. I swallow. Maybe after grout, I say, because we are who we are. By 5, my body is tired, in the way that means a shower will fix almost everything. I leave notes on the kitchen island for Rowan and sweep up my crumbs because men shouldn't have to clean my feelings off the floor. In the truck, I finally look at my phone. 15 texts, 3 missed calls, a voicemail I don't listen to because the preview is enough. Avriel, please. I deserve to hear his voice. He doesn't deserve my collapse. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The days stack, heavy and neat. I go to work like a person who loves her work. I tell clients the truth. I pick grout like a woman who knows the future is in details. I answer Ray and May within 6 minutes because they ask me questions that build houses, not apologies. I take my mother to breakfast. We debate whether country ham is a red flag and conclude yes, but delicious. So proceed with caution. I do not answer Luke. He keeps sending things I can feel even with the volume off. Photos of a bench in a garden, a line from a book about staying, a picture of the mountains at 7 when they look like they remembered how to hold up the sky. I put my phone face down and make a list that saves me. Call plumber RE, mixing valve. Order mirror brackets. Confirm appliance delivery window. Return lemons to their original intended purpose. Zest and cake and gratitude with no name attached. On the 3rd night, after a shower that scalds and a dinner that is mostly crackers and expensive cheese, because I'm a woman in mourning with standards, I sit on the floor with my back against the couch and let the quiet have me. The phone lights the dark like a small stubborn sun. I don't move. The screen dims, goes black, lights again. A heartbeat I'm not listening to. I am not disappearing, I tell myself. I am choosing. I am finishing this house with 2 steady hands and a spine I reinforced with rules and cardamom. I am not anyone's second choice. Not again. Not even his. The phone buzzes a final time, then goes still. I breathe in, out. The night doesn't soften. I do, but only in the places I decide. And for 3 days, while his calls and texts pile up like weather in a forecast I refuse to check, I let my silence be the wall I know how to build, brick by patient brick, until the only thing left on my to-do list is sleep. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 24. Luke. 3 days without her voice is a lesson I don't want to ace. I work because work is what I do when I'm sorry. I send May every text Serena fires off from rotating numbers. I sign the incident report about the porch trespass. I watch the footage once, only once, and see myself hesitate in a way that makes my stomach roil. The camera doesn't care that I was trying to be strategic. It records a man forgetting the order of his reflexes. At noon, I meet Serena in the pine and poppy garden because we put that in writing. 5 minutes, recorded, May present. The garden is small and curated. A rectangle of gravel and hydrangeas with 2 black metal benches that pretend they're French. May sits beside me in a black suit that could double as a ruling. She places the phone between us. Voice memo app open like a third eye. Serena arrives 5 minutes late, sunglasses already in her hand for the reveal. No coat today. A cream sweater that turns her into an apology before she speaks. "Thank you for meeting me," she says, and the accent coats the thank like honey. "This is being recorded," May says. Professional courtesy weighted like a warning. "You have 5 minutes." Serena nods as if we're all agreeing to something civilized. She faces me, and I see what used to move mountains in me. Focus that reads as intimacy, poise that reads as truth. Only now I can name it. Performance. "I'm sorry for the porch," she starts, eyes glassy. "I misjudged. I wanted to apologize to her before attorneys made it a war. She threatened the sheriff. She enforced a boundary," I say. My voice comes out calm, the slow cadence I save for inspectors and men with too many opinions about beams. "Start with the truth." She blinks, perturbed. "I am." May clears her throat, a single syllable that sounds like case law. "We have video of the encounter," she says. "We're not here for a narrative. We're here for facts." I slide a paper across the bench. It's a printout Ray made, time-stamped screenshots of Serena at the threshold, and Avriel's phone raised like a mirror. The captions are my handwriting. Trespass, provocation, calculated tears. "I want you to say on record what you said to her," I tell Serena, my voice still quiet. "He'll never love someone like you the way he loved me. You're a project to fix his savior complex. He almost leaves. He almost loves. Say them again if they're yours." Her expression flickers. "Luke." "Say them," I repeat. She exhales, annoyed, and some of the glass breaks. Fine. Yes, I said things like that. A twitch of her mouth. Because they're true. They're not, I say. And even if they were, they'd be none of your business. She squares her shoulders, slips into the version of honesty she thinks wins audiences. I left because I needed to find myself, she says. I realized I made a mistake. I wanted to tell you that without it turning ugly. Marcus asked me to. Stop, May says, the word crisp as a court reporter's key. Clarify the Marcus sentence. Serena huffs. She looks at me, then at the recorder, calculating which direction pays. He reached out, she says, tone flat now, like reading a menu. Said if I came upstate and poked around, asked questions, maybe there'd be opportunities for a sponsorship. He's still connected. He knows donors. He thought you and your client would implode on principle if reminded of your flaws. Poked around, I repeat, tasting bitterness. Is that what you call stalking the job site and ambushing me at a coffee shop? Her chin lifts. I didn't stalk. I asked friends where you were. People talk. This town is a bowl. You shout into it and your words jump back. And the porch? May asks, perfectly polite. I wanted to apologize, she says, softer again. I didn't think she'd be so. Stop calling her she, I say. I don't raise my voice. I let the quiet do the work. Her name is Avriel. Say it or don't talk about her. For a heartbeat, hurt flashes real in Serena's eyes, like all the names she curated have started to rust. Avriel, she says carefully, and for once there's no angle in it. Then the angle returns. You're making a mistake with her if you think you can be ordinary. You'll get restless. I look at May's phone so I don't say something I can't unsay. The red waveform keeps pulsing, patient as law. Here's what's going to happen, I say. You're going to stop contacting me. You are not going to approach my client. You are not going to set foot on that property again. If you have something to say, you will send it to May. I lean in, elbows on knees. And personally, I'm done being haunted by you. This ends here. The sentence sits between us like a final draft. May stops the recording. We will follow this up in writing, she says, sliding the phone into her bag. If you violate it, we trespass you. If you smear my client or Mr. Halverson, we sue. Serena's mouth twists. The two of you really do love a document. Documents keep people like you from deciding the story, May says pleasantly. Have a lovely day. We stand. Serena stays on the bench, a beat too long, then reaches for her sunglasses like armor. You won't be happy, she says. Not a curse, a report she's determined to file. Neither of you. You'll miss being the hero. I'll miss nothing about this, I say, and I leave her with May's card in a garden that looks less cultured than cynical. Outside, the light is too bright. It makes me feel like I'm walking through a photograph of a day I don't want. I text Ray. Meeting done. She'll go quiet or escalate. Logs updated. Thank you for the clip. Ray, copy. Crew's good. Clients at site 8 to 10 tomorrow. You are not. I repeat, you are not. I almost smile. Ray's bossy is my favorite language. At the next red light, I call the structural engineer and ask for numbers on an idea that's been glinting since the first time I watched morning pour through the kitchen windows and break on studs like water. 3-season room? Daniel says, interest piqued. Attached to the existing ledger? You'll need a permit revision. I know, I say. I'll draw tonight. If we can make it a field change, I can frame in 2 days and glaze after inspections. You'll need lateral bracing, he says. Clear story if you want your roof to sing. I want it to sing, I answer. And I do because one thing I've learned about love is that light helps. I drive straight to the office. I don't sit. I pull trace and sharpen a pencil like penance. The porch becomes a sunroom under my hands. Black-painted wood for warmth, steel where it matters, floor-to-ceiling sliders that pocket open, A built-in bench that wraps the corner so she can set plants and tea and a life. I mark hydronic lines beneath slate. A dark, forgiving tile that will welcome boots and dogs and the kind of evenings where the only argument is what movie to watch. Clear-story windows higher up, narrow and generous, so winter light can reach the back wall. A door, of course, to the yard she insisted stay wild. Screens for summer, storms for snow. I hear her voice in my head the way a good client stays in the room long after they leave. I like rooms that remember mornings. Don't make me choose between sun and warmth. I want to read here and not notice time. I call Daniel again. I'm sending drawings at 5, I say. I'll pay for rush calcs. You always do, he says dryly. I'll send the bracing detail by midnight. Make the header beefy. Beefy, I repeat, writing it down because I like when necessity reads as affection. Ray calls as I'm dimensioning the bench. Do I want to know? Sunroom, I say. 3-season. Code compliant. Field change if Daniel's miracle holds. She whistles. You're doing a grand gesture. I'm doing a good idea we talked about and didn't greenlight because the budget hated us, I say. And I'm paying the delta. This isn't leverage. It's an apology with engineering. That's a t-shirt, she says. There's a pause. You know it might not fix anything. I know, I say, and the knowing doesn't slow my pencil. It will make her house better, even if I never step inside it again. Okay, she answered, even, the conviction threaded through every syllable. I'll move mountains. I'll also make sure the mountains are legal. By 8, the plans are scanned, stamped, and fired off to the building department with May copied and a cover letter that would make a bureaucrat feel seen. I pick up a drill. I drive to the site. Rowan meets me in the drive like he expected this and brought his gloves. You're building out the porch, he says, not a question. You got drawings or just vibes? Drawings, I say, handing him a set. And a permit revision in transit. He scans, low whistle. Clara story fancy. Nothing is fancy, I say. It's honest. We set up work lights. The house glows like a lantern. The crew that's family shows up without being called. Javi with his bum shoulder taped, Ray with pizza and her tablet, Mrs. Chen's nephew because he owes me a favor and likes to feel useful. We lay plates, plumb corners, sister studs, check diagonals, chalk lines until the porch starts to change shape. Not a platform anymore, a room becoming. The night is all noise and breath and wood sap on my hands, and in 3 days my body settles. I'm not making penance. I'm making a place. At midnight, Daniel's email lands with the bracing detail I asked for and 2 jokes about beefy headers. At 1, May replies that the field change is conditionally approved pending a site visit. At 2, I sit on the new bench, unfinished, and look at the mountains through framed darkness, and I talk to a woman who isn't answering me. I froze. I tell the studs because they'll carry it back to her if she lets them. I am afraid of being the man I was. I'm more afraid of not becoming the man I told you I want to be. I love you in a way that makes me stand up straighter. I love you in a way that sings. I go home, shower with the kind of water that makes your skin new, change into the same jeans I wore yesterday, because penance is repetitive by nature, and return at dawn. We sheath. We set the clerestory frames and the rough opening for sliders. The inspector arrives with coffee and the look men get when they see a thing that took work. He circles the room with his clipboard. He knocks a post with his knuckles, checks the Simpson ties, writes, "Field okay," like benediction. "Nice roof pitch," he grunts. "Clerestory," I say, trying not to preen. He leaves. We keep moving. By afternoon, the sun sneaks through the high windows and paints the subfloor in gold bars. Ray stands in the light and squints, measuring with her face. "She's going to cry," she says, then adds, "The good kind." "Maybe," I say, and I let myself believe it for one breath. I dress the room for presentation the way you dress a wound before you show a doctor. Clean, honest, not hiding the rawness. No trim yet, no glass, Just structure and promise, framed by care. I set the little handwritten sign Ray makes because she understands narrative. Sunroom, field change approved, schedule adjusted. No cost to the client. I take photos for the file for me. I do not text them to her. By evening, the sky goes toward violet. I wash my hands until the water runs clear and still find sawdust in the webbing of my fingers. I sit in my truck longer than a man should. I text May and Ray because accountability helps me make brave look like follow-through. I'm going to her apartment. I will knock once. If she doesn't answer, I leave. No ambush. May, keep it under 5 minutes unless she invites more. Don't argue your case. Tell the truth. Ray, if you make her cry the bad kind, I will replace your coffee with decaf for a month. Me, godless. Ray, effective. I drive into town. The lobby of her building still smells like oranges and floor cleaner. I put my hands flat on my thighs in the elevator and rehearse not the speech but the restraint. Don't defend, don't spin, don't fix, tell. Ask, listen. Her door is the same soft blue I teased her about because she called it earnest, and I said it sounded like a dog. My knuckles hover. I knock, quiet. No answer. I turn to leave because I promised. The deadbolt clicks. She opens the door in running shorts and a t-shirt, hair up, eyes clear, and that way people get when they've cried already and aren't interested in doing it again for your benefit. She doesn't step back. She doesn't step forward. 5 minutes, she says. No metaphors. Deal, I say, and I mean it. I stay in the hall because thresholds are earning grounds. I met her, I begin. With May. I asked for the truth. She said Marcus asked her to stir trouble. She admitted the things she said to you. I told her I'm done being haunted by her and to get out of my life. Her mouth tightens. It isn't triumph. It's something like grief being careful. Okay, she says. I froze on the porch, I say. And if I could carve the apology into the drywall, I would. I'm not going to make a clever reason out of it. I misread because my nervous system still believes tears mean I owe someone a rescue. I made you small in your doorway. I will spend the rest of my life being faster than that. You don't owe me your life, she says. I owe you a reflex, I answer. The first one. The you one. I blow out a breath, steadier than it was in my truck. I also built something. Not to buy forgiveness. To make good on a vision you gave me. I converted the porch to a 3-season sunroom, clear-story windows, radiant floor. It's approved. It won't cost you $1. If you never let me inside it, I'll still be glad it exists. She blinks, then barks a laugh that is half disbelief and half something softer. You built me a room. I built you the mornings you described, I say. I built a place for plants and tea and a life that isn't an apology. I built something that says I listened when you told me what you love. She leans her shoulder to the jamb and looks at me like I'm a blueprint with a surprise layer. And what do you love? She asks, not coy. You, I say, and the word doesn't feel like a leap. It feels like a landing. I love you in ways that make my old fears loud. I love you enough to let them be loud and still pick you. I love you enough to be wrong in public and learn in public and not call it growth like it's a trophy. I want to be ordinary on purpose with you. I want to stay when there's nothing to fix but dinner. Silence expands. It isn't empty. It's measuring. Her eyes flick to my hands, still open. No metaphors, she reminds me, but her tone has shifted. It holds more air. Right, I say. I'm afraid. I love you. I was wrong. I'm changing. I want you. She bites the inside of her cheek, thinking the way she thinks when a tile fights a grout. 3 days is not a lot of time to decide to trust you again, she says. I know, I say. I didn't come for a verdict. I came to hand you the truth and leave before I turn it into a sales pitch. One corner of her mouth twitches, traitorously fond. Good, she says. Because I'm not buying. I nod. May I send you the site photos through Ray? No captions? Yes, she says after a beat. Through Ray. Okay. I step back, weight shifting like I might forget to leave if I don't move now. That's my 5. Luke, she says, and my name in her mouth still hits like sunlight finding a cold room. Did you really put in Claire's story? I did, I say. Beefy header and everything. Her laugh is helpless this time, against her will. She presses her lips together like she's holding the sound in to save me from hope. It leaks anyway. Good night, I say, soft. She nods. The door doesn't shut all the way. It stays at an angle that could be an accident or a test or a tiny mercy. On the walk back to the elevator, my hands start to shake, not with fear, with the sense that I finally put weight where it belonged. The consequence is simple. I might have ruined the best thing I've touched. The truth is simpler. I love her. The work is clear. Keep telling the truth, and keep my promises fast. Tomorrow I'll be on site at dawn, not in her window but in her walls, setting glass into frames so morning has a place to sit when it finds her.
Chapter 25. Avriel. The door doesn't close all the way after he leaves. It sits at a patient angle like a question I can answer later. I don't. I lock it, put my forehead to the wood, and breathe until my ribs thaw. He said, I froze. I was wrong. I'm changing. I want you. He said, I built you mornings. He didn't say please, not with his mouth. He said it with a clear story. Ray, Blessed Chaos Wrangler, texts at 7 a.m. Client walked through 5 p.m. Crew gone by 4:30. I will forget something in my car by the sunroom in case you need privacy or a bodyguard. Your call? Me. Privacy. But keep your keys in your pocket just in case. Ray. Copy. Also, bring tissues, hydration, and a willingness to feel your feelings in a code-compliant space. I dress like a woman meeting her future and her past on the same foundation. Black dress, boots that make me taller without apology, curls in a high puff because I want nothing between me and the air. My mother calls to say she's praying in 3 languages. I tell her to diversify and add snacks. At the site, the mountain smells like pine and a secret about to tell itself. The driveway is empty except for Ray's Subaru and a cluster of oak leaves stuck in the puddle by the dumpster. The house breathes quieter now. Drywall sanded, primed, every echo rounded. Ray meets me at the door, tablet under her arm, mouth soft. You good? No, I say, but I'm here. Close enough. She squeezes my elbow. 15-minute walkthrough on paper, then 20 unsupervised minutes in a certain room. After that, the world is what you decide. We do business first because that's our religion. Cabinet pulls, confirmed. Pantry door swing, correct. Tile layout, immaculate. Paint, the den is a color that whispers instead of sulks. Ray signs 2 change orders with a flourish and moves through the kitchen toward the back, casual like we aren't approaching a portal. Okay, she says, stacking her papers, voice deliberately neutral. Last item, field change, 3-season sunroom. She steps aside. I forget to be careful. The room is a spill of light even with dust clocking in. Black painted jams frame glass that hasn't even learned how to hold this much sky. The clear story windows slice evening into long soft ribbons that lay across the slate. The built-in bench wraps the corner like an arm. Heat radiates up from the floor, gentle, unexpected. And my body leans into it without asking permission from my brain. On the bench, a square envelope, craft paper. My name in careful block letters that used to sign grocery lists and now sign pennants. I look at Ray. She lifts both palms like she's surrendering a secret. I'll be over there, she says, pivoting toward the mudroom so fast it's comedic. For no reason, text if you need me to come be emotionally threatening. I always need that, I say, and my laugh comes out cracked and real. She disappears. I cross the threshold. The slate is warm under my boots. I want to cry from the decadence of a floor that agrees with my bones. The bench smells like fresh finish and sawdust. I sit, legs shaking, and open the envelope. Inside, a note on grid paper. This home is yours. If you want, I'll be part of it too. L. It's not long and it's not pretty. It lands anyway. I hold the paper to my chest like a heat pack. The edges crinkle. Avriel? He says my name from the doorway like a question, like consent, like he learned. He's in a navy sweater, hair damp from a shower he took quickly, or maybe he just sweats like a man who built a room overnight. He doesn't step onto the slate. He stays with his boots on unfinished oak, like he knows I get to choose who crosses into warmth. I asked Ray to give me 60 seconds. He says, hands open at his sides. No metaphors. The corner of his mouth ticks. One metaphor. My throat is a fist. Say it. I froze because I chose you, and it scared the hell out of me. He says, voice low, steady, absolutely bare. The choosing made every old alarm in me go off. I forgot which part of me gets the first reflex now. That's not an excuse. It's a diagnosis I'm treating. I cut Serena off in writing, and in person I told her to leave me alone. I made this room because you asked for mornings, and because I needed to put a thing in the world that says I listened. If you never forgive me, I'll still be glad this exists for you. The sentence goes through me clean as light. It doesn't fight. It lands. The clear story throws a stripe of evening across his cheekbone, and I have the absurd thought that if a cinematographer shot this, I would call it unrealistic. Nobody earns lighting like this. What do you need from me right now? He asks. My voice is not steady. My spine is. I need you to come in when I ask, and not before. He nods like I handed him a blueprint. Okay. And I need you to say it once more, I add, because repetition isn't punishment. It's laying tile so the lines stay straight. The exact sentence. He takes a breath. I froze because I chose you, and it scared the hell out of me. Something in me unclenches with a sound I've only ever let God hear. I hold his eyes while I test the floor under my feet. It holds. Come in, I say. He steps onto the slate. It's small, 3 paces, but my body feels it like a season changed. He stops an arm's length away, not reaching, waiting like a man who's done the math and knows the answer isn't always to add. Where are we? He asks. In a room you built because I love sun, I say, voice going wry because humor is the only way I know how to not cry apart. In a relationship you cracked, and I can glue if I choose. At the edge of something I want. He exhales, relief and fear mixing. Do you choose it? I look at my hands because they've done good work this year. They deserve to be consulted. They flex once like, yes, sugar. We're tired of holding walls no one asked us to decorate. I choose, I say. But here are my terms. Say them. You don't get to hesitate when it comes to me, I say softly. The echo of my own words from the porch tastes different here. Less blade, more blessing. If you need to slow down, you say time out and give me a number. No disappearing into strategy. No protecting someone else at my expense. You keep the rituals. You keep Sunday check-ins if all we say is, hi, the floor is warm. You mess up, you say it in the moment and not in a poetry slam in my hallway 3 days later. I agree, he says. Immediate. The speed not a performance, recognition. And mine. You say when fear shows up so I don't have to guess. You let me be steady without calling it boring. If I stumble, you hold me accountable like this, not like a prosecutor looking for headlines. You are not that interesting. I say, and his laugh is wrecked and grateful. I hold up the note. Is this a manipulation? No, he says. It's an offering. A note on a bench. You get to decide what it is from here. I look around. The room hums. Silent, warm, ready. I'm a woman who knows a good space when she stands in it. I'm also a woman who hasn't been kissed in 3 days and wants the person who learned my pulse like a language. I want you, I say, because desire spoken aloud is a power I am not giving back. I want to walk into this house with you and not feel like I am walking into a test you will grade me on later. I want to forgive you and mean it. Let me earn that, he says. You are halfway there. I crook my finger. Close the door, Halverson. He does, slow, as if closing a door could be a vow. Then he comes to me, no rush, no hesitation, and lifts a hand toward my face, waiting, offering I tip my chin into his palm, and the world reorients around a simple truth. My mouth on his is home. The first kiss is soft, because we both know how to be careful now. The second is not. It is greedy and relieved and threaded with all the words we said to keep from breaking. He tastes like mint and sawdust and the clean heat of a man who worked and showered and prayed for another chance. His hands bracket my waist, fingers pressing into the curve of my hips like he is checking timber for knots he loves anyway. Things are getting pretty spicy again, but don't worry. You can get all the details from the unabridged version of this book, where YouTube can't tell us what we can and can't narrate, from vixavonromance.com. Get a special 40% off with code VIXA40 and enjoy this pleasure at a discount. Thanks for listening. You're crying, he says softly, thumb catching a tear I didn't authorize. I hate it, I say, wiping my face with the heel of my palm and then giving up. It's annoying. It's beautiful, he counters, and I'm grateful. He kisses the spot just inside my wrist where my pulse tattles. Thank you for letting me back in. Don't make it sound like I opened the gates of heaven, I mutter. You got back in with paperwork and a room. And a sentence, he says. And a sentence, I admit. We clean up like adults with values and very few coherent motor skills. He brings water. I bring a blanket from the living room, and we lie on the bench, side by side, looking up at sky cut into faithful rectangles. The sun is gone, but the windows remember it. What now? He asks, not afraid. Rituals, I say. Sunday check-ins, Friday ordinary on purpose, grocery lists with stupid drawings. You help me pick plants for this room and pretend you care when I monologue about drainage. You talk to May about therapy schedules like their inspections. If old alarms go off, we stop and fix the wiring. Deal, he says, smiling into the darkness. And tomorrow I bring you a plant that won't die if you look at it wrong. Snake plant, I say. Beginner's luck. He nods, thoughtful. And I'll build you a low shelf here for the tea you always forget you're making. I never forget, I say. I just steep rebelliously. He laughs and it fills the room, and I try to memorize the sound, because if I could pour it into the grout, I would. We leave when the heat on the floor starts to make us too sleepy to be responsible people. He kisses me at the door, not cinematic, not frantic, just sure, and promises to text when he gets home. I promise to answer and don't feel my throat close around the verb. We lock up. Ray pretends she didn't see either of us, even though she absolutely did. I blow her a kiss. She salutes, relieved and smug, and I mouth, later, and she mouths, details. And that is friendship. I fall asleep in my apartment, with a note on my nightstand, and my spine surprised by ease. Epilogue, 1 year later. The sunroom is a jungle that learned manners. fiddle leaf fig in the corner, thriving like a show-off. Snake plant, unkillable and proud. A trailing pothos named Ray because it organizes without trying. The slate remembers heat in winter and sweet cool in late August. The bench grew a low shelf for tea and a small nick where my niece dropped her favorite truck and didn't apologize. The clear story greets the morning like a choir. We live here. Moore and Halverson Studios is a sign on a brick storefront downtown that smells like paper and cedar, an ambition we took out of scarcity and refurbished into partnership. My name comes first, not because he's gallant, but because the alphabet said so, and Ray threatened to riot. She runs the office like a benevolent tyrant. May keeps us terrorized and safe. Tito brings empanadas on Fridays and pretends they're a write-off. We argue about grout-like philosophers and do pro bono benches in small parks because Luke still believes seating is a revolution. My mother comes over on Sundays with cornbread and unsolicited business advice. He kisses her cheek and fixes her cabinet hinge without being asked because he learned to adore the women who built me without making it a performance. We do Sunday check-ins, 15 minutes minimum, sometimes on the bench, sometimes in bed, sometimes at the kitchen island, while the cat tries to push a lemon off the counter for sport. Friday ordinary is a Walker bad movie situation, and we argue about subtitles like It's Flirtation. We fight rarely and well and always with food within reach. He doesn't hesitate with me. I don't pretend to be fine for him. We are boring on purpose and then not, in all the necessary ways. Serena is a photograph from a faraway city. If her name passes our lips, it's as a weather report. Storm passed, roof held. We reinforce the joints Marcus is a ghost on a list of blocked numbers. The house is ours. The love is ours. The work is shared, and sometimes heavy, and always worth the lift. On our anniversary of signing the final inspection papers, he brings me a plant I absolutely do not need and a small brass plaque he made in the shop. We mount it under the bench, where you only see it if you're paying attention. Moore and Halverson. Sunroom number 1, built for mornings and mending. We drink tea that goes cold because we forget to care. He tucks his feet under my calves. I rest my head on his shoulder and watch the light travel the same path it traveled the first night I forgave him. It looks different now only because we do. Still under construction, he murmurs, reading my mind like he does, nosy and adored. Always, I say, kissing the corner of his mouth, but stronger than ever.